In the shadows of every city, behind every closed door, there are stories too disturbing to be forgotten. Stories of deception, betrayal, murder. Tonight, on Stories of Crime, we uncover another chilling case that shocked the world and left investigators searching for answers. So dim the lights, put on your headphones and prepare yourself for a journey into the darkest corners of the human mind. This is Stories of Crime.
The problem of self-13. The hope impossible is nothing. Welcome, dear listener, to a journey into the extraordinary, into the very heart of human ingenuity and the boundless limits of mind. We stand now at the precipice of a tale that challenges our most fundamental assumptions about what is achievable, a story designed to ignite the spark of plausibility within each of us. This is the problem of self-13, and our first chapter, The Hope Impossible is Nothing, sets the stage for a grand intellectual adventure, one that promises to redefine your perception of the word impossible. Our core concept for today, the very bedrock upon which this narrative is built, is to grab your attention, to seize your imagination with a presentation of what appears to be the ultimate locked-room mystery, a conundrum so profound, so utterly impenetrable, that it seems to defy all logic, all reason, all hope. And alongside this formidable challenge, we will introduce you to the sheer, unyielding arrogance, or perhaps, more accurately, the unwavering, almost divine confidence of a man known only as the thinking machine, Professor Augustus S. F.X. Van Dusen. This isn't just a story about an escape. It's a profound exploration of intellect pitted against and seemingly unbreakable reality. Imagine, if you will, a scenario that is the absolute pinnacle of an enclosed space puzzle. We're not talking about a simple room with a locked door, or a minor labyrinth designed to test one's observational skills. No, this edifice is meticulously constructed to thwart any attempt at egress, a fortress designed by the most astute minds in penal architecture, an institution that stands as a testament to human ingenuity in preventing freedom. This is the ultimate true mystery because the stakes are incredibly high, the environment is deliberately hostile, and the challenge is issued not by some petty criminal, but by the very system designed to contain humanity's most desperate and cunning individuals. It is a place where hope is meticulously extinguished, where the very air seems to hum with the weight of lost liberty. And into this seemingly impregnable setting steps Professor Van Dusen, a figure whose intellectual prowess is matched only by his profound belief in the absolute rationality of the universe. His arrogance, as some might perceive it, stems not from a puffed ego, but from an almost religious conviction in his omnipotence of logic. He doesn't just think he's smarter than others. He knows that the application of rigorous, unwavering thought can unravel any mystery, dismantle any barrier, and expose the underlying simplicity of even the most complex problems. To him, the world is a giant puzzle box, and every lock has a key. Every mystery and explanation, provided one simply thinks hard enough, with absolute precision. His confidence isn't a show. It's a byproduct of his fundamental understanding of how the world operates. A world where two and two make four, not sometimes, but all the time. This unwavering certainty, in the face of what most would call an impossible situation, is precisely what makes him such a captivating character and precisely why his challenge resonates so deeply. He isn't just arrogant. He is a living embodiment of the power of pure intellect, daring to pit his mind against the most formidable physical barrier society can construct. Now, let us delve deeper into the specific elements that make this chapter, and indeed this entire narrative, so compelling, beginning with a question, a thought experiment for your own mind. Have you ever, in the course of your life, encountered a problem so overwhelmingly complex, so utterly impenetrable, that you found yourself declaring, with absolute, unwavering certainty, "This is impossible"? That's a phrase we utter perhaps too readily, a verbal surrender born from frustration, from a perceived lack of resources, or simply from a failure of imagination. We hit a wall, intellectual or otherwise, and rather than seeking a way around, over, or through it, we instinctively label it impossible, thereby granting ourselves permission to cease trying. But what truly defines impossible? Is it an inherent property of the challenge itself, or merely the limitation of our current understanding, our present perspective, allowing us to persist? Is impossible a descriptor of reality, or merely a reflection of our own mental boundaries? Let's consider a real-world storytelling example that vividly illustrates this human tendency to label things as impossible, only to see those labels shattered by persistent ingenuity. Think of the legendary challenge of breaking the Enigma code during World War II. For years, the German Enigma machine was considered uncrackable, its permutations so vast, its encrypted messages so complex, that intelligence agencies around the world, particularly in Britain and Poland, faced what seemed like an insurmountable linguistic and mathematical barrier. The code was deemed impossible to break in real time, to process the sheer volume of daily messages within a time frame that would be militarily useful. The very idea of consistently deciphering Enigma traffic seemed a fool's errand, an exercise in futility that a dedicated team of brilliant minds had gladly part, led by figures like Alan Turing, refused to accept this verdict of impossibility. They didn't simply throw up their hands. They questioned their assumptions. They meticulously analyzed the patterns. They built custom machines, the bombs, designed specifically to tackle this seemingly impenetrable problem. Their efforts, initially met with skepticism and often profound difficulty, eventually led to the routine decryption of Enigma messages, a feat that demonstrably shortened the war and saved countless lives. What was impossible became a triumphant reality, not because the code itself changed, but because the human mind, when pushed to its limits and beyond, found a way to adapt, to innovate, to redefine the boundaries of what could be achieved. From a psychological perspective, this tendency to declare something impossible matters profoundly because it represents a cognitive shortcut, often a defense mechanism against failure or perceived inadequacy. When we label a task as impossible, our brain effectively releases us from the obligation to engage with it further. It's a form of learned helplessness, a comfortable mental box we construct for ourselves. This cognitive bias protects our ego from the sting of potential failure at a significant cost. It stifles creativity, it truncates exploration, and it prevents us from accessing our true potential. Moreover, the pronouncement of impossible often stems from a lack of information and incomplete understanding of the variables at play. Our brains are pattern matching machines, and when we encounter something that doesn't fit existing pattern or seems to violate established rules, our immediate reaction can be to categorize it as anomalous or in extreme cases, impossible. This is further exacerbated by the fixed mindset, where individuals believe their abilities are inherent and unchanging, contrasting sharply with a growth mindset that embraces challenges as opportunities for learning and development. The very word impossible erects an invisible, yet incredibly potent barrier, not in the external world, but within our own minds, severely limiting our scope of thought and action. So, what are the practical application steps we can take, dear listener, to challenge this ingrained habit of declaring things impossible? First step, cultivate a beginner's mind. Approach problems as if you know nothing, as if every assumption must be re-examined. This means actively questioning the initial parameters, the obvious solutions, and even the very definition of the problem. Don't just accept the problem statement. Dissect it, ponder it over, look at it from every conceivable angle. Ask yourself, what if everything I think I know about this is wrong? This intellectual humility can unlock entirely new pathways for thought. Second, embrace incremental progress. Very few impossible problems are solved in a single grand stroke of genius. More often, they are dismantled piece by piece through a series of small, manageable victories. When faced with a daunting challenge, break it down into its smallest constituent parts. What is the absolute first, tiniest step you can take? What piece of information, no matter how small, can you gather? Focus on making that one small step, and then the next, gradually building momentum and confidence. Third, actively seek out diverse perspectives. Your mental frameworks are, by definition, limited by your experiences and knowledge. Engage with others who have different backgrounds, different expertise, and different ways of thinking. Often, what seems impossible to you might be a routine challenge for someone else, or they might offer an analogy or different line of reasoning that completely reframes the problem. A simple conversation, a fresh pair of eyes, can often reveal overlooked details of entirely new avenues for exploration. Fourth, challenge your own internal narratives. When that voice inside your head whispers, "This is impossible," pause and interrogate it. Ask yourself, why do I believe this is impossible? What evidence do I have? Is there an alternative interpretation? What would happen if I just tried, even if success isn't guaranteed? Reframing this internal dialogue from definitive pronouncement to inquisitive questioning is a powerful step towards unlocking your problem-solving potential. The goal is not to deny difficulty, but to deny finality in the face of it. This brings us directly to our second key point, embodied perfectly by the man at the center of our story. Professor Van Dusen's audacious and utterly uncompromising claim that nothing, absolutely nothing, is impossible. Professor Augustus F. X. Van Dusen, the thinking machine as it is universally known, is a man whose appearance belies his formidable intellect. It is small, almost frail, with a perpetually furrowed brow and an unusual habit of measuring the dimensions of heads with his fingers, a silent, almost unconscious act of categorization and analysis. His most striking features are his cold, keen blue eyes, which seem to pierce through superficiality to the very core of any problem. He is not a man of emotional outbursts or grand gestures. His world is governed by immutable laws of logic. He lives by the unwavering credo, two and two make four, not sometimes, but all the time. The seemingly simple statement is, in fact, the bedrock of his entire philosophy, a declaration of absolute faith in the constancy and predictability of logic. His words claim, nothing is impossible. The impossible is merely that which has not yet been understood. It's not a boast, but a foundational principle. For Van Dusen, the concept of impossible is simply a human construct, a temporary level applied to problems where the underlying mechanisms or solutions have not yet been logically deduced. It is an indictment of insufficient thought, rather than a description of an inherent barrier in the universe. To him, every lock has a key, every enigma a rational explanation, every seemingly impenetrable wall a weak point, waiting to be identified through rigorous, methodical analysis. He sees the universe as a vast, intricate machine, and any perceived impossibility is simply a gear whose function he has not yet deciphered. Here is the ultimate rationalist, the epitome of the belief that intellect, properly applied, can conquer any challenge. Let's ground this extraordinary claim in another vivid storytelling example, one that profoundly shifted human perception of what was physically possible, the breaking of the 4-minute mile barrier. For decades, running a mile in under 4 minutes was considered not just difficult, but biologically impossible. It was believed that the human heart and lungs could not sustain such a pace, that the body would simply collapse, that it was beyond the physiological limits of our species. Doctors, coaches, and athletes alike considered it an unbreakable barrier, a definitive testament to human limitation. It was the ultimate impossible athletic feat, yet, on May 6, 1954, a young British medical student named Roger Bannister, with meticulous training, precise pacing, and an indomitable will, crossed the finish line in 3 minutes, 59.4 seconds. He didn't just win the race. He shattered the psychological barrier that had held humanity captive for generations. The truly remarkable thing is what happened after Bannister's feat. Within a year, several other runners also broke the 4-minute mile. What had been impossible for so long suddenly became achievable, even commonplace, once the mental block was removed. Bannister didn't just prove that he could do it. He proved that it was possible for human beings to do it, thereby opening a floodgate of subsequent achievements. The physical limits hadn't changed. The perception of those limits had. From a psychological perspective, Professor Van Dusen's assertion that nothing is impossible and the example of the 4-minute mile highlight the immense power of belief for the light thereof in shaping our reality. Our perceptions of what is possible or impossible are deeply intertwined with our self-efficacy. Our confidence in our own abilities to execute behaviors necessary to produce specific performance attainments. When we believe something is impossible, our brain actively seeks out evidence to confirm that belief, creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. We don't try as hard, we overlook opportunities, and we become less resilient in the face of setbacks. Conversely, when we adopt a mindset like Van Dusen's that the impossible is merely the ununderstood, we unlock vast reserves of cognitive and emotional energy. This shifts our focus from whether something can be done to how it can be done. It fosters a growth mindset with challenges as seen as opportunities for learning and expansion rather than insurmountable obstacles. This psychological shift can literally rewire our brains, making us more open to novel solutions, more persistent in the face of adversity, and more creative in our problem-solving approaches. It transforms the question from, "Is this possible?" to "What must I learn or do to make this possible?" It's a profound difference, a subtle yet seismic shift in perspective that underpins our innovation and progress. Our beliefs don't just influence our actions. They often define the very boundaries of our potential. So, how can we practically apply this "nothing is impossible" philosophy to our own lives? Dear listener, first step, challenge your personal limitations with deliberate intent. Take stock of areas where you have unconsciously declared something impossible for yourself. Perhaps it's learning a new skill, starting a new venture, or overcoming a personal habit. Instead of accepting that limitation, adopt Van Deusen's investigative approach. Ask yourself, what steps, however small, could I take to understand this better? What knowledge am I lacking? What skills do I need to acquire? Frame it as a puzzle to be solved, rather than a fate to be accepted. Second, embrace intellectual curiosity as a guiding principle. Van Deusen's brilliance stems from his insatiable desire to understand. Cultivate this same hunger for knowledge. When faced with a problem, don't just seek a quick fix. Seek a deeper understanding of its underlying principles. Read widely. Ask probing questions. Engage in continuous learning. The more you expand your base of knowledge, the fewer things will appear truly impossible because you have more tools and concepts at your disposal to analyze and tackle them. This isn't just about accumulating facts. It's about building a robust framework for logical thought. Third, practice reframing failures as learning opportunities. In a world where nothing is truly impossible, failure isn't a dead end. It's merely feedback. It tells you that a particular approach didn't work, prompting you to analyze why it didn't work and what alternative strategies might be more effective. Van Deusen doesn't fear failure. He expects it as part of the process of elimination in his logical deductions. Adopt this resilience. Each setback becomes a data point, guiding you closer to the eventual solution, refining your understanding of the problem's nuances. Fourth, seek out examples of human achievement that defy conventional wisdom. Immerse yourself in stories of individuals who overcame impossible odds, whether in science, art, sports, or personal struggles. These narratives serve as powerful antidotes to the fixed mindset, demonstrating time and again that perceived limitations are often merely temporary illusions waiting to be dispelled by human spirit and intellect. They reinforce the idea that what one person has achieved, others can at least aspire to, and often surpass. This brings us to the thrilling culmination of our introductory chapter, the setting of the ultimate challenge, the stage for Professor Van Deusen's audacious experiment. Against the backdrop of the inescapable Kishon prison and the high-stakes wager that binds him to its fate. Picture Kishon prison in your mind's eye. It is not merely a building. It is a fortress, a symbol of absolute, uncompromising security, built in an era when architecture itself was a statement of power and control. Imagine walls of incredible thickness, custom and reinforced concrete, rising menacingly towards a perpetually gray sky. Its windows are narrow slits, barred with iron, offering no tempting glimpse of the outside world. Its doors are massive, crafted from layers of solid, oak, and heavy steel, secured with complex-looking mechanisms that were, for their time, considered state-of-the-art and impervious to tampering. Every corridor is monitored, Every yard is overseen by vigilant guards, whose routines are designed to be unpredictable, whose deeds are sharp and unforgiving. Kishon prison was built with one single, explicit purpose: to hold. It was designed to be escape-proof, a place from which no one, no matter how cunning or resourceful, could ever hope to emerge without official release. Its reputation was legendary, a chilling testament to the finality it represented for those incarcerated within its grim confines. It stood as a formidable, almost sentient entity, embodying the very concept of impossible for any prisoner who dared to dream of freedom. And within this formidable institution, there was one cell that epitomized this impossibility more than any other. Cell 13, a name that would soon become synonymous with an ultimate test of human intellect. The high-stakes wager that places Professor Van Dusen in this fearsome environment arises from what initially seems like a casual, intellectual debate at a dinner party. The conversation, sparked by a discussion of criminal psychology and penal systems, veers towards the topic of prison breaks. One of the guests, a prominent warden or perhaps a seasoned detective, boasts about the impracticable nature of Kishon prison, particularly its notorious self-serving. He speaks with an air of absolute certainty, challenging anyone to find a flaw in its design or a weakness in its system. It is in this moment, amidst the clinking of glasses and the murmur of polite society, that Professor Van Dusen, with his quiet intensity and his unwavering belief in illogical supremacy, makes his bold declaration. It doesn't just disagree. He states, with characteristic precision, that any system designed by human hands must, by its very nature, contain a logical flaw, an oversight, a loophole that can be exploited by sufficient to lay rigorous salt. This isn't bravado for him. It's a statement of scientific principle. His challenge is not born of a desire for fame, but from a fundamental need to validate his philosophical stance. To prove that his mantra, nothing is impossible, holds true even in the most fiscally restrictive environments. The terms of the wager are stark and unambiguous. Van Dusen will voluntarily allow himself to be imprisoned in cell 13 of Kishon prison. He will be stripped of all his possessions, allow no external assistance, and must rely solely on his intellect and whatever resources he can discern or create from within the confines of the cell and the prison itself. His challenge is to escape, not just from his cell, but from the entire prison, and to reappear in the outside world within a week. The stakes are monumental. If he succeeds, it proves his theory, humiliating the authorities and establishing this intellectual dominance beyond doubt. If he fails, he remains a prisoner, effectively discrediting his life's philosophy and condemning himself to an uncertain future. It's a gamble of his reputation, his freedom, and the very core of his intellectual identity. Let's look at a real-world storytelling example of extraordinary escapes and the thrill of such monumental challenges. While not a voluntary wager, the story of the 1962 Alcatraz escape, often dramatized, captures the essence of prisoners pitting their ingenuity against an inescapable fortress. Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers, confined within what was considered the most secure prison in America, spent months meticulously planning and executing their escape. They used spoons to widen air vents, created papier-mâché dummy hats to fool guards, and fashioned a makeshift raft from raincoats of mattress. much like Kishon prison, was designed to be escape-proof, surrounded by treacherous currents and freezing water. Yet, these men, driven by the ultimate stake of their freedom, found a way to exploit tiny weaknesses, to improvise with limited resources, and to challenge the very premise of the prison's invincibility. Whether they survived the waters or not, the attempt itself shattered the myth of Alcatra's absolute security. This example resonates because it speaks to the primal human desire for freedom and the incredible lengths to which the mind will go when faced with seemingly insurmountable barriers. It highlights that even in the most controlled environments, the human spirit, coupled with relentless ingenuity, can find a crack in the edifice of impossibility. From a psychological perspective, the high-stakes wager and the setting of Kishon prison matter immensely because they tap into fundamental human motivators: the thrill of risk, the profound desire for self-validation, and the catalytic power of an external challenge. The very act of entering a known inescapable prison voluntarily amplifies the stakes, creating a narrative tension that is inherently captivating. It's a classic man against system scenario, but elevated by the specific nature of Anderson's philosophical claim. The motivation isn't merely to escape, it's to prove a principle. This elevates the challenge beyond mere survival to an intellectual crusade. For the listener, this taps into our innate admiration for audacity and genius. We are drawn to individuals who dare to challenge established norms, who refuse to accept conventional wisdom. The impossible nature of Kishon prison acts as a psychological amplifier, making any potential success all the more impressive and any failure all the more dramatic. The wager also introduces an element of intense commitment. Once the challenge is accepted, there is no turning back. This commitment, fueled by reputation and philosophy, provides an immense psychological drive, forcing Anderson to engage with the problem on every conceivable level, leaving no stone unturned, no logical path unexplored. It's the ultimate crucible for his intellectual conviction. So, how can we practically apply the lessons from this high-stakes scenario and the seemingly inescapable prison to our own lives? Dear listener, first step, learn to set ambitious, yet calculated goals. Anderson's goal isn't just to escape prison. It's to escape from self-13 of Kishon prison within a specific time frame, under specific conditions. When approaching your own challenges, don't just set big aspirations. Define your goals with precision, including the desired outcome, the constraints, and the timeline. This clarity provides a mental framework, much like the detailed blueprint of Kishon prison, which you can then meticulously analyze for weaknesses and opportunities. Second, understand the psychology of calculated risk. Anderson isn't recklessly throwing himself into danger. It is making a calculated risk based on his core belief in the universality of logic. Before embarking on a challenging endeavor, conduct your own internal risk assessment. What are the potential downsides? What are the potential upsides? What is the likelihood of success based on your current understanding? What resources, mental, emotional, practical do you possess? By understanding and quantifying the risks, you can make more informed decisions, mitigating potential pitfalls while still pursuing ambitious aims. This isn't about avoiding risk entirely, but about taking smart risks. Third, embrace the power of external challenges and accountability. While Anderson's challenge is extreme, the principle holds true. Having an external benchmark, a public declaration, or a specific deadline can dramatically increase motivation and commitment. If you have a significant personal or professional goal, consider sharing it with trusted friends or mentors, setting up a system of accountability, or even attaching a personal wager not necessarily monetary to it. The psychological pressure of a defined challenge, even a self-imposed one, can often push you beyond perceived limits and unlock hidden reserves of determination. Fourth, prepare for monumental challenges by developing a robust internal framework. Van Dusen enters Kishon prison with no tools, but he possesses the most powerful tool of all, a finely honed mind and an unbreakable logical framework. Before tackling your own Kishon prison, be it a complex project, a daunting personal transformation, or a significant learning curve, invest in building your own intellectual and emotional resilience. This means cultivating critical thinking skills, developing emotional regulation strategies, building a strong knowledge base, and fostering an unwavering belief in your own capacity to learn and adapt. The external environment may be restrictive, but your internal landscape must be expansive and resilient. As we conclude this foundational chapter, dear listener, we stand at the threshold of an extraordinary narrative. We've introduced you to Professor Van Dusen, the thinking machine, a man whose quiet brilliance and unwavering belief that nothing is impossible sets him apart. We've laid bare the philosophical core of his existence and juxtaposed it against the grim, unyielding reality of Kishon prison, an architectural embodiment of impossibility itself. And we've highlighted a monumental wager, a battle of wits and will, where Van Dusen stakes his very freedom and reputation to prove his life's work. This isn't just a story of a man escaping a prison. It is a profound exploration of the human mind's capacity to overcome, to innovate, and to redefine the boundaries of what is considered achievable. It is an invitation to question your own definitions of impossible and to consider the hidden potential within yourself. What happens when pure, unadulterated logic confronts the most formidable physical barrier? How does one begin to unravel a problem designed to be insoluble, with no external aid, no tools, save for the power of thought? In our next chapter, we will plunge directly into the heart of the problem. We will witness Professor Van Dusen's initial moments within the cold, isolated confines of self-13, stripped bare of all his possessions, seemingly devoid of any advantage. We will observe his meticulous, systematic approach to a problem that most would dismiss as utterly hopeless. Get ready to embark on a thrilling journey of observation, deduction, and intellectual fortitude as the problem of self-13 truly begins to unfold. The game is afoot, and the greatest mind of his age is about to begin his meticulous dissection of the impossible. Introduction with the thinking machine. Welcome, dear listener, to the second chapter of our intellectual adventure, a journey that will challenge your perceptions and sharpen your mind. Today, we delve into the very heart of our story, meeting the protagonist, who is not merely a character, but a profound embodiment of pure reasoning. Professor Augustus F. X. Van Dusen. Our aim is to establish a foundational understanding of this extraordinary individual, to truly grasp the essence of what makes him, and this narrative, so compelling. From this moment forward, consider me your guide through the labyrinthine corridors of logic, as we observe a mind unlike any other, one that operates with the unwavering precision of a finely tuned machine. Our journey begins by introducing you to a mind so exceptional, so singularly devoted to the principles of logic that it earned him the almost mythical moniker, the thinking machine. This is not a man who dabbles in intellect. He lives and breathes it, a true titan in the realm of reason. From my perspective, as your narrator, I present Professor Van Dusen not just as a figure in a story, but as a living philosophical treatise, a walking, talking testament to the power of methodical thought. He is a kind of individual who, once encountered, inevitably alters your understanding of what human intelligence can achieve, stripped of its conventional biases and emotional clutter, operating solely on the unshakable bedrock of a fiber fact. Think of those rare individuals throughout history whose reputations precede them, whose names evoke immediate recognition and a sense of awe. Perhaps an Einstein or Da Vinci. Figures who seemed to possess a cognitive architecture fundamentally different from the rest of humanity. Professor Van Dusen belongs to this rarefied echelon, though this genuineness manifests in a more immediate, almost confrontational way, challenging assumptions with every precise pronouncement. His very presence in any academic or scientific gathering was enough to hush the room, not out of fear, but out of a profound respect for the intellectual reader he represented, a silent acknowledgement that sloppy thinking simply would not survive in his vicinity. He wasn't merely brilliant. He was a phenomenon, a living syllogism who approached every problem, no matter how trivial or profound, with the same unwavering demand for absolute, unassailable proof. Psychologically speaking, why does a character of such towering, almost intimidating intellect captivate us so profoundly? He taps into a primal human fascination with genius, doesn't it? We are drawn to those who can see patterns where we see chaos, who can unravel mysteries that confound the masses. It's an aspirational pull, a silent question within us asking, could I too think with such clarity, such unwavering precision? This admiration stems from our inherent desire for understanding, for control over a world that often feels arbitrary and unpredictable. A character like Van Dusen offers the comforting illusion, or perhaps the tantalizing possibility, that the universe, with all its complexities, is ultimately decipherable, that every enigma has a rational key, if only one possesses the right mind to find it. He represents the ultimate problem solver, a beacon of intellectual might in the face of bewildering circumstances. Now, how can we, as listeners, begin to cultivate even a fraction of that logical prowess in our own lives, moving beyond mere admiration to practical application? The initial step, and arguably the most crucial, is to embrace a mindset of relentless observation and critical questioning. It means consciously challenging your first impulse, your knee-jerk reaction, and instead asking, what are the undeniable facts here? What assumptions I am not making? Is there another way to interpret this data? For example, when faced with a common misconception or widely accepted truth, resist the urge to simply agree. Instead, pause. Examine the underlying premises. Ask yourself if the conclusion logically follows from the evidence presented, or if there are missing pieces, unexamined variables, or leaps of faith masquerading as deduction. It's about slowing down your mental processes just enough to allow you reason to catch up, to dissect the problem with the meticulousness of a surgeon, rather than relying on the blunt instruments of intuition or habit. This isn't about becoming emotionless, but about ensuring that emotions don't cloud the clarity of your reasoning. Let us now delve deeper into the professor's peculiar persona, for his external appearance was as distinctive as his internal workings, creating a fascinating contrast. Imagine, if you will, a man of diminutive stature, almost dwarfed by his surroundings, yet possessing an enormous head that seemed disproportionately large for his frail frame. His hair was often described as resembling a tangled, windswept bush, adding to his generally disheveled, unkempt appearance. But it was his eyes, often watery and magnified by thick spectacles, that truly offered a window into his restless intellect. They weren't the piercing eyes of a hawk, but rather those of a microscopic observer, constantly scanning, analyzing, absorbing every minute detail of his environment. His gait was often an awkward shuffle, his clothes perpetually rumbled, as if the physical world was a bothersome, secondary concern to the intricate gears turning within his cranium. He was, in essence, a living caricature of the absent-minded professor, yet beneath that eccentric exterior resided a mental powerhouse, an engine of pure thought that hummed with unparalleled efficiency. His absolute, unshakable faith in logic wasn't merely a philosophical stance. It was the operating system of his entire being. He possessed an almost sacred reverence for the immutable truth that 2 and 2 make 4, a phrase he'd uttered not as a platitude, but as a foundational axiom of the universe, a statement of absolute certainty that formed the bedrock of all his deductions. For Professor Van Dusen, there was no room for guesswork, no tolerance for intuition, and certainly no patience for emotional reasoning. He believed, with every fiber of his being, that every problem, no matter how convoluted or seemingly inexplicable, had a logical solution waiting to be discovered, provided one approached it with rigorous, systematic thought. He wouldn't hypothesize. He would deduce. He wouldn't guess. He would prove. It was this unwavering intellectual discipline that set him apart, making him both revered and, at times, exasperating to those less mentally disciplined. To illustrate this rigid adherence to logic, consider a scenario where his bizarre appearance might lead someone to profoundly underestimate him. Imagine a bustling social gathering, perhaps a university reception, where a pompous, self-assured academic, accustomed to holding court, might dismiss the small, spectacled professor as little more than a peculiar background fixer. This individual might be pontificating on a complex issue, perhaps a scientific dilemma or a historical mystery, offering eloquent but ultimately unsubstantiated theories. Suddenly, a soft, almost ready voice cuts through the hum of belonging. Of course, to Van Dusen, he wouldn't raise his voice or engage in a shouting match. Instead, with a few precise, surgically delivered questions, he would dismantle the elaborate edifice of the speaker's argument, not with rudeness, but with an unassailable demonstration of flawed logic, pointing out the non-sequiturs, the missing data, the forces hidden beneath the impressive vocabulary. The effect would be immediate and humbling, leaving the once confident speaker sputtering, stripped bare by the cold light of pure reason, while Van Dusen would simply adjust his spectacles and murmur wearily, "My dear fellow, 2 and 2 make 4. From a psychological perspective, this contrast between outer appearance and inner genius is deeply significant. It speaks to our inherent human tendency to judge by superficialities, to make snap assessments based on what we see rather than what truly lies beneath. We are wired to categorize, to make quick judgments, and often an unusual appearance triggers an automatic, often negative bias. Yet, a character like Van Dusen forces us to confront this bias directly, demonstrating that true power, true insight, resides not in our conformity or conventional attractiveness, but in the internal workings of the mind. Furthermore, his absolute faith in logic provides both comfort and a degree of terror. Comfort, because it suggests a world that is ultimately understandable, where problems can be solved and order can be imposed. Terror, because it hints at a cold, dispassionate universe where emotions, personal feelings, and subjective experiences hold little sway against the unyielding force of objective truths. It challenges our very humanity, prompting us to consider the limits and benefits of such an extreme intellectual stance. So, how can we practically apply this lesson in our own lives? The most important step is to consciously practice looking beyond superficialities. This means actively resisting the urge to form immediate judgments based on someone's appearance, accent, or even their initial demeanor. Instead, make a concerted effort to listen, to observe their actions, and to engage with the substance of their ideas. In problem solving, it means stripping away the emotional baggage that often accompanies difficult situations. When faced with a challenging decision, try to mentally step back, remove your personal biases, and ask yourself if an entirely dispassionate, purely logical entity were to analyze this situation, what would it conclude? It's about cultivating an inner Van Dusen, an objective observer who can dissect a problem into its constituent parts, identify the facts, and follow them to their logical conclusion, regardless of how uncomfortable or counterintuitive that conclusion might initially feel. This practice of intellectual detachment, even for brief periods, can lead to remarkably clearer insights and more effective solutions. As we progress through this audiobook, I want you to understand that we are not merely listening to a story. We are participating in an intellectual game of chess. This is the tone, the very essence, of what we are about to experience. It's a game not of speed or brute force, but of careful calculation, strategic foresight, and the relentless pursuit of logical advantage. The narrative unfolds not with sudden explosions or dramatic revelations that defy explanation, but with a deliberate, almost serene unfolding of events, each piece placed with precision, each move calculated to set up the next, leading inexorably towards a conclusion dictated solely by the rules of reason. There are no deus ex machina moments here. Every outcome is earned through mental exertion. Every twist a consequence of earlier, carefully considered actions. Why the metaphor of chess? You might ask. Because chess perfectly encapsulates the professor's approach to life and problem solving. It is a world where chance has no dominion, where every action has a direct, predictable reaction, where victory belongs not to the lucky, but to the one who can see the most moves ahead, who understands the intricate interplay of cause and effect. Just as in a game of chess, every element in this narrative, every seemingly insignificant detail, holds potential strategic value. We, the listeners, are invited to be more than passive observers. We are encouraged to be active participants, to ponder the moves, to anticipate the counter-moves, to engage our own minds in the grand deductive challenge presented by Professor Van Dusen. It's an invitation to sharpen your own strategic thinking, to look for the underlying logic in every unfolding event, much like a grandmaster analyzing a complex board. For storytelling example of this chess match tone, consider the initial setup of the challenge itself. It's not presented as a sudden, impulsive dare, but as a meticulously crafted proposition, played out with all the formality of a scientific experiment. The problem of cell 13 is not merely a predicament but a precisely defined set of parameters, a chance to intellect that mirrors the structured environment of a chessboard. The present cell becomes the board, its walls and parts immovable pieces, and the professor's mind the grandmaster, contemplating the impossible escape. Each rule, each constraint, is like a limitation on a chess piece, defining its movements and its strategic possibilities. The atmosphere is one of profound intellectual engagement, a quiet tension born not of fear, but of the immense mental effort required to overcome a seemingly insurmountable barrier through sheer cunning and logic alone. Psychologically, why are humans so drawn to puzzles and intellectual challenges, especially those framed as a game of chess? It stems from our innate desire for mastery, for the satisfaction that comes from confronting a complex problem and bringing order to chaos. The act of solving a puzzle or understanding a clever deduction releases a surge of dopamine, providing a powerful sense of accomplishment and validating our cognitive abilities. It's a low-stakes way to test and flex our mental muscles, to prove to ourselves that we are capable of analytical thought, of creative problem solving. This engagement with intellectual games also fosters a sense of mental agility, a sharpening of focus and concentration that can be immensely gratifying. We enjoy being challenged because it allows us to grow, to push the boundaries of our own understanding, and to experience the pure joy of mindfully engaged. So, how can you practically apply this game of chess approach to your own life's challenges? Start by reframing your problems. Instead of seeing them as insurmountable obstacles, visualize them as a chessboard. Identify the key pieces. What are the variables at play? Who are the stakeholders? What are the resources you handle pieces and what are the limitations, the rules of the game? Then, critically, force yourself to think several steps ahead. Don't just consider the immediate consequence of your next action. Ask yourself, if I do X, what will happen next? And if that happens, what will be the response? What are the potential counter-moves from others or from the situation itself? This disciplined approach to foresight, anticipating both direct and indirect consequences, allows you to strategize more effectively, to avoid pitfalls, and to navigate complex situations with a much greater degree of control and confidence. It's about moving from reactive problem solving to proactive strategic planning. And now, to the inciting incident that propels our narrative forward, the crucial wager that sets the stage for Professor Van Deusen's ultimate test, his academic colleagues. These were not mere acquaintances, but fellow luminaries, men of sharp intellect in their own right, accustomed to the rarefied air of scientific discourse and theoretical debate. They were, however, perhaps a touch more grounded in conventional thinking, perhaps a bit more susceptible to the comforting limitations of established reality. The challenge they presented to the professor was born out of a spirited discussion, a debate over the very limits of human intellect when pitted against seemingly impregnable physical constraints. Could a man, relying solely on his wits, escape from a modern, maximum security prison cell, Their skepticism was palpable, their challenge audacious. The wager itself was elegantly simple, yet profoundly difficult. The professor was to be locked within one of the most secure cells in the local penitentiary, stripped of all personal belongings, and left with nothing but the clothes on his back and the unparalleled computing power of his own brain. The rules were unequivocally clear. No offside help whatsoever. No smuggled tools. No accomplices. No prearranged escape routes. He would be entirely isolated, relying solely on his capacity for observation, deduction, and ingenuity to find a way out. The stakes were not monetary, but far more valuable to men of their caliber: intellectual pride, academic reputation, and the very philosophical question of whether mind could truly triumph over matter in such an absolute sense. It was a test of the highest order, a gauntlet thrown down by a man who respected the professor's genius but perhaps doubted his practical limits in the face of such an absolute physical barrier. They scoffed politely, perhaps, but scoffed nonetheless at the notion of pure thought overcoming reinforced steel and solid concrete. To give you a real-world storytelling example of such a wager, picture the scene vividly. The hallowed halls of a university club, perhaps after a particularly stimulating but challenging lecture on the limits of human ingenuity. Cigars might be lit, port wine poured, and the conversation, fueled by intellectual rivalry, naturally turns to hypothetical impossibilities. One esteemed colleague, perhaps a renowned engineer specializing in structural design, might lean forward, a glint of challenge in his eye, and declare, "Professor Van Dusen, for all your extraordinary mental faculties, there are certain physical realities that even your thinking machine cannot circumvent. Take, for instance, Cell 13 at the state penitentiary, a veritable fortress. No man has ever escaped it. I dare say, even you, with all you allotted, would be utterly stopped." Another, a psychologist, might chime in, "Indeed, Professor, the psychological pressure alone would be enough to break the most astute mind. Rationality has its limits when faced with absolute confinement." It's then, amidst the polite murmurs of agreement, that Van Dusen, with that familiar, almost unsettling calm, would adjust his spectacles and simply state, "On the contrary, gentlemen, 2 and 2 make 4. Every lock has a key, every problem a solution. I shall demonstrate this, should you care to arrange the experiment." The challenge, thus, formally accepted. From a psychological standpoint, the power of a challenge, especially one that tests the very core of one's identity or belief system, is immense. For the colleagues, it was an intellectual sparring match, a chance to test their own beliefs about the boundaries of human capability against a man who seemed to defy them. For Van Dusen, it was an opportunity to validate his entire life's philosophy that logic is indeed the supreme master, capable of solving any problem. Such a challenge taps into our deeply ingrained competitive spirit, our desire to prove ourselves, and our need for self-validation. It pushes individuals beyond their perceived limits, often revealing hidden strengths and unsuspected reserves of ingenuity. The presence of skepticism from his peers only strengthens the resolve of someone like Van Dusen, transforming the challenge from a mere experiment into a profound assertion of his core identity. It's not just about escaping a cell. It's about proving a philosophical truth. For you, the listener, how can you practically apply the lessons from this wager to your own life? The first step is to recognize the importance of clearly defined goals and constraints in problem solving. When you face a daunting task, don't just tackle it head-on. Instead, emulate the structure of this measure. Ask yourself, what exactly is the problem I need to solve? What are the absolute, non-negotiable limitations I'm operating under? What are the resources I do have at my disposal, no matter how meagerly seen? Paradoxically, by rigorously defining these limitations, you often foster greater creativity. When you know you can't use external help or special tools, your mind is forced to think laterally, to reevaluate the potential of existing resources, to find unconventional solutions within the defined boundaries. It's about adopting the mindset of accepting a daunting challenge not as an impossibility, but as an intricately designed puzzle, waiting for the right mind to unravel its complexities, using only the pieces provided. So, here we stand at the precipice of an extraordinary tale. We have been introduced to the singular figure of Professor Augustus S. F. X. Van Dusen, the thinking machine, a man whose bizarre appearance belies a mind of unparalleled logical precision. We understand that this narrative is to be approached not as a conventional thriller, but as an intricate game of chess, demanding our full intellectual engagement. And we have witnessed the laying down of the gauntlet, an academic wager, born of intellectual pride and skepticism, challenging the professor to escape the supposedly impregnable Self-13, relying on nothing but his prodigious intellect. What will happen when pure logic confronts the unyielding reality of steel and stone? Can a mind, however brilliant, truly bend the physical world to its will without external aid? The stage is set, the pieces are in place, and the Grandmaster, Professor Van Dusen, is about to make his first move. Prepare yourselves, for in the next chapter, we will step with him into the confines of Self-13 and the true intellectual game will begin. The problem of Self-13 awaits, and with it, a profound demonstration of the unwavering power of human thought. Chapter 1: The Waiter in the Cell. The genesis of this extraordinary tale, dear listeners, unfurls not in a damp, shadowy alleyway, but within the hollow, its somewhat stuffy confines of academic discourse. Imagined, if you will, an assembly of brilliant minds, the intellects, sharpened by years of study and debate, gathered perhaps along a mahogany table laden with half-empty coffee cups and the remnants of a stimulating luncheon. Amongst them sat Professor Augustus S. F. X. Van Dusen, a man whose physical presence was as unassuming as his intellect was towering. His slight stature, coupled with a peculiar, almost otherworldly gaze behind thick spectacles, belied a mind of unparalleled analytical prowess. He was, to those who knew him, simply the thinking machine. This moniker wasn't born of flattery, but of sheer, undeniable truth, earned through a life of solving riddles that had baffled the most astute detectives and scientists of his era, often with nothing more than his powers of pure reason. It was during one such intellectual sparring session, a casual yet deeply serious discussion of the limits of human ingenuity versus the unyielding might of institutional design, that a fateful wager was laid. The conversation, as it often did when Van Dusen was present, veered towards a seemingly insurmountable. They spoke of the impenetrable fortresses of justice, the steel and stone bastions designed to hold society's most dangerous elements captive. one particularly verbose official, perhaps the state's governor himself, or a particularly confident warden, puffed out his chest and declared, with a definitive wave of his hand, that modern penal institutions had achieved a level of security that rendered escape an absolute impossibility. He elaborated on the meticulous planning, the sophisticated materials, and the rigorous protocols that ensured no prisoner, no matter how clever or desperate, could ever breach their carefully constructed walls. Nonsense, came Van Dusen's quiet, yet utterly irresolute voice, cutting through the self-congratulatory air like a surgeon's scalpel. A hush fell over the room. Everyone knew that when the thinking machine uttered such a pronouncement, it was not mere opinion, but the prelude to profound truth, often delivered with an unsettling calm that forced one to reconsider their most deeply held convictions. Given but an adequate opportunity, and only the clothing upon my back, I contend that any prison constructed by man can be accessed by man, providing his mind remains free and unencumbered by the despair designed to shackle it. A ripple of disbelief, quickly followed by a rush coughing, spread through the room. Any prison professor, challenged Mr. Hutchinson, the sharp-witted journalist from the Daily American, his pen poised, ever ready to capture a sensational quote. He, like the others, have witnessed Van Dusen's genius many times, but this claim seemed audacious even for him, bordering on outright hubris. Even the state penitentiary, even cell 13, the very mention of cell 13 known throughout the state as the ultimate lockup, the place where all hope died, was enough to silence most men. Cell 13, the name hung in the air, heavy with a reputation for being the absolute apex of correctional engineering, a place whispered about with a mixture of fear and grudging respect by those who knew its grim history. It was the deepest, darkest, most secure chamber within the state's most formidable prison, a place where the most desperate criminals were held, often awaiting their final, grim fate. It was a place designed not merely to contain, but to crush hope itself, a stark monument to society's ability to isolate and control. Van Dusen, however, merely adjusted his spectacles, his eyes glinting with an almost impish satisfaction, a flicker of intellectual mischief that few ever saw. Indeed, Mr. Hutchinson, he affirmed, his voice betraying not a hint of bravado, only quiet, unshakable certainty. Given 7 days, and perhaps a few trifling concessions that I shall specify upon my incarceration, I guarantee I shall walk free, and I shall do so not by force, but by thought. The challenge was met with a mixture of amusement and indignation. $1,000 was quickly wagered, a princely sum in those days, enough to represent a serious financial commitment. But for Van Dusen, the true state was not monetary. It was the vindication of his core philosophy, that the human intellect, unburdened by preconception and driven by pure, vigorous logic, could overcome any physical barrier, no matter how imposing. It was a wager on the very essence of problem-solving, a test of the mind's ultimate sovereignty over its material constraints. Could the mind truly be freer than the body it inhabited, even when that body was encased in iron and stone, subjected to the most intense scrutiny? The stage was thus set, not just for an escape, but for a profound experiment into the very nature of freedom and ingenuity. The terms were clear: 1 week, self-13, and only the clothes he wore. The seemingly insignificant requests for tooth powder money and polished shoes would come later, adding a layer of bewildering intrigue to an already sensational proposition. This foundational wager wasn't just a convenient plot device. It was a psychological crucible, a philosophical gauntlet thrown down by Van Dusen. It highlighted humanity's innate desire to test the limits, to challenge authority, and to prove the boundless power of the mind over mere matter. Think, for a moment, about the ancient Greek myths of Daedalus and Icarus. Daedalus imprisoned Minos in the very labyrinth he designed. Didn't despair. He used his intellect to invent wings, transcending his physical prison through an act of profound innovation and ingenuity. The wager with Show 13 is a modern echo of this timeless narrative, a testament to the idea that true confinement lies not in walls of stone, but within the self-imposed limitations of one's own imagination and conventional thinking. It matters because it speaks directly to the universal human spirit of perseverance, the thrilling potential of creative problem-solving when confronted with seemingly insurmountable odds, and that inherent drive to overcome. It asks us, in essence, where do the true boundaries of possibility lie? Now, for you, the listener, how might this initial setup apply to your own personal or professional challenges? When you face a self-13 in your life, be it a seemingly unbreakable problem at work, a daunting personal task, or an overwhelming emotional obstacle, consider Van Dusen's initial stance. Do you immediately accept the declared impossibility of the situation, allowing the sheer scale of the challenge to paralyze you? But do you, like the professor, quietly challenge the premise itself? Step 1 in your own problem-solving journey. Refuse to accept the conventional wisdom that something is definitively impossible. Question the assumptions that underpin the declaration of impossibility. Step 2. Meticulously define and understand the absolute minimum resources you have available, your clothing on your back. What genuine assets, skills, or pieces of information do you truly possess, even if they seem insignificant at first glance? Step 3. Clearly identify the wager, what exactly is at stake if you succeed, and what are the consequences if you fail. The clearer your motivation, the stronger your resolve will be to find an unconventional path forward. This initial mental framing is absolutely crucial. It shifts you from a reactive victim of circumstances to a proactive, ingenious solver of problems, much like the thinking machine itself. The scene then dramatically shifts from the intellectual comfort of a discussion to the stark, unforgiving reality of the present itself. Imagine the clang of the heavy iron gates, the dull thud of thick outdoors closing behind them, each sound echoing the chilling finality of their destination, sealing off the outside world. Professor Van Dusen, accompanied by the skeptical warden and the retinue of grim-faced guards and curious officials, including the ever-present Mr. Hutchinson, who scribbled furiously in his notebook, was led directly to the security wing. The air grew colder, the light dimmer, and the silence heavier with each echoing step deeper into the penitentiary stone walls, a descent into a world where freedom was merely a distant, impossible dream. Upon arrival at the very threshold of his temporary dwelling, so affecting the professor was subjected to a procedure known in the penal system as processing. But in this case, it was elevated to an art form of thoroughness. It was not merely a strip search. It was a meticulously orchestrated act of intentional dehumanization, designed not only to remove every last vestige of external aid but, perhaps more subtly, to break the spirit before it even had a chance to contemplate resistance or harbor any shadow of hope. Picture this vivid scene. Professor Van Dusen, a man accustomed to the pristine environment of his laboratory, the quiet dignity of academic life, and the respectful deference of his students, now standing before a panel of stone, green-faced guards. His clothes, every single stitch, was systematically removed. His tweed jacket, his air-light waistcoat, his trousers, his shirt, each atom was not merely taken but thoroughly inspected, turned inside out. Since probed with practiced fingers, pockets felt for any hidden compartments, linings meticulously scrutinized. Were there any clandestine pockets sewn into the fabric? Any clever, almost invisible compartments that might hold a tiny tool or a crucial note? The guards were seasoned professionals, trained to detect the smallest deviation, the most ingenious concealment. Their eyes scanning for anything amiss. Even the spectacles, which seemed so innocuous, were carefully examined. Their frames checked for hollow spaces, their lenses for concealed messages or microtools, their hinges for any potential for disassembly. His tie, his belt, his shoelaces, nothing was overlooked. Each item was a potential hiding place, a potential weapon. Then came the physical inspection of the professor himself. A medical officer, or perhaps the warden's own trusted sergeant, meticulously ran his hands over every inch of Van Dusen's body. His thinning hair was ruffled and felt, his ears examined with a probing finger, his mouth peered into with a flashlight. Every bodily crevice, every fingernail, every space between his toes was subjected to scrutiny, leaving no stone unturned in their quest for hidden contraband. This wasn't just about finding potential tools. It was about asserting absolute, undeniable control, making it unequivocally clear that an individual had been stripped bare, both literally and figuratively, of all external power, agency, and privacy. It was an inventory of utter, total vulnerability, a ritualistic act of psychological disempowerment. Through this invasive and rather humiliating process, the warden stood by, a smart bang on his lips, his arms often crossed over his imposing chest, radiating an almost palpable air of satisfaction. His posture, his gaze, his every gesture radiated an almost palpable confidence, an unshakable belief in the impregnability of his domain and the futility of Van Dusen's endeavor. No man has ever escaped from cell 13, Professor, he might have murmured, his voice dripping with condescension, a sneer barely disguised, and I assure you, no man ever will. We have seen all the tricks. We have foiled every attempt, and yours would be no different. His confidence wasn't just a personal trait. It was a reflection of the entire system's belief in its own perfection, its unassailable design. He saw Van Dusen not as a brilliant intellect posing a legitimate challenge, but as an eccentric academic deluding himself, destined to fail just like all the desperate, less intelligent men who had come before him. He saw this entire episode as an opportunity to reinforce the prison's fearsome reputation, to publicly demonstrate the utter futility of resistance against his might. The scene, so vividly painted in the narrative, carries immense psychological weight. It's a stark illustration of the power dynamics at play, a ritualistic humbling of this individual before the overwhelming might of this institution. Think of it as a psychological battle already being waged, a pretended strike against the professor's spirit. The institution's strategy is to overwhelm, to intimidate, to dismantle any shred of hope or ingenuity by demonstrating absolute, total control over the physical self. The street search is a carefully orchestrated performance, not just for the professor's benefit, but for the guards, for the officials, and for the public, who would inevitably hear of this sensational challenge. It solidifies the narrative that escape is utterly impossible, reinforcing the mental cage even before the physical one is locked. A compelling real-world parallel to such an exhaustive, confidence-backed security measure can be found in high-stakes environments, such as top-secret data centers or even certain diplomatic security protocols for handling highly sensitive materials. Imagine, for instance, a facility that stores classified government intelligence of national importance. Before anyone, regardless of their rank or clearance level, can enter a critical secure area, they undergo layers of biometric scans, walk through metal detectors, physical pat-downs, and perhaps even a full-body scan. Personnel might be required to remove all personal items, including watches, rings, and even their own prescription glasses, to prevent the surreptitious introduction of recording devices, tiny tools, or any form of data leakage. The security chief, overseeing this rigorous process, exudes the same unwavering confidence as our warden, knowing full well that their system has been designed with multiple redundancies and fail-safes against the most ingenious and persistent threats. Their assurance isn't just empty bravado. It's born from meticulous planning, constant threat assessment, and a proven track record of preventing breaches. From a psychological perspective, this elaborate pre-incarceration process matters profoundly because it establishes the true baseline of the challenge. The warden's absolute confidence, bordering on outright arrogance, is precisely what Van Dusen intends to exploit as a potential weakness. The more convinced the warden is of his system's infallibility, the less likely he is to consider truly unconventional solutions or to remain vigilant against imaginative, outside-the-box threats. This deeply ingrained overconfidence can often lead to critical blind spots. It's a classic psychological phenomenon where repeated success breeds complacency, and established protocols become rigid rather than adaptable, fluid guidelines. For Van Dusen, this exceptionally thorough search confirms that no ordinary means of escape will be available, but it also subtly reveals the mental framework of his captors. They are thinking strictly within the confines of conventional threats, conventional tools, and conventional methods of egress. For you, the listener, how can you effectively apply this understanding to your own life and endeavors? Practical application steps begin with a thorough, objective inventory of your own challenges and the systems designed to contain them. When you are trying to achieve a difficult goal or solve a complex problem, first, meticulously understand the security measures and constraints that are being imposed upon you, either by external forces, rules, regulations, competitors, or by your own ingrained habits and limiting beliefs. Step 1. Identify all the rules, both spoken and unspoken, that govern your situation. What are the established boundaries? Step 2. Understand the mindset of the world and the prevailing assumptions, the established norms, the conventional wisdom that dictates what is considered possible or impossible within that system. What coveted biases might be at play amongst those who define the rules. Step 3. Recognize that extreme confidence in a system, whether it's a project management methodology, a marketing strategy, a scientific paradigm, or even a personal routine, can often mask hidden vulnerabilities. Look for the cracks in perceived perfection. Your thoroughness in understanding the true rules of the game and the mindset of those who enforce them will be your crucial first step towards finding a way to rewrite those rules or, more subtly, to play an entirely different game altogether. Once the exhaustive and rather humiliating strip search was complete, and the professor was deemed utterly bereft of any external aid or personal belongings, he was led towards cell 13 itself. This wasn't merely a walk down a corridor. It was a deliberate descent into a specific, designed environment of despair. Cell 13 wasn't just a cell within the prison. It was the cell, a grim monument to human confinement, purposefully constructed to be the absolute pinnacle of inescapable incarceration. Imagine the oppressive journey. The air grows noticeably heavier, laden with the metallic scent of damp stone, the stale odor of generations of confined despair, and perhaps a faint, lingering scent of disinfectant drying, and failing to mask the deeper, more unsettling smells. The footsteps of the guards echo naturally loudly in the profound, almost sacred silence of the dead's growing, a silence broken only by the distant, disembodied sounds of the prison, a clang of metal, a muffled shout, the almost imperceptible drip of water from some unseen pipe, all serving to amplify the sense of isolation. The corridor leading to cell 13 is narrower, darker, the walls seemingly thicker, imbued with a grim history and countless desperate, failed hopes of every soul who has ever been forced through them. The lighting is sparse, often a single, bare ball casting long, dancing shadows that seem to stretch and contort like spectral fingers reaching out from the cold stone, adding to the psychological oppression. Then, there it is, cell 13. It stands apart, physically and reputationally. It is not just one overall of cells. It's often described as being at the very end of a corridor, or perhaps in a secluded, separate annex, emphasizing its special status as the ultimate holding pen, a place reserved for only the most intractable or the most doomed. The door itself is a masterpiece of unyielding engineering, not merely solid steel, but reinforced with multiple layers of hardened metal, secured by an array of heavy-duty, meticulously crafted bolts and a formidable clanking lock that sounds like the very jaws of oblivious snapping shut, sealing of life away. The viewing slit, if one exists, is deliberately narrow, heavily reinforced, and positioned to offer only the most restricted, distorted view inward, denying any meaningful human connection or realistic hope of external interaction. Inside, the conditions were intentionally grim, designed to break the spirit as much as to contain the body. The walls were undoubtedly fake, unyielding concrete or of stone, often cold to the touch, frequently damp with condensation, and bearing the faint, indelible marks of countless desperate, failed attempts at escape, scratches, faint etchings, perhaps even the faded, despairing scribbles or tally marks of previous occupants counting down the final days. There were no windows offering a true glimpse of the outside world, no sliver of sky, no competing ray of natural light. If there was a window at all, it would be a tiny, heavily barred aperture, set high on the wall, so narrow and so obscure as to offer no practical means of seeking out, let alone reaching or manipulating. The furnishings were stocked in their brutality, reflecting the prison's intent to strip away all comfort and dignity. A hard, narrow cot, likely bolted directly to the floor, without a mattress, or perhaps with only the thinnest, most unyielding pad imaginable. A crude bucket, serving as a sole sanitary facility, an intimate and constant reminder of the systematic stripping away of basic human dignity. There might be a small, rough wooden stool, equally secure to the floor, or perhaps nothing at all beyond the cot and the bucket, leaving the occupant with absolutely no personal space or comfort. There were no shelves, no hooks, no loose fixtures, nothing whatsoever that could possibly be repurposed as a tool, a lever, or a means of communication. The floor, too, would be cold, hard, unyielding, unforgiving concrete, reflecting the stark reality of the confinement. The air in cell 13 would be stagnant, heavy, devoid of fresh circulation, amplifying the pervasive sense of isolation and sensory deprivation. Sounds from the outside world would be muffled, distorted, making them seem distant and unreal, further severing the occupants from any genuine sense of connection to humanity. Conversely, sometimes the very isolation amplifies the smallest internal sounds, the beat of one's own heart, the rush of blood in one's ears, the non-echo of one's own thoughts, turning the mind inward upon itself in a potentially tormenting way. This entire environment was purposefully constructed to be a profound psychological torment, a place where the mind, denied stimulation and hope, would eventually turn in upon itself, systematically surrendering to an all-encompassing despair. To fully comprehend the full impact of such a place, consider the real world example of Alcatraz's infamous D block or the hole. These were solitary confinement cells, notorious for their harsh, dehumanizing conditions. Prisoners sent to the hole were often stripped of most of their clothes, given only a thin mattress at night, which was often removed during the day, and endure complete sensory deprivation, no light, minimal sound, and absolutely no human contact. The walls were cold, thick, and unforgiving, the air stale and heavy. It wasn't just about physical restraint. It was about psychological obliteration. The aim was to break the wall, to extinguish any remaining spark of defiance or hope. Many prisoners emerged from the hole profoundly changed, often bearing deep psychological scars that lasted a lifetime. Cell 13, by its very description, evoked this precise level of calculated cruelty, designed not just to hold a body, but to utterly imprison and potentially crush a human spirit psychologically. The grim conditions of cell 13 matter immensely because they directly challenge the professor's core assertion that the mind remains free, even if the body is shackled. This environment is specifically crafted to erode mental resilience systematically. The lack of natural light disrupts circadian rhythms, leading to profound disorientation, fatigue, and a loss of temporal awareness. The sensory deprivation can induce profound anxiety, hallucinations, or even psychotic breaks. The dehumanizing aspects, the bucket at the toilet, the lack of privacy, the sheer coldness and hardness of everything are designed to strip away self-worth, diminish identity, and foster an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. For most individuals, these relentless conditions would systematically dismantle their capacity for complex thought, let alone creative problem solving. It's a battleground for the mind, where the prison intends to win by psychological attrition, slowly but surely eroding the very will to resist. The very air of despair is, in this context, a potent weapon. So, how can you, the listener, apply this understanding in your own life? Practical application steps involve recognizing and actively mitigating the grim conditions that might be eroding your own mental fortitude and resilience. Step 1. Be acutely aware of your environment, both physical and emotional. Is your workspace conducive to sustained productivity and creative thought, or is it cluttered, chaotic, and distracting? Is your home life supportive and nurturing, or does it contribute to chronic stress and anxiety? Step 2. Identify specific elements in your surroundings that might be subtly or overtly draining your mental energy or sense of hope. These could be toxic relationships, an overwhelming influx of negative news, persistent disorganization, or even just the lack of meaningful engagement. Step 3. Actively cultivate and control an environment that explicitly supports your mental freedom and resilience. This might mean deliberately seeking out natural light whenever possible, ensuring moments of quiet contemplation, engaging in regular physical activity, or creating small, consistent rituals that restore your sense of dignity and personal control. Even in the most constrained and seemingly hopeless situations, much like Van Dusen in Self-13, finding concrete, actionable ways to maintain mental clarity, emotional equilibrium, and an unbroken spirit is absolutely paramount. Don't let your own personal Self-13 win by slow psychological attrition. Consciously fight to keep your spirit and your mind unbound and unfettered. It was against this backdrop of institutional certainty and overwhelming fiscal constraints that Professor Van Dusen made his seemingly absurd and utterly baffling requests. As he stood, freshly searched and now clad only in a thin, bare prison uniform, on the very threshold of Self-13, the warden, still radiating his smug confidence, turned to him. "Well, Professor," he drawled, a patronizing smile barely concealing his condescension. "Any last words before we lock you in? Any special requests before you begin your intellectual exercise in futility?" He clearly expected upgrade, perhaps for a book on advanced physics, or a delicate scientific instrument, or some other item befitting a man of intellect facing a long, dull, and utterly hopeless week. Van Dusen, however, met the warden's gaze with his usual disconcerting intensity. His eyes, magnified behind his thick lenses, had no trace of fear or doubt, only a profound, almost mischievous calm that seemed utterly out of place in such a grim setting. He paused, as if deep in thought, not in contemplation of his predicament, but in careful selection of his next moves, that articulated three seemingly disconnected and utterly peculiar requests. "Yes, Warden," he stated, his voice even clear and utterly devoid of emotion. "I shall require 3 items, if you please. Firstly, a tube of ordinary tooth powder. Secondly, $1,000 in gold coin, preferably in denominations of $20 pieces. And finally, a pair of new, highly polished, patent leather shoes." He delivered this list with the same quiet authority he might use to order a cup of tea. A ripple of incredulous silence followed his pronouncement. The warden's smug smile faltered, replaced by a look of utter bewilderment, quickly morphing into thinly veiled amusement, then outright disbelief. Mr. Hutchinson, the journalist, nearly dropped his notebook, his eyebrows shooting up in surprise so dramatically that they almost disappeared into his hairline. Gold points, polished shoes, tooth powder. What earthly, practical use put the man locked in the most secure cell of the state penitentiary, facing a desperate, life-or-death escape attempt, possibly out for such bizarre things? The questions hung unspoken in the heavy air. The conventional interpretations were immediately dismissed by everyone present. Tooth powder for hygiene. In a cell with a cool bucket and no running water, where basic human dignity was systematically stripped away, and personal cleanliness was an impossible luxury. That seemed an utterly frivolous, almost insane concern given the circumstances. $1,000 in gold, perhaps, were out of the question. The prison guards were notoriously incorruptible, and besides, he would be completely isolated. Was he expecting someone to magically come to him? Perhaps he thought he could use the coins to literally buy his way out. The very idea was preposterous in this ironclad environment, bordering on delusion. And polished shoes, vanity, for a man whose freedom was on the line, whose very reputation was at stake. To be concerned with the sheen of his footwear struck everyone as utterly bizarre, almost insane. It was as if he were meticulously preparing for a formal dinner, a high society event, not a desperate fight for liberty and survival from an inescapable cage. The warden, recovering his composure after his initial shock, chuckled dismissively, a sound devoid of genuine humor. Tooth powder, gold, and a shiny shoes, Professor. Are you perhaps planning to dazzle your way out with a sparkling smile, or perhaps polish the prison bars until they simply vanish into thin air? His tone was utterly derisive, reinforcing his deeply held belief that Van Dusen was, at best, an eccentric fool whose mind was finally breaking under pressure, and at worst, a delusional madman, yet bound by the specific terms of the wager and perhaps a touch of morbid curiosity that he tried to suppress. The seemingly innocent items were grudgingly procured and presented to the professor before the heavy door of cell 13 clanged shut. This precise moment is a masterclass in the professor's unique and highly unconventional approach to problem solving. To everyone else present, the warden, the guards, the journalist, these items were either utterly useless, indicative of a profound disconnect from reality, or merely the absurd whims of an eccentric. To Van Dusen, however, they were not just items. They were tools, their true purpose meticulously hidden beneath layers of conventional expectation and a superficial interpretation of their utility. He wasn't asking for a chisel, a lockpick, a blueprint, or a rope. He was asking for the seemingly innocent, the absurd, precisely because their potential lay dormant and completely unexamined in the minds of his captors. They saw what they expected to see, not what truly was. Consider a compelling real-world storytelling example: the legendary ingenuity displayed during the Great Escape during World War II, where Allied prisoners of war, held in German camps, ingeniously repurposed countless everyday items for their elaborate escape plans. A seemingly innocuous wooden chair leg might become a crucial digging tool, painstakingly sharpened to cut off. The discarded mess of a tin can might be painstakingly crafted into a crude compass, essential for navigation through enemy territory. Pigment painstakingly script from a pencil could be used to alter uniforms or forge identification papers. These prisoners didn't ask for a map or a uniform from their captors. They looked at what they already had, or what they could suddenly request or acquire, and saw far beyond this immediate, intended function. They understood that the true nature of a tool is defined by its application, its inherent properties, and the imagination of its user, not merely its conventional label. Similarly, a high-performing financial analyst might look at a complex data set that others in the room see as mere undifferentiated numbers and, through a different, more imaginative lens, identify subtle patterns or anomalies that reveal an entirely new, highly profitable investment opportunity. The raw data is the same for everyone, but the interpretation, the application, the ability to see hidden value is radically different psychologically. Van Dussen's bizarre requests highlight the profound power of lateral thinking, creative reframing, and the ability to challenge deep-seated assumptions. Most people, when confronted with a difficult problem, tend to think linearly, applying established solutions or seeking obvious, conventional tools. Van Dusen, however, operates on an entirely different cognitive plane. He doesn't simply ask, what do I need to break out of this prison? He asks a far more fundamental question: what materials, in their most fundamental physical or mechanical properties, could be adapted to serve an unforeseen purpose within this specific, constrained environment? He sees the abrasive quality of tooth powder, the specific metallic properties and the weight of gold coins, the reflective surface and surprising rigidities of highly polished, patterned leather shoes, not as the conventional uses dictate, but as raw elements waiting to be transformed and weaponized by sheer ingenuity. This cognitive flexibility matters immensely because it directly challenges our inherent biases and our ingrained assumptions about objects and their functions. We are instinctively trained to categorize, to assign a single, fixed purpose to every item, and Van Dusen deliberately breaks free from this mental rigidity. His requests are a direct assault on conventional thinking, a silent declaration that the most potent weapons and the most effective solutions are often the least obvious, the most overlooked. For you, the listener, a practical application steps gleaned from Van Dusen's bizarre requests are invaluable for fostering creative problem solving in your own life, irrespective of the scale of the challenge. Step 1. Deconstruct the obvious. When you encounter a seemingly intractable problem or are faced with a resource that appears utterly useless in its given context, don't simply accept its surface definition or its conventional label. Ask yourself, what are its fundamental properties? What is this item made of at its most basic level? What are its inherent characteristics, e.g., is it abrasive, reflective, conductive, malleable, brittle, liquid, solid, soluble? Break it down to its elemental components. Step 2. Brainstorm alternative functions. Forget the intended, conventional use entirely. How else could this item, or its constituent parts, be employed in an entirely different context? If you desperately need a lever, what around you can effectively act as a lever, even if it's not supposed to be one? If you need to make a specific mark, what besides a pen could possibly achieve that? Allow your mind to wander and connect seemingly disparate concepts. Step 3. Relentlessly challenge your own assumptions and the assumptions of others. Are you limiting yourself by what you've been taught, by societal norms, or by what you've seen others do or attempt? Van Dusen's requests serve as a powerful, enduring reminder that true innovation and groundbreaking solutions often lie in looking far beyond the label, far beyond the obvious, and into the raw, untapped potential of what lies before you. Cultivate a mindset that actively questions the fixedness of objects and ideas, and you too will begin to see hidden pathways and ingenious solutions where others see only impenetrable walls and insurmountable obstacles. So, dear listeners, we've now meticulously laid the foundation for one of the most intriguing intellectual duels in literary history. We've witnessed the audacious wager born from Professor Van Dusen's unwavering, almost mystical faith in the boundless power of the human intellect, a challenge thrown down against the seemingly impenetrable might of institutional certainty and overwhelming physical force. We've observed the meticulous, almost ritualistic strip search specifically designed to strip away every physical advantage, every conventional tool, leaving the professor utterly exposed, vulnerable, yet somehow still utterly composed and mentally unbound. We walked the grim, echoing corridors of death's row and peered into the threatened, claustrophobic confines of Cell 13 itself, a place engineered not just to imprison the body, but to systematically crush the human spirits through psychological attrition. And finally, we puzzled over Van Dusen's utterly bizarre and seemingly nonsensical request. A tube of ordinary tooth powder, $1,000 in gleaming gold coins, and a pair of new, highly polished patent leather shoes, items that, to the conventional mind, make no sense whatsoever in the context of a desperate, life-or-death escape attempt from the most secure cell in the land. The stage is now impeccably set. The terms of the extraordinary bet are crystal clear. The professor is incarcerated, ostensibly utterly helpless, stripped of all conventional tools, and surrounded on all sides by walls of thick steel and unforgiving stone. The warden and the entire world watch all with bated breath, confident that the thinking machine has finally met his match, that the human mind, however brilliant, cannot possibly defy the immutable laws of physics and the iron grip of a perfectly designed, meticulously reinforced prison. But Professor Van Dusen, as we now understand, rarely operates within conventional frameworks or adheres to established expectations. His unparalleled genius lies precisely in his uncanny ability to see possibilities where others see only insurmountable limitations, and finding ingenious solutions in the most unlikely of places, often hidden in plain sight. As our captivating journey continues into the very heart of this perplexing mystery, we will delve deeper into the professor's 7-day ordeal, observing with fascination how he meticulously begins to unravel the very fabric of his confinement, brick by piecing brick, thought by thought. Will his bizarre request ultimately prove to be the unexpected, crucial keys to his freedom, unlocking pathways unseen by others, or will they merely be remembered as the eccentricities of a brilliant mind finally breaking under the unimaginable strain? The challenge is enormous, that all seemingly insurmountable. But as Van Dusen himself would contend, the mind, if truly free and unconstrained by dogma, can indeed overcome anything. Let us, then, prepare to witness the unfolding of a truly remarkable feat of intellect, as we move beyond the elaborate setup and into the intricate, fascinating dance of keen observation, rigorous deduction, and audacious, unconventional action within the seemingly improbable confines of Cell 13. The narrative of the problem of Cell 13 is not just a thrilling tale of escape. It is a profound philosophical inquiry disguised as a meticulously crafted detective story. It asks us, the discerning listeners, to consider what true freedom genuinely means, and whether the physical boundaries of our existence are truly the absolute limits of our potential and ingenuity. Van Deusen's seemingly hopeless predicament forces us, as listeners, to actively engage our own deductive reasoning, to scrutinize every minute detail, and to anticipate the unexpected. The non-obvious is an enduring testament to the boundless power of human ingenuity and relentless determination when pushed to its absolute limits, demonstrating with compelling clarity that the most formidable barriers and the most unbreakable chains are often those we unwittingly erect in our own minds. This deep, detailed exploration of the wager and the sale in this introductory chapter is absolutely essential because it grounds the fantastical premise in a believable, intensely challenging, and psychologically rich reality, thereby amplifying the immense stakes and magnifying the professor's eventual, extraordinary triumph. We are not just invited to join him as passive observers, but as fellow thinkers, eager to unravel the impossible alongside the thinking machine himself. Chapter 2: The First 3 Days. Welcome, dear listener, to a profound exploration of intellect, ingenuity, and the sheer force of will. As we delve deeper into our fascinating narrative, we arrive at a pivotal juncture, a crucible where theory meets reality. Chapter 2: The First 3 Days. Here, we witness the initial, almost bewildering interactions between the enigmatic Professor Van Dusen and the formidable institution designed to contain him. This chapter isn't merely a recounting of events. It's a masterclass in observation, a testament to the power of a mind unburdened by conventional thinking. Our core concept for today, then, is to thoroughly examine the professor's initial observations and the palpable confusion he engenders among the seasoned prison staff. Imagine, if you will, the scene: a man of slight build, encased within the cold, unyielding embrace of Cell 13, yet radiating an almost unsettling tranquility. The guards, the turkeys, even the warden himself, accustomed to the broad emotional spectrum of their charges, the despair, the rage, the pleading, are met instead with an alien calm, an analytical gaze that seems to pierce through the very fabric of their reality. How does one react to a prisoner who doesn't conform to any known architect, whose first act isn't to protest or lament, but to meticulously scrutinize every inch of his new, unwelcome abode? It's a challenge to their authority, certainly, but more fundamentally, it's a challenge to their understanding of human nature itself. They are veterans of confinement, believing they understand the psychology of the incarcerated, only to find their most fundamental assumptions being quietly, almost imperceptibly, dismantled by a man who seems to exist on an entirely different plane of thought. This seasoned defiance is something far more unnerving, an absence of the expected, replaced by an unsettling, almost scientific curiosity. Now, let's embark on a detailed explanation of the key points that define these crucial first 3 days, starting with Professor Van Dusen's incredibly meticulous physical inspection of the cell walls and floor. Picture him, if you can, not as the desperate man, but as a scientist in a new laboratory, albeit one imposed upon him. His small frame, far from being a disadvantage, allows him to maneuver with surprising agility within the current confines. He doesn't merely glance. He truly sees. His hands, almost directly, trace every seam, every rivet, every joint in steel plating. He taps. He listens, gauging the resonance, searching for the slightest hollow sound that might betray a hidden space or weaker point. Do you ever stop to truly observe your surroundings with such intentionality? He gets down on his knees, his keen eyes scanning the floor, searching for any discoloration, any subtle shift in the ground, any minuscule crack that could signify a weakness or a previously disturbed section. He might even press his ear against the cold steel, listening for distant echoes, for the subtle hum of the previous unseen mechanisms. The very air itself becomes a source of information, its temperature fluctuations, its subtle currents hinting at unseen ventilation or external openings. Think about the real-world parallel. Consider an expert art restorer examining a centuries-old masterpiece. They don't just admire the painting. They analyze the brushstrokes, the canvas weave, the layers of varnish, searching for signs of damage, previous repairs, or even forgeries. They use specialized tools, magnifying glasses, UV light, but fundamentally, their greatest tool is their trained eye and their immense patience. Or perhaps imagine a bomb disposal expert faced with a complex device. They don't rush. They observe every wire, every connection, every component, no matter how insignificant it might seem, knowing that one missed detail could have catastrophic consequences. This methodical, painstaking process isn't about speed. It's about absolute thoroughness, about extracting every conceivable piece of information from the environment. From a psychological perspective, what does this level of meticulousness matter so profoundly? It is, first and foremost, a demonstration of extreme focus and discipline. In a situation designed to induce panic and despair, Van Dusen employs pure logic and scientific rigor. This analytical approach serves as a powerful coping mechanism, transforming a terrifying predicament into a solvable problem. It allows him to detach emotionally, preventing the onset of learned helplessness, which is so common in such environments. Furthermore, this deliberate, sensory engagement with his surroundings creates an incredibly detailed mental map of his prison. And finally, we puzzled over Van Dusen's utterly bizarre and seemingly nonsensical requests. A tube of ordinary tooth powder, $1,000 in gleaming gold coins, and a pair of new, highly polished patent leather shoes, items that, to the conventional mind, make no sense whatsoever in the context of a desperate, life-or-death escape attempt from the most secure cell in the land. The stage is now impeccably set. The terms of their extraordinary bet are crystal clear. The professor is incarcerated, ostensibly utterly helpless, stripped of all conventional tools, and surrounded on all sides by walls of thick steel and unforgiving stone. The warden and the entire world watch on with bated breath, confident that the thinking machine has finally met its match, that the human mind, however brilliant, cannot possibly defy the immutable laws of physics and the iron grip of a perfectly designed, meticulously reinforced prison. But Professor Van Dusen, as we now understand, rarely operates within conventional frameworks or adheres to established expectations. His unparalleled genius lies precisely in his uncanny ability to see possibilities where others see only insurmountable limitations, and finding ingenious solutions in the most unlikely of places. often hidden in plain sight. As our captivating journey continues into the very heart of this perplexing mystery, we will delve deeper into the professor's 7-day ordeal, observing with fascination how he meticulously begins to unravel the very fabric of his confinement, brick by pasting brick, thought by profound thought, where his bizarre requests ultimately prove to be the unexpected, crucial keys to his freedom, unlocking pathways unseen by others. Or will they merely be remembered as an eccentricities of a brilliant mind finally breaking under the unimaginable strain? The challenge is enormous, the odds seemingly insurmountable, but as Van Dusen himself would contend, the mind, it's truly free and unconstrained by dogma, can indeed overcome anything. Let us then prepare to witness the unfolding of a truly remarkable feat of intellect, as we move beyond the elaborate setup and into the intricate, fascinating dance of keen observation, rigorous deduction, and audacious, unconventional action within the seemingly improbable confines of self-13. The narrative of the problem of self-13 is not just a thrilling tale of escape. It is a profound philosophical inquiry disguised as a meticulously crafted detective story. It asks us, the discerning listeners, to consider what true freedom genuinely means, and whether the physical boundaries of our existence are truly the absolute limits of our potential and ingenuity. Anderson's seemingly hopeless predicament forces us, as listeners, to actively engage our own deductive reasoning, to scrutinize every minute detail, and to anticipate the unexpected, the non-obvious. It's an enduring testament to the boundless power of human ingenuity and relentless determination when pushed to its absolute limits, demonstrating with compelling clarity that the most formidable barriers and the most unbreakable chains are often those we unwittingly erect in our own minds. This deep, detailed exploration of the Voyager and the cell in this introductory chapter is absolutely essential because it grounds a fantastical premise in a believable, intensely challenging, and psychologically rich reality, thereby amplifying the immense stakes and magnifying the professor's eventual, extraordinary triumph. We are not just invited to join him as passive observers, but as fellow thinkers, either to unravel the impossible alongside the thinking machine himself. Chapter 2: The First 3 Days. Welcome, dear listener, to a profound exploration of intellect, ingenuity, and the sheer force of will. As we delve deeper into our fascinating narrative, we arrive at a pivotal juncture, a crucible where theory meets reality. Chapter 2: The First 3 Days. Here, we witness its initial, almost bewildering interactions between the enigmatic Professor Van Dusen and the formidable institution designed to contain him. This chapter isn't merely a recounting of events. It's a masterclass in observation, a testament to the power of a mind unburdened by conventional thinking. Our core concept for today, then, is to thoroughly examine the professor's initial observations and the palpable confusion he engenders among the seasoned prison staff. Imagine, if you will, the scene: a man of slight build, encased within the cold, unyielding embrace of self-13, yet radiating an almost unsettling tranquility. The guards, the turnkeys, even the warden himself, are hostile to the raw emotional spectrum of their charges, the despair, the rage, the pleading are met instead with an alien tongue, an analytical gaze that seems to pierce through the very fabric of their reality. How does one react to a prisoner who doesn't conform to any known archetype, whose first act isn't to protest or lament, but to meticulously scrutinize every inch of his new, unwelcome abode, is a challenge to their authorities, certainly, but more fundamentally, is a challenge to their understanding of human nature itself. They are veterans of confinement, believing they understand the psychology of the incarcerated, only to find their most fundamental assumptions being quietly, almost imperceptibly, dismantled by a man who seems to exist on an entirely different plane of thought. This isn't defiance. It's something far more unnerving, an absence of the expected, replaced by an unsettling, almost scientific curiosity. Now, let's embark on a detailed explanation of the key points that define these crucial first 3 days, starting with Professor Van Deusen's incredibly meticulous physical inspection of the cell walls and floor. Picture him, if you can, not as a desperate man, but as a scientist in a new laboratory, albeit one imposed upon him. His small frame, far from being a disadvantage, allows him to maneuver with surprising agility within the cramped confines. He doesn't merely glance. He truly sees. His hands, almost delicately, trace every seam, every rivet, every joint in the steel plating. He taps, he listens, gauging the resonance, searching for the slightest hollow sound that might betray a hidden space or a weaker point. Do you ever stop to truly observe your surroundings with such intentionality? He gets down on his knees, his keen eyes scanning the floor, searching for any discoloration, any subtle shift in the ground, any minuscule crack that could signify a weakness or a previously disturbed section. He might even press his ear against the cold steel, listening for distant echoes, for the subtle hum of the prison's unseen mechanisms. The very air itself becomes a source of information, its temperature fluctuations, its subtle currents hinting at unseen ventilation or external openings. Think about a real-world parallel. Consider an expert art restorer examining a centuries-old masterpiece. They don't just admire the painting. They analyze the brushstrokes, the canvas width, the layers of varnish, searching for signs of damage, previous repairs, or even forgeries. They use specialized tools, magnifying glasses, UV light, but fundamentally, their greatest tool is their trained eye and their immense patience. Or perhaps imagine a bomb disposal expert faced with a complex device. They don't rush. They observe every wire, every connection, every component, no matter how insignificant it might seem, knowing that one missed detail could have catastrophic consequences. This methodical, painstaking process isn't about speed. It's about absolute thoroughness, about extracting every conceivable piece of information from the environment. From a psychological perspective, why does this level of meticulousness matter so profoundly? It is, first and foremost, a demonstration of extreme focus and discipline. In a situation designed to induce panic and despair, Van Deusen employs pure logic and scientific rigor. This analytical approach serves as a powerful coping mechanism, transforming a terrifying predicament into a solvable problem. It allows him to detach emotionally, preventing the onset of learned helplessness, which is so common in such environments. Furthermore, this deliberate sensory engagement with his surroundings creates an incredibly detailed mental map of his prison. It's not just in cell 13, he's intimately acquainted with its every imperfection, every potential vulnerability. This deep understanding gives him a sense of control, an internal locus of control. even when external circumstances dictate otherwise. It's a psychological difference between being a victim of circumstance and becoming a master of your environment, even if that environment is a prison cell. He is not merely confined by the walls. He is actively studying them, seeking to understand their very essence, their construction, the limits. For you, dear listener, how might this translate into practical application steps in your own life? Consider any challenging problem you might face, whether it's a complex project at work, a personal dilemma, or even a frustrating household repair. Instead of immediately jumping to solutions, take a moment to perform your own self-sorting inspection. What are the specific components of this problem? What are its boundaries? What resources do you have, both obvious and hidden? Engage all your senses. What do you see when you truly look at the situation? What do you hear in the background noise or in their unspoken cues? What does the texture of the problem feel like? Break it down into its smallest parts. Don't assume anything. Question every given. This meticulous observation, this deep dive into the specifics, will often reveal overlooked details, subtle patterns, or unconventional solutions that a superficial glance would never uncover. It's about cultivating a habit of deep inquiry, moving beyond the obvious to the profound. Moving on, our narrative introduces a truly unexpected element, one that adds a layer of mystery and eventually critical insight. The appearance of the rats and the subsequent discovery of a mysterious hidden pipe. How often do we dismiss the seemingly insignificant, the mundane inconveniences, as mere irritations? For Van Dusen, the presence of these vermin is not simply a nuisance. It's a data point, an anomaly. He first notices them, perhaps, by their furtive scuffling in the dim light, or the faint, almost imperceptible scratching sounds emerging from the cracks and crevices. A lesser man might recoil in disgust, or try to shoo them away, but the professor, ever the scientist, observes their behavior. Where do they come from? Where do they go? What paths do they consistently take? He watches, perhaps for hours, noticing a particular spot near the floor where the rats frequently disappear and reappear. His keen intellect immediately connects their presence to a potential access point, a breach in the cell's integrity that his initial human-scale inspection might have overlooked. Following their tiny, frantic movements, he discovers it, a small, almost invisible opening, partially obscured by dirt and debris, leading to a narrow, dark pipe drain, perhaps, or some forgotten conduit. This isn't just a rat hole. It's a lifeline, a potential pathway to the outside world. Let's ground this in a storytelling example. Think of Dr. Alexander Fleming's discovery of penicillin. He wasn't looking for an antibiotic. He was studying influenza, yet he noticed a petri dish contaminated with mold, and instead of discarding it as a ruined experiment, he observed something remarkable. The bacteria around the mold were dying. A nuisance, a contamination, became the starting point for one of the greatest medical breakthroughs in history. Or consider the meticulous work of forensic archaeologists, who might find a shard of pottery or a single bone fragment in a lost dig site. To the untrained eye, it's just dirt and all things. To the expert, that tiny fragment holds a universe of information, hinting at civilizations, daily lives, and historical narratives. The rats and the pipe are Van Dusen's moldy petri dish. is part Richard. They are the seemingly minor anomalies that, when observed with acute perception, unlock monumental possibilities psychologically. This episode underscores the profound importance of open-mindedness and their ability to connect seemingly unrelated pieces of information. It highlights what is known as serendipity, but more accurately, it's about being prepared to recognize an opportunity when it presents itself, even in an unexpected cause. Most people would see rats as a problem, vendors and season as indicators, as unwitting lights. This demonstrates a cognitive flexibility, an unwillingness to be constrained by conventional thinking or emotional reactions. He doesn't judge the rats. He analyzes their function within the system. This allows him to transform what appears to be a flaw in the system environment into a potential asset for his escape. It's about reframing problems as opportunities, a mental superpower that can turn adversity on its head. What are the practical applications for us then? How often do we encounter rats in our own lives, small annoyances, unexpected dangers, or seemingly irrelevant pieces of information and simply brush them aside? The lesson here is to cultivate a heightened sense of awareness and curiosity about the unexpected. When something out of the ordinary occurs, instead of dismissing it, ask, what does this signify? What might it reveal? Perhaps it's an unusual piece of feedback at work, a chance encounter with an old acquaintance, or a minor glitch in a system you use daily. Instead of just reacting, pause and observe. Follow the rat. Investigate the pipe. You might discover an unexpected solution to a long-standing problem, uncover a new opportunity, or gain a deeper understanding of a situation that eluded you before. It's about developing a detective's mindset, viewing every element, no matter how small or off-putting, as a potential clue. Finally, we arrive at the third critical point, one that speaks volumes about the psychological dynamics at play. The warden's growing unease at the prisoner's unnatural calmness. Warden Marvin, a man whose life has been dedicated to the management and containment of humanity's less savory elements, is a master of reading the confined. He understands the spectrum of emotions that ripple through this prison walls: the anger, the despair, the occasional bursts of defiance, the desperate pleas. He's seen it all. But Van Dusen presents an entirely new challenge. There are no outbursts, no desperate appeals, no frantic pacing. Instead, there is a quiet, almost unsettling focus. The professor simply observes, analyzes, and plans. This lack of the expected emotional response is deeply disquieting to the warden. It's unnatural, almost inhuman. It suggests a mind so utterly in control, so detached from the terrifying reality of its circumstances, that it challenges the warden's varying understanding of what it means to be imprisoned. He expects a broken spirit, or at least a struggling one. Instead, he finds a mind that appears to be thriving, calculating, almost at peace. This calmness isn't just strange. It's a direct affront, a silent declaration that the prison, for all it's still and concrete, has yet to touch the inner sanctum of Van Dusen's intellect. The warden's unease deepens with each passing, tranquil day, transforming from mere curiosity into annoying apprehension. Consider a storytelling example from a different sphere. A seasoned military commander facing an enemy whose tactics are entirely unconventional. This enemy doesn't follow the predictable rules of engagement. They don't react as expected to provocations, their science, their unexpected moves, or their unnerving composure can be far more demoralizing and baffling than any overt aggression. The commander might spend sleepless nights trying to decipher the enemy's intentions, precisely because their behavior defies all known patterns. Or imagine a skilled poker player who simply cannot read their opponent. No tells, no emotional fluctuations, just an unblinking stare. That very lack of information, that impenetrable calm, becomes a powerful weapon, eroding the confidence and strategic certainty of the opponent. From a psychological standpoint, why does Van Dusen's calmness have such a potent effect? Our brains are wired to predict. When those predictions are consistently unmet, especially in a high-stakes environment, it creates cognitive dissonance and anxiety. The warden expects fear, anger, or at least visible struggle. Van Dusen provides none of this. His composure projects an aura of immense self-possession and inner strength, which the warden interprets, perhaps unconsciously, as a form of superior intellect or hidden power. This dynamic reverses the traditional roles. Instead of the prisoner feeling vulnerable, it is the warden who begins to feel exposed, uncertain, and even slightly threatened by this enigmatic man. It highlights the profound power of emotional regulation, not just for personal well-being, but as a strategic tool. Remaining calm under pressure can disorient adversaries, force them to second-guess themselves, and reveal their own vulnerabilities. It's a subtle form of psychological warfare, conducted without a single word. So, how can we deploy this? Dear listener, think about situations in your own life where maintaining composure under pressure can be a strategic advantage. Perhaps during a difficult negotiation, a heated argument, or when facing unexpected criticism. When others are reacting emotionally, a calm, measured response often carries far more weight and authority. It forces others to engage with your logic rather than their own emotions. By remaining unruffled, you control the emotional temperature of the interaction, preventing escalation and creating space for rational thought. It also allows you to think more clearly, to observe reactions, and to plan your next move without being swayed by the heat of the moment. Cultivating this unnatural calmness isn't about suppressing emotions entirely, but about gaining mastery over the expression, deploying them intentionally, or withholding them strategically. It's about understanding that your emotional state is a powerful communication tool and choosing to wield it with purpose rather than letting it be dictated by external circumstances. As we conclude our deep dive into the first 3 days, we see Van Dusen not just as a prisoner, but as a force of nature, an intellect unleashed within the confines of self-13. He has transformed a cage into a laboratory, a punishment into a puzzle. His meticulous observations have begun to unravel the secrets of his confinement, while his unsettling calmness has started to erode the certainty of his captors. He has found his rats, and they have led him to his pipe. The psychological battle has begun, even before any overt action is taken. What we have learned from Professor Van Dusen's initial approach is a profound truth that problems, no matter how insurmountable they seem, are fundamentally systems that can be understood, dissected, and potentially subverted. His method wasn't brute force. It was the application of your unadulterated intelligence, coupled with an unwavering commitment to objective observation. He taught us that true freedom often begins not with physical escape, but with the liberation of the mind from preconceived notions and emotional paralysis. He showed us that, even within the most rigid structures, there exist unseen pathways, overlooked details, and weaknesses waiting to be exploited by a keen observer. As we turn our gaze towards the next chapter of this extraordinary story, we will witness the unfolding of his ingenious plan, the practical application of these initial observations. How will he utilize the information gleaned from the walls, the floor, the very air of Cell 13? How will he leverage their unexpected allies, however small, that his meticulous observation has revealed? And how will the warden and his staff react when they realize that their formidable prison faces an adversary unlike any they have ever encountered? The stage is set, the initial pieces are in play, and the game, a fascinating interplay of intellect and security, is now truly underway. Be prepared, for the coming days in Cell 13 promise to challenge everything you thought you knew about escape, ingenuity, and the limitless potential of the human mind. The silence of these initial days is merely the calm before the storm, a period of quiet assessment before the professor unleashes his full intellectual might upon the formidable problem of Cell 13. Chapter 3: The Cipher and the Wire. Welcome back, listeners. Last time, we immersed ourselves in the perplexing challenge presented by Professor Augustus F.X. Van Dusen, the formidable thinking machine, and the seemingly impenetrable confines of Cell 13. We witnessed the warden's unwavering confidence, the professor's cool self-assurance, and an initial period of absolute silence. A silence so profound it almost seemed to confirm the cell's invincibility. But as any seasoned detective or astute observer of human nature knows, silence can often be the most deceptive of tools, a pregnant pause before the storm. Today, in our third chapter, aptly titled The Cipher and the Wire, we are about to journey into the moment where that serene, confident calm chatters. We are poised to unfold the very first tangible, undeniable signs that Professor Van Dusen is, against all odds, communicating with the world beyond the thick stone walls of his supposed prison. It's the moment the seemingly impossible begins to manifest, where the abstract challenge morphs into concrete evidence, sending ripples of unease and outright panic through the prison's administration. How does one communicate from a completely sealed environment? It seems utterly beyond the realm of possibility, doesn't it? Yet, the human mind, when pushed to its limits, often finds pathways where none were thought to exist. This chapter is where the professor's intellectual defiance begins to bloom, where the meticulous efforts of his captors start to unravel, one perplexing clue at a time. The game, my friends, is officially afoot. Our story progresses through weeks of monotonous routine. The guards, initially vigilant with an almost zealous dedication, slowly settles into a rhythm of checks and inspections, their conviction in Cell 13's security solidifying with each passing day of the professor's silent confinement. Warden Holt, a man of rigid order and supreme self-confidence, allowed himself a quiet sense of triumph. He believed he had, at last, met his match and decisively won. But then, as it often does in the annals of great mysteries, something small, something utterly unassuming, surfaced from the mundane. Picture the scene. A Tuesday morning, perhaps a little damp. The usual clatter and clang of the prison breakfast service echoing through the corridors. Guard O'Malley, a diligent but somewhat unimaginative man, was overseeing the collection of laundry from the south. It was a standard procedure. Soiled linens, prison-issued shirts and trousers, all bundled together to be sent to the laundry room. As he passed by cell 13, Professor Brandusen's cell, O'Malley performed his routine visual check, noting the professor's calm demeanor as he neatly folded his bedding. There was nothing outwardly amiss, however. Later that morning, as the laundry was being sorted by a younger, more observant guard named Jenkins, a peculiar anomaly presented itself. Jenkins, meticulously separating the items, discovered a small strip of linen. It was perhaps no more than 3 inches long and half an inch wide, torn with a jagged edge, likely from a prison-issue handkerchief or a shirt. What caught his eye, what snapped his attention and sent a prickle of unease up his spine, was not the linen itself, but what was upon it. In tiny, almost imperceptible characters, meticulously penned with what looked like a sharpened pencil or a charcoal stick, was a sequence of symbols, not random scribbles. Mind you, no the idle doodling of a bored prisoner. These were precise, deliberate markings. A series of numbers, perhaps followed by letters, arranged in a cryptic pattern that immediately suggested a code, a cipher. It was a silent whisper of rebellion, a tangible piece of evidence that screamed message. Jenkins, a man who, despite his youth, possessed a keen sense of duty and an instinctive grasp of something being profoundly wrong, stared at the tiny strip. He didn't immediately touch it with his bare hands, sensing its significance. He gently picked it up with a corner of another linen, his heart beginning to thump a little faster. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him, that this was no ordinary laundry mark. This was from cell 13. This was from the thinking machine. With a growing sense of dread and excitement, he carefully carried it, almost reverently, to the warden's office. Can you imagine the warden's reaction? Initially, a dismissive wave of the hand, perhaps an exasperated sigh at what he might have assumed was another triviality. But as Jenkins, face pale and voice a little shaky, presented the linen strip, Warden Holt's expression hardened. He took the strip, holding it up to the light. His eyes, usually so confident, now narrowed in a mix of disbelief and growing horror. The precision of the markings, the undeniable intelligence behind them, struck him like a physical blow. This wasn't some desperate scroll. This was a calculated communication from a man who was supposed to be in absolute isolation. The implications were staggering. He spent several minutes, perhaps even longer, scrutinizing the cipher. He turned it over, examined the texture of the linen, sniffed it for any strange odors. He even tried, in that immediate rush of adrenaline and intellectual challenge, to make sense of the simple things of numbers, letters, perhaps punctuation marks. What this 314 or 27K or whatever sequence it might have been possibly mean. His mind, accustomed to the straightforward logistics of prison management, reeled. The meticulousness, the sheer audacity of it, was almost breathtaking. The cell was sealed. Every article of clothing, every piece of food, every interaction had been scrutinized. How could this have emerged? For a real-world parallel, think of the famous Enigma code during World War II. For years, these allies knew the Germans were communicating vital military intelligence via encrypted messages, but the messages themselves were baffling. There were tiny fragments of text, seemingly nonsensical jumbles of letters, yet they represented the lifeblood of enemy operations. The discovery of a stray Enigma machine, or even a single coded message that hinted a pattern, would have sent a similar jolt through the Allied intelligence community. It wasn't just a piece of paper. It was a testament to an adversary's hidden activity, a silent declaration of war being waged on a different, more cerebral battlefield. Or consider the cryptic communications of the Zodiac Killer, whose ciphers baffled law enforcement for decades. Each new message amplifying the terror and the mystery. The Leninist, in its own way, was Professor Van Deusen's enigma, his Zodiac cipher, a direct challenge dropped right into the lap of his unsuspecting captors. From a psychological perspective, why did a seemingly small, innocuous strip of linen carry such profound weight? Well, for Warden Holt and his staff, it wasn't merely a piece of fabric. It was a direct and undeniable breach of control. Imagine being absolutely certain you have a system locked down, airtight, foolproof. You personally overseen every measure, every precaution. Then, a tiny crack appears, not through brute force, but through sheer intellect. This doesn't just challenge their competence. It fundamentally undermines their authority. They are no longer the masters of their domain. An insane hand is pulling strings, and they are left guessing. This breach isn't just physical, it's psychological. It erodes their sense of omnipotence, replacing it with an awe and fear of the unknown. What does this message mean? Who is it for? What information is being conveyed? Is it an escape plan? A call for outside help? A hidden instruction to an accomplice? This uncertainty breeds anxiety and, very quickly, paranoia. The professor, renowned for his intellect, has turned this into a direct intellectual challenge, a high-stakes game of wits. The fear of being outsmarted, of having their professional pride and reputation publicly humiliated by a man they imprisoned, is a powerful psychological motivator, stirring a volatile cocktail of anger, frustration, and dread. For us, as listeners, this moment offers valuable practical application steps. Firstly, it highlights the power of subtleties. How often in our own lives do we miss the small, seemingly insignificant details that hold crucial information? A slight shift in a loved one's demeanor, an unusual phrase in an email, an object slightly out of place in our home office. These can be our only strips, tiny signals that indicate a larger underlying reality. Are we paying close enough attention, or are we too quick to dismiss them unusual as coincidental? Secondly, it underscores the importance of critical thinking and pattern recognition. When faced with something puzzling, our natural inclination might be to panic or jump to conclusions. Professor Van Dusen's software demands a systematic approach. How can we, in our own challenges, resist the urge for instant answers and instead meticulously analyze the available information, looking for patterns, connections, or hidden structures? And finally, consider it a metaphor for information security. In our digital age, breaches often begin not with a spectacular hack, but with a forgotten vulnerability, a tiny piece of code, a phishing email that sends innocuous. What are the linen strips in our personal and professional digital lives? Are we vigilant enough in recognizing potential vulnerabilities, the small chinks in our armor that an intelligent adversary might exploit? The discovery of the cipher plunged the prison staff into a state of escalating panic and profound confusion. The initial dread that gripped Warden Holt quickly metastasized into an infectious unease that spread through the entire correctional facility. His first immediate reaction was to demand an intensified search of cell 13, not just a routine inspection, but a full-blown forensic level scouring. Every inch of the cell was meticulously examined, scrutinized, and often brutally dismantled. Walls were tapped with hammers, listening for hollow spaces. Floorboards were checked for any signs of disturbance, any looseness. The bed, the middle table, the stool, every piece of prison-issue furniture was torn apart, its components examined for hidden compartments or modifications. The bedding was not just unfolded but ripped open, seams checked for hidden pockets or cleverly sewn messages. Picture the scene. A swarm of birds, their faces grim and determined, tearing through the small, Spartan cell. Their movements were no longer routine. They were frantic, desperate. They searched the professor's person with unprecedented thoroughness, examining his clothes, his hair, even his mouth, though they knew intellectually that he would never be so clumsy as to carry in an uncoded message directly on him. Yet, the panic dictated this desperate hunt for anything, any clue, any sign of how he managed to write the cipher, let alone how they intended to transmit it. The professor, meanwhile, remained the epitome of calm. His expression, a blend of mild amusement and detached intellectual curiosity, was like oil poured on their burning frustration. He offered no explanations, no denials, no assistance. His silence was not just a lack of cooperation. It was an active weapon, amplifying their confusion and making them feel like foolish schoolboys in the presence of a master. Warden Holt convened an immediate meeting with his senior guards, perhaps even bringing in the prison superintendent, a man he usually only bothers for major disciplinary issues. The discussions were fraught with tension, filled with conflicting theories and desperate conjectures. Could it be the prank? One guard might have suggested, clutching at straws, unwilling to believe their security had been so thoroughly compromised. Is he going mad? Is he just scribbling nonsense? Another might have offered, clinging to the idea that the professor was merely a madman, not a cunning genius. But the most unsettling question, the one that hung heavily in the air, relating a palpable sense of distrust, was, is someone on the inside telling him? This question, unspoken but clearly understood, began to breed suspicion among the staff. Guards started looking at each other sideways, wondering if a colleague, perhaps bribed or manipulated, was aiding the thinking machine. This atmosphere within the prison shifted dramatically. The confident routine that had defined its operations gave way to stressed vigilance. Guards became jumpy, their nerves fried. Every shadow seemed to hold a secret. Every whispered conversation a potential conspiracy. Patrols were increased, surveillance intensified, but without knowing what they were looking for, or where the threat originated, their efforts often felt futile, leading only to greater frustration and exhaustion. Sleep deprivation set in, deadening the collective sense of paranoia. Consider a real-world scenario, a cybersecurity team reacting to a confirmed data breach. The initial panic is almost visceral. The scramble to identify the source of the breach, to understand its extent, to contain the damage before it spreads, is a high-stakes, frantic operation. The fear of public exposure, of reputational damage, looms large. Or think of a detective agency trying to solve a seemingly impossible crime where the perpetrator seems to be perpetually one step ahead. The mounting pressure, the internal arguments about strategy, the fear of failure, the internal distrust that can arise when a solution remains elusive. The guards and the warden Holt were experiencing their own version of this, but amplified by the confined, isolated environment of the prison. Their meticulously constructed reality was crumbling under the professor's silent assault. Psychologically, this panic and confusion were devastating. They represented a profound erosion of authority and morale. When those in charge can neither understand nor control a situation, their perceived authority diminishes. For the guards, the professor's actions chipped away at their sense of competence and pride, leading to a breakdown in morale. The prison, once a symbol of order, felt increasingly chaotic. This also triggered intense cognitive dissonance. They had absolute faith in Cell 13's impregnability. The Sappho directly contradicted this deeply held belief. This mental discomfort made them desperately search for alternative explanations, no matter how improbable, to reconcile the facts with their convictions. This often manifests as irrational behavior or refusal to accept the obvious truth. Furthermore, in such a high-stress, confusing environment, there's often a strong tendency for diffusion of responsibility and the blame game. Everyone looks for someone else to point the finger at, someone to hold accountable for the failure. This erodes teamwork, fosters resentment, and further cripples their ability to think clearly and respond effectively. And finally, the professor, by remaining enigmatic and calm, embodied the power of the unknown adversary. His silence, his unwavering composure, made him seem even more formidable. He wasn't just escaping. He was actively toying with them, playing the psychological game that he, the thinking machine, was exceptionally adept at winning. So, what can we, as listeners, take away from this? These moments offer crucial practical application steps for managing crisis reaction. When we face unexpected challenges or perceive a breach in our own systems, how do we react? Do we succumb to impulsivity, tunnel vision, or the blame game, as the guards did? Or can we develop strategies for calm, rational responses, even in the face of profound uncertainty? This highlights the immense importance of clear communication in crisis. A leader's composure and ability to provide clear, actionable direction, even when details are scarce, can prevent panic from spiraling into chaos. And finally, it encourages adversarial thinking, much like ethical hackers often called white hats who try to think like a malicious actor to find vulnerabilities. What are the potential blind spots in our own plans, our own security, our own understanding? By anticipating how a cunning adversary might exploit weaknesses, we can proactively strengthen our defenses, rather than reacting in a state of confused panic. As the days blurred into weeks following the cipher's discovery, the atmosphere within the prison became almost unbearable, thick with suspicion and a growing sense of dread. But then, as if to escalate Professor Van Dussen's quiet campaign, another layer of mystery began to unfold. Something even more unsettling than the cryptic message, the strange metallic noises heard in the night. Initially, they were faint, almost imperceptible. A guard on the night shift might dismiss it as the old building settling, or the groan of plumbing pipes, or perhaps even a scurrying rat. Prisons are old structures, after all, full of unexplained creaks and groans. But after the cipher discovery, every sound, no matter how insignificant, was filtered through a new lens of suspicion. And these sounds were different. They were too regular, too deliberate, too metallic. Imagine being Bart Miller, walking the silent corridor outside cell 13 during the small hours of the morning. The prison is blanketed in a heavy silence, broken only by the rhythmic scuff of his boots. Then he hears a faint, almost delicate tap-tap scrape or brief pause. Then tap-tap scrape. It sounds like someone working meticulously, painstakingly. It's not loud enough to immediately pinpoint its source, but it emanates from the direction of cell 13, perhaps from within its set walls, or from the floor above or below, or even, impossibly, from the immediate vicinity of the professor himself. Miller stops, straining his ears in the darkness. The sound predictably ceases. He waits, holding his breath, his heart thumping against his ribs. Nothing. He takes a few steps forward, then backward. Still nothing. He shakes his head, attributing it to fatigue, or his overactive imagination fueled by the general paranoia gripping the staff. He continues his patrol. But as soon as he moves away, the subtle, rhythmic tap-tap scrape resumes. This pattern repeats night after night, reported by different guards, each initially dismissing it, then growing increasingly uneasy. The dismissed explanations no longer suffice. This isn't settling concrete or a loose pipe. This is something else entirely. Warden Holt, informed of these growing reports, now felt a fresh wave of cold dread. He too spent several nights listening intently, sending guards on impromptu searches, ordering them to press their ears to the walls, to search the cell, the adjacent cells, the roof above, and the floor below. But the sounds were maddeningly elusive. They would stop the moment anyone approached cell 13 with intent, only to restart minutes after they had moved away. This elusive quality always served to heighten the frustration and solidify the belief that they were being deliberately toyed with, that the professor was orchestrating this subtle torture. The implication of these sounds was far more significant than the cipher, in a way. The cipher was a message, a communication. The metallic noises, however, suggested activity. They implied the use of tools, however small or rudimentary. They hinted at physical manipulation of the cell structure, or perhaps the creation of something within it. This elevated the threat from a mere intellectual challenge to a palpable, ongoing physical action. Someone, somewhere, was actively altering their environment, potentially preparing for an escape, or constructing something intricate for an unknown purpose. The silent game of which had now gained an unsettling, tactile dimension. For a compelling real-world example, consider the classic prison escape narratives. Think of movies like The Shawshank Redemption or Escape from Alcatraz, where the faint, rhythmic sound of digging or tapping against the stone or metal becomes a terrifying, yet often unheard, prelude to a major breakout. The guards in those stories often dismiss such sounds as routine prison noise until it's too late, or think of submarine warfare, where the survival of an entire crew can hinge on their ability to distinguish the faint, often ambiguous pings or creaks of an enemy vessel from the myriad sounds of the ocean and the submarine itself. Faint signals, carefully interpreted, can spell the difference between life and death. Another analogy could be a homeowner hearing mysterious scratching or thumping within their homes at night. Initially, they might dismiss it as an old house, then suspect a rodent infestation. But if the sounds persist and become more rhythmic or unusual, a deeper dread sets in. the slow build of fear that something truly unknown and potentially dangerous is lurking just beyond sight. These metallic sounds in the prison were Professor Van Dusen's subtle summer pains, his rhythmic whispers of an unseen operation. Psychologically, these sounds had a profound impact, particularly by fueling heightened paranoia. Every creak, every groan, every clang within the old prison walls now seemed suspicious, imbued with potential meaning. The background noise of the building, once ignored, became a symphony of potential threats. This held fast into confirmation bias. After finding the cipher, the guards were already predisposed to find more evidence of external communication or internal activity. The sounds, however ambiguous, confirmed their fears, reinforcing their belief that the professor was indeed up to something, even if they couldn't quite grasp what. The most unsettling aspect was the unseen threat. The fact that the source of the sound could not be immediately identified or located made it far more terrifying. It was an invisible enemy operating under the cover of darkness, just beyond the reach of their understanding. His invisibility amplified their sense of helplessness and frustration. For the guards, the sounds implied an ongoing, physical breach of their secure environment, threatening their very sense of safety and control. Someone was doing something, and they couldn't stop it. It was a constant reminder of their impotence, a relentless psychological assault waged through the medium of sound. From these metallic noises, we can extract several valuable practical obligation steps for the listener. Firstly, they teach us the importance of active listening and interpretation. In our own lives, how often do we truly listen, rather than just hear, or can faint, repetitive signals in our environment tell us, whether it's in a professional setting where a subtle, recurring issue might indicate a larger systemic problem, or in personal relationships where consistent thank yous might betray underlying emotions. Developing an ear for detail is crucial. Secondly, it fosters an investigative mindset. When faced with ambiguous sensory input, our initial reaction should not be to dismiss it, but to approach it with curiosity. What are the possibilities? How can we systematically test our hypotheses? This could involve setting up recording devices, meticulous observation schedules, or seeking multiple perspectives. Finally, the intermittent nature of the sounds, their frustrating stop-and-start pattern, underscores the critical importance of persistence and sustained observation. Quick, superficial checks will miss the subtle truths. Sometimes, the ghost will only reveal itself if you watch long enough, if you listen intently enough, if you are patient enough to endure the silence before the next tap that spread the word often reveals its secret not to the hurried, but to the patiently observant. And so, we arrive at the pivotal moment. The serene confidence of Warren Hall and his prison staff has been irrevocably shattered. The initial, quiet challenge from Professor Van Dusen has escalated, first by the undeniable proof of the cipher, a tiny linen strip bearing a cryptic message, and then with the maddeningly elusive metallic sounds echoing through the night. These are no longer mere suspicions or abstract worries. These are the first tangible cracks appearing in the seemingly impenetrable fortress of self-certainty. The discovery of the cipher was a declaration of war, an intellectual gauntlet thrown down by the thinking machine. It confirmed that, despite all the precautions, Van Dusen was actively engaged in a strategic, cerebral at all. It bred panic, confusion, and suspicion among the guards, eroding their morale and challenging the very foundation of their authority. The metallic noises, on the other hand, transformed the battle from a purely intellectual one into something more physical, more imminent. They suggested that Professor Van Dusen was not just communicating, but actively manipulating his environment, perhaps even constructing the means of his ultimate escape. The sudden defiance had given way to an audible, albeit mysterious campaign. The professor has moved from merely occupying cell 13 to actively dominating the psychological landscape of the entire prison. He is no longer merely a prisoner. He has become the orchestrator of their fear, the puppeteer of their confusion. The power dynamics have irreversibly shifted. Warden Holt and his staff are now not just playing a game. They are caught in a mental chess match orchestrated by a grandmaster, one who seems to be always several moves ahead, revealing just enough to keep them perpetually off balance, consumed by their own uncertainty. The silence of Cell 13 has been replaced by the quiet, yet insistent, humble and unseen, brilliant mind at work. As we conclude this chapter, the authorities are scrambling. The initial confidence has been replaced by a desperate, frantic energy. They know they are being outsmarted, but they still don't know how, or what exactly it is being communicated, or what those metallic sounds truly signify. The stage is now set for a full-blown intellectual assault, a desperate race against time. What will they find when they finally pinpoint the source of those noises? What is the true purpose of the cipher? And what, precisely, is this mysterious wire hinted at in our chapter's title? And how does it play into Professor Van Dusen's grand design? The mystery deepens, drawing us inexorably toward the next revelation in this incredible problem of Cell 13. Join us next time as the search intensifies, and the truth, however outlandish, begins to emerge. Chapter 4: The Outside Accomplice. Welcome, discerning listeners, to Chapter 4, titled The Outside Accomplice. In our previous chapter, we left Professor Van Dusen, the thinking machine, firmly ensconced within the seemingly impenetrable walls of Cell 13, his mind already churning with intricate plans for liberation. Now, we pull back the lens, shifting our focus from the steel and the stone of Kishon prison to the puzzling, unsuspecting world outside, where a crucial piece of his elaborate puzzle is already in motion. We turn our attention to the tireless reporter, Hutchinson Hatch, a man whose seemingly ordinary professional duties were about to become inextricably linked with the extraordinary genius of Professor Van Dusen. Deviated, in essence, the professor's hands and eyes beyond the bars, and his role is nothing short of critical to the audacious escape plan that is now well underway. Our deep dive into this chapter will reveal just how pivotal an outside collaborator can be when facing an seemingly insurmountable challenge. It's a testament to the power of distributed intelligence and trust, elements of overlooked in tales of lone genius. But even the most brilliant mind sometimes needs a conduit to the external world, a person who can translate abstract thought into concrete action. And for Professor Van Dusen, that person was Hutchinson Hatch. It is through Hatch that the professor's formidable intellect, otherwise isolated, can reach out and manipulate the very fabric of the world he intends to re-enter. This narrative highlights not just the ingenuity of the escapee, but the vital, often unseen, efforts of the support system crucial to such an endeavor. Let us now delve into the first key point, revealing Hatch's actions on the outside, meticulously following the professor's secret instructions. Following that initial, rather peculiar interview with Professor Van Dusen, where the challenge of self-13 was first laid bare, Hutchinson had found himself in an unusual position. The professor, in what appeared to be an offhand remark about the local news coverage, had managed to impart a series of coded instructions to the seasoned reporter. These weren't overt commands. There were subtle cues, seemingly trivial requests that, to an untrained ear, would sound like nothing more than a journalist seeking a better angle for his story. Yet Hatch, possessing a keen mind sharpened by years of investigative reporting, sensed the hidden weight behind Van Dusen's words. He was, in effect, being deputized, drawn into an intellectual game of cat and mouse, where the stakes were far higher than a mere newspaper screw. The very ambiguity of the instructions, designed to appear innocuous, was a masterstroke, protecting both Hatch and the professor from immediate suspicion. Hatch's first task, deceptively simple, was to place a very specific classified advertisement in the city's largest daily newspaper. The wording was peculiar, a series of seemingly nonsensical phrases seeking a lost pet with characteristics that no rival animal could possess, complete with an obscure P.U. box number for replies. To the casual reader, it was just another quirky act, perhaps a lonely eccentric's desperate plea for a mythical creature. But to Professor Van Dusen, and now to Hatch, it was the first volley in a complex communication strategy. Hatch had navigated the newspaper's advertising department, a microcosm of bureaucracy and routine. He had to ensure they had ran exactly as written, resisting the temptation to correct what appeared to be obvious grammatical errors or logical inconsistencies. He dealt with the mild amusement or confusion of the clerks, offering a practiced, casual smile, inventing a plausible sounding but vague story about the client's eccentric request. He paid cash, crisp bill, ensuring no traceable paper trail, a small but significant detail that hinted at the clandestine nature of his task. This was not merely placing an ad. It was an act of faith, a leap of trust in the professor's mysterious intellect, a belief that beneath the absurdity lay a profound purpose. His second instruction was even more intricate. He was to visit a particular industrial chemical supplier on the outskirts of the city, a place known for catering to niche manufacturers rather than public sales there. He was to request a specific, seemingly innocuous chemical compound, an item that, by itself, held no immediate threat or obvious connection to a prison break. He was to use a fabricated company name, an address that led to a vacant lot, and pay again in cash, insisting on an unmarked container. Hatch, a man accustomed to uncovering truths, now found himself weaving intricate fictions. His journalistic integrity momentarily set aside in service of this grander, stranger narrative. He felt a thrill, a heightened sense of purpose that transcended his usual beat. This wasn't just news. This was history in the making, and he was an active participant in its crafting. The supplier, a gruff, no-nonsense individual with callous hands and a suspicious gaze, eyed him up and down. Hatch maintained his composure, offering a well-rehearsed, vague explanation about a research project and proprietary formulas. But the cash spoke volumes, cutting through any lingering doubt, and Hatch walked away with his cartridge, feeling the weight of the professor's trust, and perhaps a shiver of apprehension at the magnitude of what he was doing, the true nature of which remained shrouded in the professor's brilliant mind. What does a real-world storytelling example tell us about such a scenario? Consider the intricate planning involved in historical intelligence operations, especially during times of war or intense geopolitical rivalries. Think of agents during World War II operating behind enemy lines, receiving encrypted instructions that, on the surface, seemed utterly mundane. Perhaps it was a request to purchase a specific brand of tobacco, or to meet a contact at a particular street corner at a precise time, carrying an umbrella regardless of the weather, or even to leave a particular newspaper folded in a certain way on a park bench. These seemingly trivial acts were, in fact, highly critical components of a larger, more perilous mission, forming a chain of communication or action. The success of D-Day, for instance, relied on countless such small, interconnected actions orchestrated by individuals who understood only their piece of the puzzle, trusting that their small effort contributed to something monumental. They weren't given the full strategic overview. They were given actionable steps, each a domino in a chain that would eventually topple significant obstacles. The ability to execute these seemingly minor tasks perfectly, without question, was what often separated success from catastrophic failure. Their discipline, combined with the ingenuity of their orchestrators, wove an invisible web of operations that reshaped the world psychologically. Why does this matter so profoundly? Because it speaks to the immense power of trust and delegation, especially when dealing with complex problems that demand secrecy and precision. For Van Dusen, entrusting these tasks to Hatch wasn't just about needing an extra pair of hands. It was a profound act of psychological leverage. He was engaging Hatch's intellect, challenging his perception of reality, and subtly manipulating his desire for a groundbreaking story. By giving Hatch seemingly unrelated, hurted tasks, Van Dusen was cultivating a sense of mystery and importance. Hatch wasn't just a messenger. He was a co-conspirator in an intellectual grand experiment, a privileged participant in a game only the professor truly understood. This kind of calculated delegation builds a unique bond, transforming an observer into an indispensable player. It fosters a sense of ownership and personal investment, making Hatch far more committed than if you were simply reporting on an event from a distance. Furthermore, the very act of following instructions that don't immediately make sense forces an individual to suspend disbelief and rely on the superior intellect of the orchestrator. It's a powerful psychological tool, fostering both dependency and awe, and reinforcing the perceived omnipotence of the mastermind. Now, how can we apply this practically in our own lives, listeners? Think about situations where you need to delegate a complex project or solve a multifaceted problem. Instead of overwhelming someone with the entire scope, which can be daunting and lead to paralysis, break it down into small, actionable, perhaps even seemingly disparate tasks. Trust your team members or collaborators to execute their specific piece, even if they don't yet see the full picture. Provide clear, unambiguous instructions for their part, and then step back, allowing them to focus on precise execution without being distracted by the broader, often intimidating context. This builds their confidence, empowers them through autonomy in their specific domain, and prevents them from getting bogged down by the sheer scale of the overall challenge. Conversely, if you are the one receiving instructions for a grander project, embrace the process. Trust that your leader or mentor has a reason for each seemingly odd request, especially if they have a track record of success. Focus on executing your immediate task with precision and dedication, knowing that your contribution, however small it seems in isolation, is vital. This approach fosters efficiency, reduces anxiety for all parties, and builds robust collaborative structures where trust is paramount. It teaches us the value of both being a master strategist and a reliable executor. As the days began to melt away, Hatch's clandestine activities picked up pace, each completed task bringing him closer to a realization of Van Deusen's genius, and simultaneously closer to the rapidly approaching, unforgiving deadline. The initial thrill of the adventure was slowly being replaced by a gnawing anxiety, a physical manifestation of the immense pressure he now felt. This brings us to our second key point, building tension as the 1-week deadline rapidly approaches. The experiment, as you recall, was explicitly set for 1 week, 7 days, a seemingly short span for an escape, yet an eternity when you're counting the minutes and feeling the immense pressure of expectation. For Hutchinson Hatch, this deadline became a constant, throbbing presence, a relentless drumbeat in the background of his every thought and action. Each sunrise brought with it the crushing weight of another day gone, another 24 hours devoured by the relentless march of time, and with it, the dwindling hope of Professor Van Deusen's success. He felt the professor's formidable reputation, his own professional credibility, and the very integrity of the entire, highly publicized experiment resting squarely on his shoulders. Could he really pull off this part of this impossible task? Was he truly contributing to Van Deusen's genius, or merely chasing phantoms, becoming an unwitting fool in a game he didn't fully comprehend? Hatch found himself working almost around the clock. His sleep became fragmented, haunted by half-formed plans and the buzz of the ticking clock. He developed a new routine, one of frantic activity punctuated by sleepless nights, fueled by strong coffee and an unwavering sense of duty. His days were a whirlwind of chasing leads, acquiring obscure items, and meticulously following Van Deusen's cryptic instructions, all while maintaining the outward facade of a regular newspaper reporter, a demanding role in itself. He spent hours researching updated city directories to locate a long-forgotten shop, or charming skeptical proprietors into selling him items that raised more questions than answers. The seemingly mundane errands became Herculean tasks under the shadow of the ticking clock, each one a misadventure of negotiation, persuasion, and covert payment. He imagined Van Deusen, in his staff cell, calmly calculating, his razor-sharp mind effortlessly processing complex variables, while he Hatch, on the outside, scrambled, sweated, and fretted. His nerves stretched tall. The contrast was stark and gnawed at his nerves. He started to doubt himself, to question the professor's sanity, and by extension, his own for going along with it with such unwavering obedience. Was he the loyal collaborator simply upon an amendment scheme? The pressure mounted not just from his internal ticking clock, but from the external environment as well. The very presence of Professor Van Deusen in Cell 13 had ignited a medieval frenzy. Every newspaper, including Hatch's own, carried data based on the thinking machine's progress, or rather, latter on, according to official prison reports, which consistently stated no unusual activity. The public was captivated, placing bets, speculating wildly, the story dominating headlines and conversations. And within this maelstrom of attention, Hatch had to operate stealthily, avoiding suspicion, acutely aware that any deviation from his normal behavior could draw unwanted attention. Any misstep could expose his involvement, not only jeopardizing the professor's escape but also ruining his own career and reputation, leading to professional disgrace. He felt watched, even when he knew he wasn't. The omnipresent eye of public scrutiny pressing down on him. The shadows seemed longer, the whispers louder. Every curious glance felt like an accusation. Every casual conversation a potential interrogation. The 1-week deadline wasn't just a time limit. It was an ever-tightening noose around the neck of his clandestine operations, threatening to chop off his efforts before they could bear fruit. Let's consider a real-world storytelling example to fully appreciate this tension. Think about the Apollo 13 mission, an event immortalized in film and history. The astronauts were stranded, far from Earth, with a critical systems failure threatening their very lives. The mission control team on the ground, thousands of miles away, faced a brutal, unyielding deadline. Returned them to Earth safely before their oxygen ran out, before the cold became unbearable, before their power dwindled to nothing. Every calculation, every improvised solution like the famously ingenious pad in a round-hole CO2 scrubber, every spoken word carried the immense weight of human lives. The tension wasn't just about technical challenges. It was deeply human, raw, and it's essential. The engineers weren't just solving equations. They were racing against an unforgiving clock, knowing that failure meant unimaginable tragedy, not just for the astronauts, but for the entire nation. The scenes of frantic brainstorming, late-night coffee, sweat-soaked brows, and the constant updates on dwindling resources perfectly encapsulate a kind of deadline-driven tension that Hutchinson Hatch was experiencing, albeit on a different scale and with a different kind of escape in mind. The cumulative effect of minor setbacks, the escalating stakes with each passing hour, and the sheer mental and physical exhaustion creates a pressure cooker environment where every second truly counts, amplifying every decision and every outcome psychologically. Why does this rapid approach of a deadline matter so much? It triggers a cascade of cognitive and emotional responses that are both debilitating and paradoxically highly motivating. Firstly, it induces a state of heightened arousal and stress. Cortisol levels rise, focusing the mind intensely, sometimes to the point of tunnel vision, where one can only see the task directly in front of them, losing sight of the broader context. For Hatch, this meant an obsessive focus on his tasks, but also a susceptibility to anxiety, irritability, and pervasive self-doubt. Secondly, deadlines create a powerful psychological phenomenon known as temporal scarcity. When time becomes a scarce resource, its perceived value increases exponentially. Every minute feels more precious, every delay more agonizing, and every lost opportunity more regrettable. This scarcity amplifies urgency and can either spur incredible productivity and ingenuity or lead to paralysis and overwhelmed inaction. For Hatch, it was a constant push-pull between these two extremes. alternating between bursts of frantic efficiency and moments of agonizing second guessing. Finally, the impending deadline taps into our innate fear of failure and a deep-seated desire for completion. We are wired to seek resolution, to close open loops, and an unresolved task with a hard deadline becomes an open loop, creating immense psychological discomfort until successfully closed. This discomfort is precisely what drives many to extraordinary, often superhuman efforts, pushing boundaries they never thought possible. What practical application steps can we take from this insight, listeners? First, when setting deadlines, be realistic but also understand their powerful motivational force. A well-placed, challenging deadline, one that pushes but doesn't break, can galvanize effort and focus attention, acting as a powerful external motivator. Second, when you are facing a looming deadline, practice time management techniques rigorously. Break down your remaining tasks into smaller, manageable chunks. This makes the overall mountain seem less daunting and allows for incremental victories, which are crucial for maintaining morale and momentum. Third, recognize and proactively manage the psychological impact of stress. Employing mindfulness, take short breaks to clear your head, and consciously remind yourself of the larger goal and your capabilities. Don't let the pressure lead to burnout, poor decision-making, or paralyze your ability to act. Implement strategies like setting minute deadlines for subtasks to create a sense of progress. Lastly, understand that collaboration is often key. Just as Hatch relied on Van Deusen's plan, and Van Dusen relies on Hatch's execution, a shared deadline can foster incredible teamwork and mutual support. Acknowledging the collective weight can sometimes lighten the individual burden, creating a sense of shared purpose and resilience. And so, as Hatch struggled with his growing burden, racing against the clock with every nerve taut, the effects of his actions, subtle though they seemed to him, began to ripple outward, eventually touching the very heart of Keystone Prison itself. The seemingly impenetrable fortress was about to experience the tremor of an external force, expertly applied. This leads us to our third and final key point, connecting the mysterious aside events to the internal chaos of Keystone Prison. While Hutchinson and Hatch toil away in the city, an unwitting architect of subtle disruption, the seemingly impervious routines of Keystone Prison began to exhibit faint cracks. The chaos wasn't a sudden riot or a direct confrontation. It was a slow, insidious erosion of the prison's tightly controlled order, a creeping sense of unease and paranoia that spread from the most junior guards all the way up to the warden himself. Each seemingly disconnected action by Hatch on the outside had a calculated ripple effect, meticulously designed by Professor Van Dusen to chip away at the prison's certainty and distract its authorities. This was psychological warfare, waged not with bullets, but with cleverness and foresight. Consider the classified advertisement Hatch faced. What tangible effect could a lost pact have on a maximum security prison? Initially none. Of course, it would be ignored, dismissed as irrelevant. But imagine if, as part of Van Dusen's intricate plan, this ad contained a coded message intended not for the prison staff, but for a specific, seemingly random individual, perhaps a delivery driver who regularly visited the prison, or even another prisoner who has surreptitious access to outside newspapers. Even if the coded message was never deciphered by the authorities, the very act of such an ad appearing in a widely circulated paper, if it was indeed a component of a larger, unseen communication strategy, could create a subtle undercurrent of paranoia among the prison authorities. The new Van Dusen was a master of the unconventional, a man who solved in riddles and exploited minutiae. Was this innocent looking at a secret communication? Such speculation, however unfounded, would inevitably lead to heightened scrutiny of all incoming mail, all newspaper deliveries, all external communications. Resources would be diverted, time would be wasted on frivolous investigations, and a low, persistent hum of suspicion would begin to permeate the atmosphere, making everyone a little more suspicious of everyone else. Then there were hatches of decisions. A chemical compound, for instance, which Hatch had carefully procured. This item, along with others, would need to be somehow introduced into the prison. This wouldn't be the direct handoff. That would be too obvious, too easily intercepted. Instead, Van Dusen's plan likely involved a clever manipulation of existing prison routines and supply chains. Perhaps one of the items was concealed within the package of legitimate supplies ordered by the prison cleaning supplies, repair parts, even food provisions. When such a package arrived, its presence would be entirely routine, drawing no initial suspicion. But its contents, perhaps a specifically formulated cleaning agent or a specialized lubricant, would deviate subtly from the norm, perhaps in packaging quantity or chemical composition. The prison staff, already increasingly worried due to Van Dusen's formidable reputation and the public's intense focus on their escape, would have to spend extra time inspecting these items, questioning their origin, cross-referencing orders, and even conducting rudimentary chemical tests. Every new, slightly unusual item arriving at the prison gates would become a potential vector for Van Dusen's machinations, a tiny seal valve. The chaos here isn't physical, it's administrative, mental, and logistical. It's the slow, frustrating grind of increased vigilance and unfounded suspicion that taxes an organization's resources and morale. This heightened scrutiny wasn't just a minor inconvenience. It was a strategic erosion of the prison staff's confidence and focus, precisely what Van Dusen intended. The warden, a man priding himself on the absolute, unbreachable security of his institution, would find himself constantly battling phantom threats, chasing down leads that went nowhere, and questioning the loyalty or competence of his own staff. Every odd request, every delayed delivery, every unusual piece of mail would be seen through the magnified, paranoid lens of Van Dusen's potential influence. Guards, already on edge from the constant media attention and the implicit challenge to their authority, would become more irritable, their routines disrupted by additional searches and inspections, the trust in the system slowly decaying. The very predictability that prisons rely on for maintaining order and control would begin to fray at the edges, slowly but surely creating an environment rife for a truly unexpected event, a moment of weakness that Van Dusen could exploit. To illustrate this with a real-world storytelling example, consider the tactics of psychological warfare during prolonged sieges in military history. Imagine a besieged city where the attackers don't just bombard the walls with catapults, but also disseminate false rumors among the populace and soldiers, sending agents to commit minor, inexplicable acts of sabotage, or even sadly alter the city's water supply to cause mild illness and widespread malice. Individually, none of these acts might be catastrophic or immediately decisive, but collectively, they created a pervasive atmosphere of fear, confusion, and distrust among the defenders. The soldiers become paranoid, second-guessing every order, suspecting their neighbors, losing faith in their leaders, and expending vital physical and mental energy on internal conflicts and investigations rather than focusing on the external, palpable threat. This gradual, often invisible, breakdown of moral and order, caused by seemingly minor external influences, is often far more debilitating than a direct, overwhelming assault. The chaos is not explosive, but rather a slow, grinding dissolution of certainty and control, making the system vulnerable to a more direct strike when it eventually comes, like a dam slowly recoming before a final, power breach psychotically. Why is this gradual connection of outside events to internal chaos so effective? Because it targets the fundamental human need for predictability, control, and a clear understanding of one's environment. Institutions like prisons thrive on routine, strict protocol, and unquestioned order. Any disruption, however small, when it cannot be immediately explained or contained, breeds anxiety, paranoia, and a sense of vulnerability. When authorities are forced to constantly chase shadows, when they are met with ambiguity rather than concrete threats, their energy is depleted, their decision-making becomes clouded by suspicion, and their fundamental sense of mastery and control is profoundly undermined. This constant state of heightened alert, without clear targets or identifiable enemies, leads to alert fatigue, where individuals become less effective identifying real threats because they've been overwhelmed by perceived ones. Furthermore, the mysterious nature of Anderson's methods, the lack of overt attacks or demands means the prison staff can simply react with brute force or traditional countermeasures. They are fighting an invisible enemy, a mind against minds, which is far more taxing psychologically than any physical battle. This uncertainty itself becomes a powerful weapon, eroding their confidence and cohesion from within, making them their own worst enemy. What practical application steps can we draw from this, listeners? If you are an individual or part of an organization trying to navigate a challenging, complex situation, be acutely aware of the ripple effects of seemingly minor actions. Small, consistent efforts, even if they don't seem immediately impactful, can cumulatively create significant, often unforeseen, change over time. If you're trying to influence a system, look for the leverage points, the routines, the assumptions, the unspoken rules, the points of contact that, when subtly altered, can create widespread uncertainty and disrupt established patterns. Conversely, if you are defending against such subtle infiltration or psychological warfare, cultivate a culture of calm, critical thinking, and open communication. Don't allow paranoia to take root from unexplained events. Seek to understand the why behind every anomaly, no matter how insignificant it might seem, and don't dismiss small irregularities as trivial without proper investigation. Establish clear protocols for vetting external interactions and consistently reinforce trust and clear communication within your team to counter the psychological toll of uncertainty and suspicion. Recognizing that a truly cunning adversary might not attack directly, but rather through indirect, psychological means, allows you to build resilience against such insidious tactics, safeguarding your own mental landscape and that of your organization. So there we have it, listeners. The stage is now set, and the pieces are in play. Hutchinson Hatch, the indispensable outside accomplice, is navigating a labyrinth of coded instructions, obscure tasks, and mounting pressure. The one-week deadline is a relentless taskmaster, pushing him to his limits, while his actions, seemingly small and disconnected, are quietly but surely sowing seeds of disquiet and disruption within the rigid walls of Tishon prison. The world outside and the world within are now intimately linked by the professor's audacious plan. A plan that is slowly but surely unraveling the tightly wound order of Cell 13, preparing it for the professor's grand exit. In summary, we've explored how Professor Van Dusen skillfully employed Hutchinson Hatch as his vital link to the outside world, setting in motion a series of covert actions that were meticulously designed to contribute to his escape. We saw the profound psychological impact of trust and delegation, transforming a digital reporter into an integral, albeit unwitting, participant in a high-stakes intellectual game. We then witnessed the dramatic escalation of tension as the unforgiving one-week deadline pressed down on Hatch, forcing him to confront his own doubts and anxieties amidst the frantic pace of his secret mission, pushing him to the very edge of his composure. Finally, we connected Hatch's seemingly innocuous external activities to the subtle yet potent chaos they began to stir within the seemingly impenetrable Tishon prison, demonstrating how a mastermind can use indirect means to undermine an adversary's control and certainty, eroding their defenses without a single overt act of aggression. The professor is not just trying to pick a lock. He is trying to dismantle an entire system, piece by piece, from the inside out and the outside in, with Hatch as his crucial external lever. The intricate dance between the thinking machine inside Cell 13 and his indispensable accomplice on the outside is now fully engaged. The game of wits has progressed beyond the initial challenge, transforming into a strategic ballet of intelligence and action, a test of wills and intellect against an unyielding environment. As the days tick by, the question isn't just if Professor Van Dusen will escape, but how he orchestrated such a complex symphony of events from behind bars, coordinating the seen and the unseen elements with astonishing precision. The next chapter will bring us back inside to witness the direct consequences of Hatch's outside endeavors and to see how the professor begins to leverage these developments within the increasingly fraught confines of his supposedly inescapable cell. Prepare yourselves, for the plot thickens considerably, and the ingenuity of the thinking machine will continue to astound. Chapter 5: The Acid and the Iron. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 5 of our compelling journey into the mind of a master strategist, a chapter aptly titled The Acid and the Iron. As we delve deeper into the intricate workings of this extraordinary escape, we find ourselves at the absolute precipice of action, where meticulous planning finally collides with the gritty reality of execution. This is not merely a segment of our story. It is a climax of weeks, perhaps even months, of painstaking preparation, a breathtaking testament to the scientific and logical application of every single, painstakingly acquired tool, both physical and intellectual. Consider for a moment the sheer audacity of the premise to escape from a seemingly impenetrable cell, one built with the explicit intention of containing the most cunning and determined individuals. It's a challenge that, to the average person, would seem insurmountable, a task destined for failure, yet our Protagonist, Professor Van Dusen, views it not as a wall, but as a complex puzzle. Each rivet, each stone, each card retain a piece of information to be analyzed, understood, and ultimately exploited. This chapter isn't just about what he does. It's about how he thinks, how he transforms the mundane into the miraculous, and how he leverages the often overlooked principles of science to achieve what seems utterly impossible. It is where the abstract theories of chemistry meet the unyielding strength of iron, where the human intellect truly begins to bend the will of physical matter. We are about to witness the moment where all the disparate threads of ingenuity, patience, and scientific knowledge, woven so carefully in the preceding chapters, finally converge into a single decisive and irreversible act. Are you ready to see how a seemingly insurmountable obstacle can be meticulously, logically, and systematically dismantled? Our first critical point of focus within this electrifying narrative is the ingenious and utterly precise manner in which nitric acid was employed to weaken the formidable, thick iron bars of self-sorting. Imagine the scene. A man confined outer, yet somehow he manages to smuggle in and then utilize a chemical agent of such corrosive power, all under the very noses of his diligent captors. How, you might ask, could such a thing be possible? The story implicitly suggests a level of cunning that transcends simple trickery. The acid itself, as we know from earlier parts of the narrative, was likely obtained in minute quantities, perhaps through a series of almost imperceptible acquisitions, each one designed to appear innocuous. It could have been disguised as a seemingly harmless liquid, perhaps a cleaning agent, or even a component of medical solution if the narrative allowed for such a diversion. The genius lies not just in acquiring it, but in understanding its properties and, crucially, its application. Nitric acid is a potent oxidizer, and its reaction with iron, a common component of steel, is both vigorous and distinctive. It crushes the metal, transforming the solid structure into soluble iron nitrates, effectively eating away at its strength. But the challenge wasn't just about applying the acid. It was about doing so silently, discreetly, and persistently. Picture Professor Van Dusen, likely in the dead of night, when the prison hums with a different kind of silence, a more profound stillness that amplifies every creak and rustle. He would have needed a means to apply the acid repeatedly, perhaps using a small dropper or a piece of cloth soaked in the corrosive liquid, carefully swabbing the chosen points on the bars. Each application would have been a delicate dance between effectiveness and detection. The fumes, a telltale sign of such a chemical reaction, would have had to be managed, perhaps by ventilating the cells subtly, or by diluting their scent with other, less suspicious odors. The residue, the rusted remnants of the iron, and the acidic runoff would also require meticulous disposal, perhaps absorbed into glass that could then be hidden or flushed away in the plumbing, leaving no trace. This wasn't a single dramatic pour. It was a sustained, patient assault, a testament to the power of small, consistent actions accumulating into a significant outcome. Each drop, each subtle effervescence, each almost imperceptible weakening of the metallic lattice was a step towards freedom, taken in absolute secrecy. Consider a real-world parallel to this kind of meticulous, scientifically driven sabotage. Think of the intricate art restoration efforts where conservators use precise chemical solutions to strip away centuries of grime and varnish from priceless paintings. They aren't trying to destroy, they are trying to reveal. But the principle of using a chemical to systematically alter a material is the same. Or, if we lean into a more subversive example, recall stories of Cold War spies who would painstakingly collect minute pieces of intelligence, each seemingly insignificant on its own, but when combined and analyzed, they painted a complete and devastating picture. Another compelling example is the slow, deliberate work of tunneling through rock, not with explosives, but with hand tools, chipping away inch by agonizing inch, much like it as it chips away at the iron's integrity. It's a testament to the fact that brute force isn't always the answer, sometimes precise, persistent, and scientifically informed application of seemingly minor force can overcome monumental barriers. It's about understanding the fundamental properties of the material you're up against and then finding its Achilles heel. However small or obscure it might seem, psychologically, what does this detailed, almost ritualistic application of acid tell us about our protagonist, and indeed, about the human capacity for problem solving? It speaks volumes about an unyielding resolve and the profound ability to think not just steps, but entire sequences of events ahead. This isn't just about weakening bars, it's about understanding the entire ecosystem of the prison, the guard schedules, the ambient noise levels, the ventilation, the very composition of the materials used in construction. It demonstrates an exceptional grasp of material science, but more importantly, it illustrates the strategic patience required to execute such a complex plan. Our hero isn't just reacting to its confinement. He is proactively deconstructing it, piece by chemical piece. He anticipates, challenges fumes, residue, noise, and mitigates each one with ingenious solutions. This entire process is a vivid demonstration of leveraging knowledge as a weapon, proving that intellect, when applied with precision and persistence, can be far more potent than any physical force. It's a testament to the power of the mind over matter, the power to see beyond the obvious, and to exploit the hidden vulnerabilities that even the most formidable structures possess. For you, our astute listener, what practical applications can we glean from this seemingly extreme example? Firstly, it emphasizes the crucial importance of understanding the problem at its most fundamental level. Don't just look at the iron bar as an impenetrable obstacle. Inquire about its composition, its history, its weaknesses. Secondly, it highlights the need to identify the right tool, even if that tool is unconventional or requires creative procurement. Sometimes, the most effective solution isn't the most obvious one. And thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, it teaches us the value of systematic and persistent application. Granted, instantaneous solutions are rare. True breakthroughs often come from a series of small, consistent, and meticulously executed actions. We must learn to manage risks, anticipate consequences, and adapt our methods as we go. When faced with a seemingly insurmountable challenge in your own life, whether it's a complex project at work, a personal goal, or a creative endeavor, remember the acid and the iron. Break down the problem, identify its vulnerabilities, select the appropriate, even unconventional tools, and apply them with unwavering persistence and precision. The toughest obstacles often yield not to brute force, but to intelligent, sustained effort. Moving forward, Our next critical point explores a fascinating dimension of this escape: the psychological warfare waged on the increasingly terrified warden. This wasn't merely a physical escape. It was a battle of wits, a calculated campaign to dismantle the warden's composure and authority, brick by psychological brick. Our protagonist, confined within his cell, wasn't just working on the bars. He was simultaneously working on the warden's mind, turning the very concept of self-13 into a symbol of dread and inexplicable failure. Imagine the warden, a man whose professional life is defined by order, control, and the absolute certainties of his prison's security. He prides himself on his impenetrable walls and his unyielding discipline. Then, into this carefully constructed reality, enters an enigma, a prisoner who, despite all safeguards, demonstrates an uncanny ability to manipulate his environment, to acquire forbidden items, and to defy the very laws of physics. Or so it seems. The warden is initially perplexed, then frustrated, and finally utterly terrified. The prisoner plays this psychological game by orchestrating a series of seemingly impossible events. He disappears and reappears. He communicates in cryptic ways. He leaves subtle hints of his capabilities that defy rational explanation. Each incident chips away at the warden's confidence, making him question his own sanity, the loyalty of his staff, and the very security of his prison. Self-13 becomes not just a cell, but a living, breathing entity, a malevolent force that chooses to torment him. The warden's unlucky cell number, once perhaps a superstitious quirk, transforms into a chilling prophecy, a self-fulfilling curse. Its reputation, built on years of unblemished service, begins to crumble under the weight of this inexplicable threat. The prisoner isn't just escaping. He is orchestrating a profound psychological defeat, making the warden believe that he is battling not a man, but an ethereal, unstoppable force, a ghost in the machine of his perfect prison. He is deliberately fostering a sense of dread and helplessness, turning the warden's strength, his adherence to rules, his belief in physical barriers into weaknesses against a foe who operates outside those very parameters. For a compelling real-world example of such masterful psychological warfare, we can look to the story of the Battle of the Dardanelles during World War I, where Allied forces attempted to capture Constantinople. While a military campaign, it involved significant elements of deception and psychological operations. The Allied forces used feints, misleading intelligence, and even dummy structures to sow confusion and fear among the Ottoman defenders. Another captivating parallel can be found in the art of negotiation, where a skilled negotiator might subtly undermine an opponent's confidence, making them doubt their position, their facts, or their ability to succeed. Think of the legendary chess grandmasters, who aren't just thinking moves ahead on the board, but are also actively trying to predict and influence their opponent's mental state, looking for any sign of hesitation or fear. Perhaps a more literary example would be the intricate mind games played by characters like Sherlock Holmes, who often use a calculated display of superior intellect and enigmatic behavior to manipulate suspects or even to outwit hardened criminals, making them reveal their guilt not through brute force interdiction, but through psychological pressure. It's about creating an atmosphere where the opponent's own mind becomes their greatest adversary, where uncertainty and dread slowly erode their ability to reason and react effectively. From a psychological perspective, why does this matter so profoundly? It highlights the immense power of perception and the often underestimated leverage that fear can provide. Our protagonist understood that human beings, even those in positions of authority, are susceptible to irrational fears, to superstitions, and to the dread of the unknown. By controlling the narrative, by making his actions seem inexplicable and therefore terrifying, he effectively turned the warden's threats into weaknesses. The warden's rigid belief in a physically secure prison became its undoing when confronted with an adversary who seemingly defied physical limitations. It's about understanding an adversary's vulnerabilities, their pride, their need for control, their deepest anxieties, and then systematically exploiting those without ever needing to confront them physically. This psychological strategy demonstrates that true power doesn't always lie in physical dominance, but often in the ability to manipulate the mental landscape, to make the opponent doubt their own reality, and to erode their will to resist. So, how can you, our discerning listener, apply this profound insight into your own life? It's not about becoming a master manipulator, certainly not in a malevolent sense, but it is about understanding the human factor in any challenging situation. When you face an obstacle, whether it's a difficult client, a skeptical audience, or even an internal mental block, consider the perceptions involved. How can you subtly influence the narrative? How can you present information in a way that addresses underlying anxieties or challenges ingrained assumptions? It's about strategic communication and presence. By understanding what motivates or frightens the other party, or even what limits your own thinking, you can frame your approach in a way that subtly shifts the balance of power. It's about identifying an opponent's core beliefs and then gently, almost imperceptibly, introducing elements that cause them to reevaluate those beliefs. This isn't about deception for deception's sake, but about strategic influence, about building rapport, or, in the case of our story, about gently eroding resistance through carefully calibrated psychological pressure. It's about knowing that sometimes the battle is won not with a shout, but with a whisper that plants a seed of doubt. Finally, let us set the stage and atmosphere for the impending, monumental final breakout. This is the moment where all the meticulous planning, the scientific ingenuity, and the psychological team's should coalesce into a singular, breathtaking anticipation. The air itself seems to thicken with unspoken tension, a palpable sign of destiny drawing near. It is the eve of the climax, a moment charged with an almost unbearable blend of excitement, trepidation, and absolute resolve. Picture that external environment. Perhaps it is a stormy night, rain lashing against the prison walls, thunder echoing like distant cannons, providing a natural symphony to mask any subtle sounds of the escape. Or perhaps it is a night of profound stillness, the kind of quiet that makes every tiny sound resonate, amplifying the prisoner's pounding heart. The guard changes, a routine occurrence, now holds new significance. Its shift bringing a fresh set of eyes, or perhaps a fleeting window of opportunity. Inside cell 13 the atmosphere is electric. The thick iron bars, once symbols of unyielding strength, are now mirror shells, their internal structure compromised by the slow, relentless work of the acid. They stand as a testament to the power of persistent, unseen forces. Our protagonist, Professor Van Dusen, is likely in a state of heightened focus, his mind a whirlwind of last-minute checks, contingency plans, and precise visualizations of every step. There is a sense of calm born from absolute preparation. Yet beneath that calm, a surge of adrenaline, a kind that sharpens senses and hones reflexes. Every object in the cell takes on a new significance. The smuggled tools, now worn and perhaps scarred from their secret use. The flaw, painstakingly examined for weaknesses. The very air, which might carry the faint, metallic scent of corrosion. The silence of the prison, usually oppressive, is now filled with the imagined echoes of freedom. This isn't just the night before an escape. It is the culmination of an obsession, a date with destiny that has been meticulously planned and unflinchingly pursued. Every fiber of his being, every synapse in his brilliant mind, is geared toward the singular moment, this final, audacious leap into the unknown. To bring this dramatic setting to life with a real-world storytelling example, think of the night before a major military offensive. Perhaps the D-Day landings, soldiers huddled in their landing crafts, knowing that the door would bring unimaginable challenges. The meticulous planning of months, even years, was about to be trod to the ultimate test. Or consider the quiet intensity in a control room just moments before a major rocket launch. Every engineer, every scientist, holding their breath, eyes glued to screens, knowing that countless hours of work hang in the balance of a few critical seconds. Another powerful image comes from the world of high-stakes heists portrayed in cinema, where the team gathers one last time, reviewing blueprints, checking equipment, the air thick with unspoken tension and adrenaline. Each member mentally rehearsing their part in the elaborate choreography. The silence is not empty. It's pregnant with anticipation, filled with the collective heartbeat of those about to embark on a momentous, perilous endeavor. It's the calm before the storm, yes, but it's a calm that is profoundly active, a moment of profound internal preparation psychologically. What does this heightened atmosphere, this meticulous stage setting, truly signify? It underscores the critical importance of preparation and the profound mental fortitude required to execute high-stakes actions. Our protagonist isn't simply relying on luck. He has built his own luck through unwavering diligence. This final phase of preparation isn't just about physical readiness. It's about entering a peak performance state, harnessing the adrenaline, and maintaining absolute focus under immense pressure. It is about the power of visualization, mentally running through every possible scenario, every potential pitfall, and every contingency. It's about transforming anxiety into productive energy, channeling the natural human response to danger into an acute awareness and a sharpened resolve. The atmosphere reflects an internal state, a mind utterly consumed by the task at hand, impervious to distraction, operating at its highest capacity. It's the ultimate expression of human resilience and strategic thinking, demonstrating that even in the face of overwhelming odds, the human spirit, armed with intellect and unwavering determination, can find a way. For you, our attentive listener, what practical application steps can be drawn from this intense prelude to escape? This teaches us invaluable lessons about managing pre-performance anxiety and ensuring that all preliminary steps are not just complete, but perfected. Without any significant challenge in your own life, be it a crucial presentation, a difficult conversation, or personal milestone, take a moment to set your mental stage. Visualize success. Mentally rehearse the steps. Ensure that every preparatory detail, no matter how small, has been addressed. This isn't about obsessing over every single potential failure, but about building an unshakable confidence through thoroughness. It's about leveraging the power of mental preparation to create a sense of calm and control, even amidst external chaos. By doing so, you can transform what might otherwise be crippling stress into focus, powerful energy that propels you towards your desired outcome. It's the final calibration, the deep breath before the plunge, ensuring that when the moment of truth arises, you are not just ready, but perfectly poised to act with precision and unwavering conviction. In summary, Chapter 5, The Acid and the Iron, serves as a magnificent crescendo in our narrative, a powerful illustration of how the mind, when operating at its peak, can conquer seemingly insurmountable physical and psychological barriers. We have witnessed the profound impact of scientific application, as humble nitric acid meticulously eroded the formidable iron bars, a testament to the power of persistence and precise knowledge. We have analyzed the chilling effectiveness of psychological warfare, watching as our protagonist systematically dismantled the warden's confidence and sanity, proving that the battle of wills can be far more decisive than any physical confrontation. And finally, we have felt the palpable tension of the stage being set, a testament to the immense importance of meticulous preparation and mental fortitude in the face of high-stakes action. This chapter is a masterclass in strategic thinking, demonstrating that true freedom often comes not from brute force, but from an intelligent, patient, and multifaceted approach to problem solving. It teaches us that every obstacle has a weakness, every adversary a vulnerability, and every complex goal can be achieved through systematic, unwavering effort. As we conclude this profound exploration of preparation and psychological maneuvering, we are left at the very threshold of freedom. The bars are weakened, the warden is psychologically crippled, and the stage is perfectly set. What comes next, dear listener, is not just an escape. It is the ultimate test of execution, the moment where all the intricate threads of planning are pulled together into a single, decisive act. In our next chapter, we will finally witness the daring leap into the unknown, the culmination of Anderson's genius, as he takes his final, monumental step towards proving the problem of self-13 is not a problem at all, but merely the challenge waiting to be solved. Join us then for the unforgettable moments of liberation. Chapter 6, The Great Escape. Welcome, dear listeners, to another captivating chapter in our exploration of the problem of self-13, a narrative that continually reminds us of the astounding power of the human intellect. We now arrive at a moment that stands as the very crux of our story, a moment that will forever redefine what is considered possible within the confines of seemingly insurmountable obstacles. This is Chapter 6, The Great Escape, and it is here that we witness a grand reveal, the astonishing sight of Professor Van Dusen appearing outside his locked cell, confronting every expectation and challenging every assumption. First, the renowned Dr. Charles Van Dusen, known affectionately and sometimes derisively as the thinking machine, had been willingly confined within the legendary cell 13 of the prison, a fortress designed to hold the most cunning and desperate of criminals. The bet was a simple one, yet monumental in its implication. Could he escape a cell considered utterly impenetrable, using only his wits, in a mere 72 hours? The prison warden, a man of unwavering confidence forged by years of experience with every conceivable escape attempted, as scoffed. The battered medical men, intellectuals themselves, had listened with a mixture of professional curiosity and profound skepticism. They knew the cell. They knew its formidable construction, steel, concrete, advanced locking mechanisms, constant vigilance. It was a perfect trap. How could anyone, let alone a man who eschewed physical exertion, possibly succeed that, as the final hours ticked away, a peculiar tension had settled over the prison administration? Was it possible? Could this eccentric professor truly outsmart their meticulously designed system? The warden, usually jovial, had become suddenly reserved. His colleagues, who had initially treated Van Dusen's challenge as an amusing diversion, now found themselves checking their watches with increasing frequency, and gnawing unease replacing that utter dismissiveness. The air in the warden's office, usually filled with the comfortable hum of daily administration, was thick with unspoken anticipation, a collective holding of breath. The afternoon sun, filtering through the high windows, cast long, dusty shadows across the polished floor, mimicking the lengthening shadows of doubt in the minds of those assembled. The clatter of typewriters from outside, the distant shouts of birds, even the chirp of a bird from a nearby tree all seemed to underscore the slow, inevitable march of time toward the 72-hour mark. And then it happened. The sound of the outer office door opening, a commonplace sound, yet on this particular afternoon, it resonated with the force of a thunderclap. The first key point we must delve into, dear listener, is the sheer, unadulterated shock at great the colleagues and the warden as Professor Van Dusen, not as a disheveled scapegoat, but with an almost casual air, walked into the office. Imagine the scene. The warden, perhaps leaning back in his chair, a smart expression just beginning to form on his face as the deadline approached, ready to declare victory. The doctors, probably huddled together, discussing the theoretical impossibility of the escape, perhaps even speculating on Van Dusen's mental state for attempting such a feat. Their eyes, no doubt, darting towards the clock, then to the closed door that theoretically led to the outside world, a door that Van Dusen should not, could not, ever walk through without their express permission and supervision. Then, the sudden, almost mundane click of the doorknob turning. The door swings open, and there he stands. Not a ghost, not a dream, but the professor himself. Perhaps he adjusts his spectacles, a characteristic gesture. Perhaps he offers a slight, knowing nod. His appearance is likely quite ordinary, perfectly composed, which only amplifies the extraordinary nature of his presence. What was their immediate reaction? One can almost hear the collective gasp, the sudden indicate breaths, the chairs scraping back as they involuntarily surge to their feet. Their mouths, no doubt, hung slightly agape, their eyes wide with a disbelief so profound it bordered on the comical. It wasn't just surprise. It was an existential jolt. The world, as they knew it, had just been subtly, yet irrevocably altered. To truly understand this moment, let's consider our real-world storytelling example. Think of a master illusionist, perhaps someone like Harry Houdini, who built his legendary career on defying the impossible. Imagine an audience, meticulously checking the chains, the locks, the water tank, utterly convinced of his entrapment, only for him to suddenly materialize at the back of the theater, casually wading into the bewildered crowd. The shock isn't just in the appearance. It's in the utter demolition of their preconceived notions of reality. Or, for a more dramatic example, consider a seemingly insurmountable sports challenge, like the miracle on ice in 1980, where a young, amateur American hockey team defeated the seemingly invincible Soviet Union team. The moment the final buzzer sounded, the entire world was stunned, not just by the win, but by the shattering of a deeply ingrained belief in the Soviets' invincibility. It was a moment that transcended sport, becoming a symbol of the impossible made real. These moments are etched into our collective memory because they transcend mere success. They are triumphs over the seemingly absolute psychologically. This level of shock matters immensely. It triggers what we call cognitive dissonance. The warden and the doctors held a firm belief, so 13 is escape-proof, and Van Dusen is inside. When Van Dusen appears outside, these two beliefs clash violently. The brain struggles to reconcile this contradiction, leading to confusion, disbelief, and eventually a reiteration of their entire understanding of the situation. This isn't just about being proven wrong. It's about having a fundamental assumption about reality challenged. Our minds crave consistency and predictability. When that is violently disrupted, especially by a human agent, it forces us to re-examine our mental models. It's why we are so drawn to mysteries and magic tricks. The initial "how could that be?" is profoundly stimulating. Such moments also serve as powerful psychological anchors, indelible memories, precisely because they defy our expectations so completely. They break us out of complacency, making us question the knowns in our lives and perhaps even fostering a greater openness to previously unimaginable solutions. So, how can we apply this practically in our own lives? Firstly, it teaches us the profound importance of maintaining an open mind, even when faced with seemingly overwhelming evidence to the contrary. How often do we dismiss an idea or a person's capability because it doesn't fit our established worldview? Secondly, it highlights the power of a calculated surprise in communication or leadership. While we don't advocate deception, understanding how to present an unexpected, positive outcome can be incredibly impactful. Imagine a project leader who, against all odds, delivers a solution thought impossible. Not just achieving success, but transforming team morale and belief in what can be accomplished. It's about leveraging the unexpected to inspire, to challenge paradigms, and to demonstrate a level of ingenuity that goes beyond mere competence. It also prompts us to ask ourselves, are there areas in my own life where I prematurely declare something impossible without fully exploring all the intellectual avenues? Now, let's turn our attention to the second crucial aspect of this grand escape, the exact timing of his victory, which profoundly emphasizes Van Dusen's almost superhuman precision. This wasn't merely an escape. It was a perfectly orchestrated maneuver executed with an almost chilling accuracy. Remember the conditions. Van Dusen had 72 hours. Not 73, not 75, but precisely 72. His appearance wasn't a day early, nor was it a desperate, last-ditch effort with minutes to spare, scrambling through a barely open door. Instead, it was an entrance made with the dignity and composure of a man who knew exactly when and how he would fulfill his promise. Imagine, he knew well, the specific details. The warden, perhaps, looking at his large grandfather clock, the minute hand steadily advancing towards the final second of the 72nd hour, is probably preparing a speech, a mixture of condescension and reluctant respect for Van Dusen's effort, but ultimately declaring the experiment a failure. And then, precisely as the minute hand clicks into place, or perhaps just a breath before, Van Dusen walks in. It speaks volumes, doesn't it? It suggests not a haphazard, fortunate break, but a meticulously planned strategy, a sequence of actions timed to perfection. It wasn't an act of brute force or lucky chance. It was a testament to his comprehensive understanding of time, opportunity, and the systematic execution of a complex plan. This precision elevates his achievements from a simple escape to an extraordinary demonstration of mastery. Consider a real-world storytelling example to grasp this better. Think of a famous heist movie, perhaps one where a team of master thieves must infiltrate an impenetrable vault, bypass layers of security, and extract their prize all within a microscopic window of time, often dictated by guard rotations or automated defense systems. The tension in these narratives is often tied to the ticking clock, and the climax is the moment they succeed, not just in stealing the object, but in doing so precisely as the laser grid reactivates or the vault doors begin to seal, or, in a different vein, consider the precise timing required for a successful space mission, where launch windows are narrow. Optomechanics demand exactitude, and the re-entry requires hitting an atmospheric corridor with astonishing accuracy. Success is often defined not just by achievement, but by the flawless adherence to an incredibly tight schedule, with deterioration by even a second could spell disaster. This precision, this perfect synchronization with time, transforms a difficult task into an art form. Psychologically, our appreciation for precision and mastery runs deep. It speaks to our innate human desire for order, control, and competence. When something is executed with pinpoint accuracy, it implies a profound understanding of all the variables involved, a level of foresight and planning that goes beyond mere talent. It signals intelligence, discipline, and a thoroughness that we admire. Why does this impress us so much more than mere success? Because it suggests that the outcome wasn't accidental. It wasn't a fluke. It was a direct result of deliberate, intelligent action. It provides a sense of security and reliability. If one can be so precise in one endeavor, it suggests a capacity for similar precision in others. It satisfies our intellectual curiosity by implying a deeper logic at play, rather than just random chance. It makes us feel that the world, at least for a moment, is beautifully orchestrated, rather than chaotic. Practically, what can we learn from Van Dusen's masterful timing? It underscores the immense value of meticulous planning and the setting of clear, measurable deadlines in our own professional and personal lives. How often do we embark on tasks with rigged timelines, leading to procrastination and rushed, less than optimal results? Van Dusen's escape is a powerful reminder that deadlines aren't arbitrary constraints. They are often crucial elements that define success and drive efficiency. Moreover, it teaches us the discipline of breaking down complex problems into smaller, manageable, and time-bound steps. Each action, no matter how small, has its own precise timing within the larger framework. Cultivating precision in our work, whether it's in delivering a report exactly on time, managing a project within budget, or even adhering to a personal fitness schedule, not only increases our effectiveness but also instills a greater sense of accomplishment and self-mastery. It elevates our actions from merely getting things done to executing them with a level of artistry and foresight. Finally, let's consider the most profound aspect of Van Dusen's victory: the triumph of pure logic and intellect over physical steel and stone. Cell 13 was not a flimsy cage. It was a monument to cultural architecture. We've heard descriptions of its impenetrable walls, its reinforced steel door, the layers of concrete, the modern locking mechanisms, the sophisticated surveillance. It was designed to defy physical force, to withstand the most determined attempts at escape through brute strength or crude tools. There was no tunnel, no hidden passage, no obvious weakness that a common criminal might exploit with a pickaxe or a stone key. Yet, Van Dusen had no pickaxe. He had no brute strength. His tools were observation, deduction, analysis, and an unparalleled understanding of the principles governing the physical world and human systems. He wasn't stronger than the steel, but he was smarter than its designers. He wasn't faster than the parts, but he could anticipate the patterns and exploit the blind spots of their routines. His intellect found the cracks in the system, not in the physical structure itself, but in the assumptions, the processes, and the very design philosophy that made the cells seem impregnable. It wasn't about breaking things. It was about understanding how they worked, and then, with subtle ingenuity, making them work for him. This stark contrast between the physical mind of the prism and the elegant, almost invisible, solution crafted by his mind is what makes his escape so profoundly impactful. It is a resounding affirmation of the supremacy of thought. To draw a parallel, let's look at a real-world storytelling example from history: the myth of the Trojan horse. Troy was an unbreachable city, protected by formidable walls that had withstood years of siege. No amount of brute force, no direct assault, could breach them, yet the Achaeans succeeded, not by strength, but by cunning. They conceived a gift, seemingly innocent, yet secretly harboring their soldiers. It was a victory of deception, of psychological manipulation, of leveraging the enemy's assumptions against them, rather than attempting to batter down the physical defenses. Similarly, consider the modern world of cybersecurity. The most formidable firewalls and encryption are typically breached by brute force attacks that try every password. Instead, they are often overcome by clever social engineering, exploiting human error, or finding subtle, almost invisible vulnerabilities in the code or system logic, a triumph of intellectual insight over digital steel. These examples illustrate how deep understanding and clever strategy can overcome seemingly impenetrable physical barriers. Psychologically, this particular triumph resonates deeply with us because it champions the underdog, the mind against overwhelming physical odds. Humans are naturally drawn to stories where ingenuity prevails over brute strength. It affirms our own potential, inspiring hope that even the most formidable problems, whether personal or societal, can be solved not just through sheer effort, but through smart thinking, creative problem solving, and a keen eye for detail. It's a powerful antidote to fatalism, reminding us that obstacles are often less about their physical mass and more about our perception and the limitations of our current thinking. It fills our innate desire for intellectual challenge and the satisfaction of solving a complex puzzle. This dynamic also provides a sense of empowerment, suggesting that intellectual capital is a potent form of power, often more effective and sustainable than physical might. For practical application, this message is incredibly liberating. It encourages us to approach our own self-certain problems, those seemingly impossible challenges in our lives or careers, not by blindly applying more effort or resources, but by first stepping back and truly thinking. Ask yourself, what are the fundamental principles at play? What assumptions am I making about this problem? Can I reframe the challenge? Where are the unseen vulnerabilities, the overlooked details, the human elements that might offer a clever way forward? It teaches us the importance of observation, critical thinking, and, perhaps most crucially, lateral thinking, the ability to look for solutions outside the obvious, conventional paths. Instead of trying to bash down a metaphorical wall, can we find a way to circumvent it, climb over it, or even make the wall itself work to our advantage? This approach fosters innovation, resilience, and a deep confidence in our own intellectual capabilities, reminding us that our minds are our most powerful tools. So, as we conclude our deep dive into this pivotal chapter, we are left with the indelible image of Professor Van Dusen, the thinking machine, standing calmly in the warden's office. His presence there, against all logic and expectation, is a testament to more than just his personal genius. It is a powerful affirmation of the human spirit's capacity for ingenuity, precision, and the triumph of intellect over seemingly insuperable physical barriers. The shock of his collapse, the pinpoint timing of his arrival, and the profound contrast between his mental tools and the prison's physical defenses all combine to create a truly iconic moment in storytelling. It is a moment that compels us to question our own assumptions about what is possible and to embrace the limitless potential of a truly engaged mind. The spectacular escape, however, only raises the next, most pressing question. How did he do it? What were the exact steps, the subtle observations, the ingenious deductions that led to this impossible feat? That, dear listener, is the thrilling subject of our next chapter, where Professor Van Dusen himself will finally unveil the intricate mechanics of his grand escape. Prepare to be amazed once more, as the seemingly impossible is systematically explained, revealing the profound logic that underpins this extraordinary achievement. Chapter 7: The Mastermind's Explanation. Good day, dear listeners, and welcome back to our unfolding narrative. We stand now on the precipice of revelation, at the very heart of the mystery that has held us captive, just as our brilliant protagonist, the thinking machine himself, was held captive in the infamous Cell 13. This chapter, The Mastermind's Explanation, promises to illuminate every shadowy corner of that seemingly impenetrable puzzle. Prepare yourselves for an intellectual feast, for D is about to lay bare the intricate tapestry of his escape, thread by meticulous thread, demonstrating not just a feat of physical prowess, but an unparalleled triumph of the human mind. Our journey through this explanation begins not with an act of defiance, but with an act of profound observation. Remember, D did not believe in impossible situations. He believed only in discovered solutions. From the moment he stepped into Cell 13, his mind was not racing with desperation, but rather observing, categorizing, and deducing. He treated the cell not as a prison, but as a meticulously designed problem, an elaborate puzzle box waiting to be solved. And what was the first, most crucial piece of the information he sought? Not a weakness in the bars, not a flaw in the masonry, but an anomaly. Something that didn't quite fit. He carefully scrutinized every inch of his new confinement. The floor, the walls, the ceiling, the bed, the basin, the pipes. The pipes. He noted the obvious ones. The gas pipe for the solitary light, the water pipe for the basin. But there was a third pipe, unassuming, perhaps even overlooked by countless previous inmates and guards alike. It was a pipe that seemed to lead nowhere, a pipe whose purpose was not immediately apparent. It just was a dead pipe, as D would later term it. This dead pipe, in itself, was the first seed of his audacious plan. Most people, upon seeing such a redundant feature, might dismiss it as a builder's error, a relic of a past design, or simply an aesthetic quirk. But D saw it differently. He tapped it. He listened. He deduced. If it led nowhere, why was it there? And if it led somewhere, where was that somewhere? This initial observation, seemingly mundane, was in fact the cornerstone of everything that followed. It represented the triumph of careful, systematic inquiry over casual assumption. Now, let's deep dive into this core concept, the deconstruction of the escape step by step, exactly as explained by the thinking machine. The first critical insight, as we've touched upon, was the identification of this unused or dead pipe in the cell, D, with this sharp logical mind. Reason that a pipe like this, extending from the wall and not visibly connected to any utility within the cell, must lead somewhere outside the immediate confines. It couldn't simply terminate within the wall. That would be an illogical and structurally unsound design. He tapped it, listened to the whole resonance, and confirmed his suspicion. This pipe was a conduit, an overlooked artery leading from the cell to an unknown external point. This was his first breach in the impregnable fortress. His next brilliant maneuver involved the ingenious use of the dead pipe and, surprisingly, captured rats as his unwitting messengers. How did he arrive at such a peculiar method? D understood that direct communication with the outside world was impossible from within cell 13. No ladders, no shouts, no signals would penetrate the thick walls and the vigilance of the guards. He needed a discreet, natural, and unassuming career. And what creature is more adept at navigating hidden passages and unseen ponderous than a rat? He began to cultivate a relationship with the rodent population of the prison. He would meticulously save scraps of food from his meager meals, leaving them strategically placed to attract his target audience. With patience and a deep understanding of animal behavior, he eventually managed to capture a rat. This wasn't a violent act, but rather a strategic one, akin to a general securing a vital asset. He then formulated his initial message, written on a tiny slip of paper, perhaps using a sharpened splinter of wood and his own blood for ink, or some other improvisation, the specific details of which he might have withheld or deemed less significant than the core idea. This minuscule dispatch contained instructions for his confederates on the outside, his loyal and highly intelligent associates who were undoubtedly monitoring the situation. He carefully fastened this message to the rat, probably around its leg or body, ensuring it wouldn't impede its movement. Then he released the rat into the dead pipe, trusting in its natural instinct to seek egress. This act, sending a message fire arrived through that pipe, is a phenomenal example of innovative problem solving. It wasn't about brute force or loud demands. It was about leveraging an existing, overlooked resource in an unconventional way. Let's pause here for a real-world storytelling example of leveraging an overlooked resource. Think of the ingenious ways people during wartime would use seemingly innocuous items to convey crucial intelligence. During World War II, a group of prisoners of war in a German camp managed to communicate with the outside world by hiding coded messages within chess being delivered to them by the Red Cross. The position of the chess pieces, or even subtle marks on the board, would convey vital information about troop movements or escape plans. The chess set itself wasn't a communication device, but through clever recontextualization, it became one. The rats and the pipe function similarly. They are not designed for communication, but repurposed them with brilliant foresight. From a psychological perspective, why does this matter so profoundly? Because it demonstrates the power of shifting one's frame of reference. When confronted with a problem, most people tend to think within predefined boundaries. A prison is for holding people. A pipe is for carrying gas or water. A rat is a pest. Transcended these mental limitations. He saw the prison as a system to be understood, the pipe as a potential channel, and the rat as a biological drone. This ability to refrain, to look at familiar objects with fresh eyes and ask what else could this be, is a hallmark of true genius and innovative thinking. It challenges the very notion of what is given and what is possible. It's an act of mental rebellion against conventional wisdom. What practical application steps can we draw from this for our own lives? Dear listeners, firstly, cultivate the habit of critical observation. Don't just see things. Look at them. Ask why is this here? And what purpose does it truly serve beyond its obvious one? Secondly, challenge assumptions. If everyone says a particular path is impossible, question the premise. What hidden pathways might exist that others have overlooked? What unconventional tools might be at your disposal if only you saw them differently? And thirdly, embrace patience and resourcefulness. Didn't have instant gratification. He spent days, perhaps weeks, attracting and training his rat careers. Resourcefulness often thrives in environments where conventional resources are scarce, forcing us to be more creative with what we do have. Look for the dead parts in your own challenges, the overlooked details, the dismissed elements, the seemingly irrelevant facts, for they might hold the key to your own breakthrough. Let us now move to the next crucial element, explaining how the wire, asset, and outside help were perfectly orchestrated. Once the message reached his confederates, a return delivery system had to be established. Knew he couldn't simply wait for a rat to bring back a tool. He needed specific items, and they couldn't be attached to a rat. This is where the genius of the dead part truly came into its own as a two-way conduit. His confederates, acting on his detailed instructions, knew exactly what to do. They located the external opening of the dead pipe. Perhaps it led to a sewer, a disused utility tunnel, or simply opened into an obscure, seldom checked area outside the prison walls. Their task was to send in a carefully packaged delivery, a strong, flexible wire, a small vial of powerful acid, and perhaps, crucially, impressions, or even duplicate keys. The wire was essential. How else would D retrieve items from the pipe, which would undoubtedly have bends and turns? He couldn't reach deep enough with his arm. The wire, long and supple, would allow him to fish out the package. The lancet was targeted for the lock. So careful, prolonged observation of his cell door's lock mechanism had deduced its internal workings. He understood the materials involved, the crucial components that, if weakened or dissolved, would render the lock useless. He didn't need to pick it. He needed to dismantle it from within timidly. The outside help was paramount here. Only they could source such specific and potent materials without raising suspicion. This orchestration required incredible precision and timing. Imagine the communication. The rat scurries out. The message is retrieved. The Confederates immediately spring into action, sourcing the materials, packaging them expertly to withstand the journey through the pipe, and then sending them in. Meanwhile, D was patiently, expectantly, ready with his improvised fishing hook or other tools to retrieve his lifeline. The entire sequence is a masterclass in clandestine operations. For real-world storytelling example of perfectly orchestrated outside help, consider the Great Escapes from Clouded Castle during WW2. Prisoners, through incredibly intricate networks, communicated with MI9, the British intelligence unit dedicated to aiding POW escapes. MI9 would send in escape tools, compasses, maps, miniature saws, and even civilian clothes, disguised within parcels of books, board games, or care packages. Each item was precisely requested, expertly concealed, and delivered through a meticulously planned channel, requiring perfect synchronization between the prisoner's ingenuity and the external support network. The success wasn't just in the prisoner's cleverness, but in the seamless, almost invisible coordination with their outside Confederates. Psychologically, why is this level of orchestration so important? It highlights the critical role of preparation and trust in achieving complex goals. D didn't just hope for help. He commanded it through his intelligence and foresight. His Confederates had unwavering faith in his ability to execute the plan once the tools were delivered. This mutual trust, built on a history of shared experiences and a deep understanding of as capabilities, was the invisible glue binding the entire operation. It also underscores the power of a detailed, step-by-step plan. Each component, the pipe, the rats, the wire, the acid, the outside team has a specific role, and their interactions were carefully considered, leaving little to chance. This meticulous planning reduces anxiety and increases the probability of success, transforming a seemingly impossible task into a series of achievable micro-tasks. What practical application steps can be gleaned from this? Dear listeners, first step, acknowledge the power of a support system. No matter how brilliant you are, there are always tasks that require external assistance, specialized knowledge, or resources you don't possess. Identify who your Confederates might be: mentors, colleagues, friends, family, and build relationships based on trust and mutual respect. Second, cultivate foresight. Just as D anticipated the need for a wire before he even received the assay, think several steps ahead in your own projects. What resources will you need down the line? What potential obstacles can you mitigate now? And third, emphasize precision in communication. Ambiguous instructions lead to disastrous outcomes. Be clear, concise, and comprehensive in your requests and plans, ensuring everyone involved understands their role and the overall objective. Finally, we arrive at the culmination, the masterful execution, and a profound philosophical takeaway. With the tools in hand, the wire retrieved, data assets secured, and perhaps even some keys or lockpicks delivered, the DT was ready. He chose his moment carefully. Perhaps it was during the darkest hours of the night, when the sounds of the prison were dulled, and the guards' patrols were less frequent, or during a specific shift change he had meticulously timed. He would apply the powerful acid to the crucial components of the lock mechanism. Over time, the acid would corrode and weaken the metal, dissolving the intricate tumblers or the spring mechanism that held the bolt in place. Then, with a flexible wire, he would carefully manipulate the remaining parts, perhaps pulling the weakened bolt back or diddling the mechanism until the door finally yielded with a soft click, a whisper of liberation. But as genius didn't enter. Simply escaping wasn't enough to prove his point. To fully expose the fragility of the system, he needed to be found back in his cell. This required another layer of deception. He had instructed his confederates to provide him with materials to fashion a dummy, a crude effigy of himself, using blankets, pillows, perhaps even a broom handle for structure, and his own clothes. He constructed the convincing likeness of a sleeping man. Once he had slipped out of the cell, he carefully positioned the dummy in his bed, arranged to look as though he were deep in slumber. This bought him precious time, ensuring that the morning rounds would pass without immediate detection of his absence, allowing him to navigate the prison corridors using the keys for his newfound lock-picking skills, and finally, to exit the prison altogether. The true marvel, the ultimate demonstration of his cerebral prowess, was his orchestrated return. After escaping, after proving the cell was not escape-proof, he arranged for his confederates to find him and bring him back into the prison, back into his cell, before the official escape was even discovered. He wanted to be caught sleeping peacefully in his cell, utterly confounding the authorities and making their impenetrable cell look like a farce. The entire point was not merely to escape, but to prove a philosophical argument that no system is perfect, and every lock has a key, whether physical or intellectual. This brings us to the final, profound moral of the story. 2 and 2 always make 4. This seemingly simple arithmetical statement, uttered by D himself, carries immense weight. It signifies the unwavering consistency of logic, the immutable laws of cause and effect. In a world of chaos and uncertainty, D found solace and power in the predictable nature of fundamental principles. He understood that every action has a reaction, every design has a flaw, and every problem has a solution, provided one applies rigorous logic and observation. His escape wasn't magic. It was the inevitable outcome of applying correct deductions to observable facts. 2 and 2 made 4, and therefore he escaped. For a real-world storytelling example of 2 and 2 always making 4, consider the meticulous investigations of Sherlock Holmes. Holmes would often deduce the most extraordinary conclusions from seemingly trivial details. A smudge on a shoe, a particular type of cigar ash, a unique knot in a rope, each was a piece of a puzzle. by systematically linking these pieces. By applying immutable laws of logic and observation, you would arrive at an inescapable conclusion about a crime. There was no guesswork, no intuition for intuition's sake, but rather a relentless pursuit of objective truths, where every piece of evidence, when correctly analyzed, invariably led to the same logical outcome. The criminal's actions, however convoluted, always adhere to a logical sequence, however hidden. That sequence, once uncovered, inevitably added up psychologically. Why does the moral two and two always make for resonate so deeply? Because it speaks to our inherent human desire for order, predictability, and control in a complex world. S philosophy offers a powerful antidote to feelings of helplessness. It posits that even in the most seemingly insurmountable situations, if we approach them with a clear, logical mind, if we observe diligently and deduce without prejudice, we can uncover their underlying mechanisms and find a way forward. It's a testament to the power of rationality, a belief that the universe, at its core, operates on principles that can be understood and manipulated. It reinforces the idea that true knowledge grants power, and that by understanding how things truly work, we can overcome perceived limitations. It's a reduction of superstition and an embrace of empirical truth. What practical application steps can we derive from this fundamental principle for our daily lives? Dear listeners, firstly, embrace a systematic approach to problem solving. Don't leap to conclusions or rely solely on gut feelings. Break down challenges into smaller, manageable components. Examine each piece of information, each variable, as if it were a clue in a grand mystery. Secondly, develop your powers of deduction. Practice connecting seemingly unrelated facts. Ask yourself, if A is true and B is true, what logically must follow? This isn't about being cynical, but about being discerning and rigorous in your thinking. And thirdly, cultivate a belief in the solvability of problems. Remind yourself that there is always an underlying logic, even if it's currently hidden. This mindset fosters persistence and resilience, encouraging you to keep searching for the four when all you currently see are two and two. It empowers you to believe that answers exist, waiting to be discovered by a diligent and thoughtful mind. So, dear listeners, S escape from cell 13 was not a miracle. It was a calculated outcome of a mind that refused to accept limitations, that saw possibilities where others saw only walls. It was a result of astute observation of a dead pipe, the resourceful use of rats as messengers, the precise orchestration of wire and assets with external confederates, all culminating in a performance designed to prove an undeniable truth that light, when applied rigorously, consistently yields predictable results. 2 and 2 always make 4, and rooted with exhilarating precision. His journey reminds us that true freedom often lies not in physical liberation, but in mental emancipation, in the courage to question the status quo, and the brilliance to uncover the hidden truths that govern our world. It's a story not just of escaping a prison, but of escaping the confines of conventional thought. As we conclude this profound explanation, let's carry forward the lessons they so masterfully taught us. Look for the anomalies, question the given, trust in the power of logic and observation. For in every challenge, in every seemingly insurmountable obstacle, there lies a hidden pathway, a depth time waiting to be discovered, a solution that makes 2 and 2 finally add up to 4. Join us next time as we reflect further on the profound implications of the thinking machine's triumph and perhaps explore how these principles can be applied to even broader challenges in our lives. Thank you for listening. The 7-Day Action Plan. Train your inner thinking machine. Welcome, curious minds, to Chapter 10. The 7-Day Action Plan. Train your inner thinking machine. Throughout our journey together, we have delved into the astonishing mental architecture of Professor Augustus F.X. Van Dusen, the formidable thinking machine. We marveled at his unparalleled powers of observation, his relentless pursuit of logic, and his unwavering dedication to truth, untainted by emotion or preconceived notions. But what good is intellectual admiration if it doesn't translate into tangible growth in our own lives? Today, we embark on the most crucial phase of our exploration, transforming these profound insights into practical, daily exercises designed to sharpen your own inner thinking machine. The core concept of this chapter is simple, yet profoundly challenging: to provide you, the listener, with a structure, step-by-step methodology to apply Van Dusen's exerting logic to the intricate tapestries of your own existence. This isn't about solving fictional or true mysteries, though the principles are remarkably similar. Instead, it's about unlocking the puzzles of your career, navigating the complexities of your personal relationships, and dissecting the persistent problems that often feel insurmountable. It's about moving beyond simply understanding how Van Dusen thinks to actively engaging in the process of thinking like him. Many of us go through life reacting to situations rather than analyzing them. We operate on autopilot, guided by habit, assumption, and often by deeply ingrained emotional responses. This autopilot mode, while efficient in trivial matters, can severely limit our ability to perceive opportunities, identify root causes, and craft innovative solutions. Van Dusen, as we've seen, rejects autopilot entirely. Every sensory input, every piece of data, every seemingly insignificant detail is subjected to the crucible of pure reason. This mind is an instrument of precision, meticulously calibrated to discern fact from fiction, possibility from impossibility. Our 7-day action plan is designed to help you begin recalibrating your own mental instrument. It's a progressive journey, building foundational observational skills before moving into complex problem identification and resolution. Think of it as a mental gymnasium, where each day offers a new set of exercises to strengthen your cognitive muscles, enhance your perceptual acuity, and hone the deductive prowess. Are you ready to shed the mental fog that often obscures clarity? Are you prepared to challenge your own assumptions and biases? I truly hope so, because the rewards of this intellectual training are immeasurable: greater clarity, enhanced problem-solving abilities, improves decision-making, and a profound sense of intellectual empowerment. Let us begin this transformative week now. Let's dive into the practical application, starting with the first phase of our training. Days 1 to 2 practice observing your daily surroundings without emotional bias. This initial phase is fundamental, a cornerstone upon which all subsequent logical deductions will rest. Van Dusen's genius wasn't solely in his ability to deduce, but in his extraordinary capacity to observe. He saw what others merely looked at. He perceived the granular details, the subtle discrepancies, There are objective realities that most minds filter out, deeming them irrelevant or simply overlooking them due to hurried attention or emotional interference. For these first 2 days, your mission is to cultivate this raw, unfiltered observation. Consider, for a moment, a common daily ritual, your morning commute. Perhaps you take the same road to work or school every single day. What do you really see? Most of us perceive a blur of familiar landmarks, traffic, and other commuters. We might register frustration if we're stuck in a jam, or a fleeting sense of calm if the journey is smooth. But how often do we truly observe? Let me offer a storytelling example. Imagine Sarah, a marketing executive who has been commuting for years on the same train line. Every morning, she sits in the same carriage, gazing out the window, her mind already racing through the day's agenda. To her, the train station is crowded, the platform dirty, and the journey itself tedious. Applying them to some slangs, however, her task for these 2 days would be radically different. She wouldn't just see crowded. She would count the approximate number of people on the platform at a specific time, noting the ratio of men to women, the predominant colors of their attire, types of bags they carry. She wouldn't just perceive dirty. She would identify the specific types of refuse, a crumpled newspaper from yesterday's date, a particular brand of coffee cup, a splash of liquid near a bench, noting its color and apparent viscosity. She would listen not just to noise, but to the distinct pitch of the train's brakes, the cadence of the announcements, the particular murmur of conversations. She might notice a subtle pattern of wear on the floor tiles near the carriage door, or the specific number of rivets on the ceiling panels. She would intentionally strip away her judgments, crowded, tedious, and instead focus solely on verifiable, objective data. What is the actual state of the platform? What are the specific sounds? What are the exact colors and shades present? Now, for the psychological analysis of why this matters so deeply. Our brains are incredibly efficient machines, designed to create shortcuts. This efficiency, while beneficial for survival and navigating routine, often comes at the cost of detail and accuracy. We categorize, generalize, and interpret sensory information through the lens of our past experiences, our current mood, and our ingrained biases. This process, known as perceptual filtering, means that we rarely experience realities as it truly is. Instead, we experience a highly curated version of it. When Sarah labels the station as crowded, she's not observing facts. She's applying a subjective interpretation. When Van Dusen looks, he doesn't see crowded. He sees X number of individuals within Y square feet displaying the behaviors. This exercise in objective observation forces us to bypass these filters. It trains our brains to process raw data before immediately jumping to conclusions or applying emotional labels. It enhances our present moment awareness, a cornerstone of mindfulness, but with a specific intellectual purpose. By meticulously noting objective details, we are building a richer, more accurate database of information in our minds, a foundation that will be indispensable when we later move to logical deduction. It also subtly erodes confirmation bias, the tendency to interpret new evidence as confirmation of one's existing beliefs or theories, because you are deliberately seeking out all evidence, not just what fits your preconceived notions. It's about seeing the world with fresh eyes, as if for the very first time. Just as Van Dusen approaches every new problem as a unique, unbiased observer, so, for your practical application steps for days 1 and 2, first, choose a specific, contained daily environment that you frequent. This could be your kitchen counter, your desk at work, a particular park bench you pass, or even a specific room in your home. Second, set aside 5 to 10 minutes each day for this exercise. During this time, commit to observing everything within that chosen environment using all your 5 senses, without attaching any able judgments or emotional responses. What are the exact colors? Not just blue, but a muted cerulean with hints of gray. What are the textures? Smooth, rough, slightly statiferous. What specific sounds can you isolate? Beyond the general hum, the faint click of a distant flop, the rustle of paper, the subtle creak of our floorboard. Are there any distinct scents to lingering coffee dust, a faint metallic tang? What about temperature differentials or air currents? Third, challenge your assumptions. If you see it a mess, quantify it. How many items are out of place? What are those specific items? Where exactly are they located? If you observe a stain, what is its shape, color, and approximate size? Can you infer anything about its composition or origin purely from its appearance, not from prior knowledge of this work? Fourth, and critically, keep a brief journal or mental log of your observations. Make a conscious effort to describe details in objective, verifiable terms. Instead of the room felt cold, write the thermometer reads 68 degrees Fahrenheit, and I noticed a draft from the window on the east wall. The more specific and factual you are, the more effectively you are training your inner thinking machine. Repeat this exercise, perhaps choosing a different environment for the second day, but always focusing on the raw data, stripped of subjective interpretation. This meticulous observation is the bedrock of Van Dusen's genius, and it will be yours too. Moving beyond observation, we now confront the more abstract challenges that impede our progress. Days 3 to 4 identify the locked rooms or mental barriers in your career or personal life. Having sharpened your observational skills, you are now better equipped to scrutinize not just your physical surroundings, but also the internal landscapes of your career and personal life. Van Dusen's greatest triumphs often involved cases where the solution seemed utterly impossible, where every door was apparently locked, every escape route sealed. These were the locked rooms, defying conventional logic. In our own lives, we face similar metaphorical locked rooms, persistent problems, stagnant situations, or deeply ingrained challenges that seem to offer no discernible way out. For these 2 days, your task is to identify one such locked room in your own life and begin to dismantle it through objective analysis. Let's consider a real-world example. Imagine David, a talented software engineer who feels perpetually stuck in middle management. Despite his skills and dedication, he hasn't been promoted in 5 years, and his attempts to advance feel like hitting an invisible, impenetrable wall. He often attributes this to office politics or bad luck, a common form of emotional bias and external attribution. This is his locked room, a seemingly inescapable career battle. When David applies the Van Dusen mindset, he doesn't immediately accept office politics as the final answer. He begins to observe his situation with the same dispassionate eye he would use to examine a crime scene. What are the actual facts of his situation? Who has been promoted? What are their specific skill sets, their observable behaviors, their quantifiable achievements? What feedback, if any, has he received, and what were the exact words used? He might realize that while he sees himself as a technical expert, the promotions went to individuals who demonstrated strong leadership and communication skills, areas where he'd merely assumed his technical prowess would suffice. He might identify a specific project where he failed to delegate effectively, leading to a bottleneck. He might also identify a limiting belief within himself. I'm not good at public speaking, which acts as an internal lock on his professional advancement. The locked room isn't a nebulous force, but a constellation of specific, identifiable factors, some external, many internal. From a psychological perspective, this exercise is crucial because some minds are remarkably adept at constructing elaborate narratives that justify our current predicaments, often externalizing blame or internalizing self-limiting beliefs. These narratives become our locked rooms, presenting themselves as unchangeable truths. We say, I'm just not a morning person, or I'm terrible with money, or my industry is too competitive. These are often not immutable facts, but rather mental barriers, reinforced by years of unchallenged assumptions and emotional reasoning. The process of identifying these barriers without emotional bias is profoundly liberating. It moves us from a state of passive resignation, it is what it is, to active inquiry. What are the specific components of this is that can be altered. It challenges what is known as learned helplessness, where past failures or perceived lack of control lead us to believe that we are powerless to change our circumstances. By rigorously questioning the perceived boundaries of our problems, we begin to chip away at their seeming invincibility. We transform an insurmountable obstacle into a series of solvable puzzles, much like Van Dusen dismantling the illusion of a cell. This process requires intellectual courage, the willingness to confront uncomfortable truths about our own contributions to our problems, and the humility to admit where our initial perceptions may have been skewed by emotion or insufficient data. So, for your practical application steps for days 3 and 4, first, identify one specific problem or persistent challenge in your career or personal life that feels like a locked room, a situation where you feel stuck, unable to make progress, or that seems to defy solutions. It could be a career stagnation, a recurring conflict in a relationship, a financial hurdle, or even a personal habit you struggle to change. Second, describe this problem objectively, as if you were Van Dusen examining a case. What are the facts? What are the observable behaviors? The specific outcomes? The quantifiable metrics? Avoid emotional language or blame. Instead of my partner is always inconsiderate, try my partner consistently leaves dirty dishes in the sink, despite repeated requests. Third, list all the perceived walls and locks that make this problem feel intractable. At external constraints, lack of resources, specific policies, other people's actions, or the internal assumptions, beliefs, or fears that you hold about yourself or the situation. Be brutally honest here. Fourth, and this is critical, for each perceived wall or lock, ask yourself, is this truly a fact, or is it an assumption or belief I hold? How can I verify this? Can I challenge this assumption? For example, if the lock is I don't have enough money to pursue X, can you objectively quantify enough money? What are all the ways you could acquire it? Is it truly impossible? For very difficult under current circumstances, fifth, brainstorm without judgment. Other possible ways someone else, perhaps a fictional detective like Van Dusen, or someone completely outside your field might view this problem. What questions might they ask? What aspects might they scrutinize that you overlooked? This external perspective helps to break down ingrained thinking patterns. By the end of day 4, you should have a clearer, more objective understanding of your locked rule, stripped of much of its emotional mystic and illuminated by factual analysis. Finally, we arrive at the culmination of our week-long intellectual training. Days 5 to 7 apply deductive reasoning to solve one persistent personal problem step by step. With your observational skills finally honed and your locked room thoroughly dissected, you are now prepared to engage in the very heart of Van Dusen's methodology, pure deductive reasoning. This is where the scattered facts, the challenged assumptions, and the objective analysis coalesce into a coherent pathway towards a solution. For these final 3 days, you will take one of the identified problems and systematically apply deductive logic to solve it, or at least take the crucial first steps toward its resolution. Let's revisit David, our software engineer stuck in middle management. Through his observation days 1-2 and barrier identification days 3-4, he came to understand that his locked room wasn't just office politics, but a combination of a lack of demonstrated leadership skills, a specific instance of poor delegation, and his own limiting belief about public speaking. He now has concrete facts and challenged assumptions. Applying deductive reasoning in days 5-7, David might formulate a clear, concise question: how can I effectively demonstrate leadership skills and overcome my fear of public speaking to position myself for promotion within the next year? It then lists all the objective facts he gathered, the specific skills of those who were promoted, the feedback he received, the resources available for skill development, company training, online courses, and the instances where his current approach fell short. He also recalls challenging his assumption that it's too late to learn new things, realizing that others his age and older successfully acquire new skills. Now, he brainstorms all possible solutions, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. Take a public speaking course. Volunteer to lead a small, realistic project. Ask my manager for specific feedback on my leadership potential. Read books on delegation. Shadow a senior leader. Practice presenting to my mirror or trusted friend. For each potential solution, he applies deductive reasoning. If I take a public speaking course, then I will acquire tools and practice to manage my theological deduction, and then I can volunteer for a small presentation at work next logical step, which might lead to an opportunity to showcase my new skills potential autumn. If I continue to avoid public speaking, then I will not develop a crucial leadership skill logical deduction, and then I will likely continue to be overlooked for promotion logical consequence. He eliminates solutions that are impossible based on facts, e.g., win the lottery and retire is not a practical solution to career advancement or lead to unacceptable outcomes. He prioritizes solutions based on feasibility, impact, and minimal risk. Perhaps starting with reading a book on delegation and practicing short internal presentations with a trusted peer is a manageable first step, rather than immediately signing up for an intensive, high-cost public speaking course. The aha Moments for David comes when he realizes that the locked room was an illusion created by his own unexamined assumptions and emotional filters. The solution isn't one grand gesture but a series of small, logical, actionable steps. He chooses one small, concrete step, enrolling in a free online course on effective delegation and commits to taking it within the next 24 hours. He has systematically dismantled the impossible problem into a solvable sequence of actions. Psychologically, this final phase is incredibly empowering. It combats analysis paralysis, the state of overthinking a problem to the point of inaction. By breaking down complex challenges into manageable, deducted steps, we overcome the overwhelming feeling of not knowing where to start. It fosters a profound sense of agency, transforming us from passive victims of circumstance into active architects of our future. The satisfaction derived from systematically tackling a challenge and seeing a clear path emerge from what once seemed a dead end builds confidence and reinforces the value of this logical approach. It teaches us that most problems, however formidable they appear, can be deconstructed, analyzed, and solved through persistent, unbiased application of reason. It's the ultimate demonstration of your inner thinking machine in action, connecting the dots between objective observation, critical questioning of assumptions, and logical inference. For your practical application steps for days 5, 6, and 7, first, take the locked room problem you identified and analyze in days 3, 4. Second, formulate a clear, concise question that encapsulates the problem you want to solve. Make it specific and outcome-oriented. For example, how can I reduce my monthly discretionary spending by 20% within the next 3 months? Or what steps can I take to improve communication with my sibling regarding X? Third, gather all the objective facts you accumulated from days 1 to that relate to this problem, and you challenge the assumptions from days 3, 4. Lay them out before you, physically if possible, or mentally, ensuring they are distinct from opinions or feelings. Fourth, brainstorm out possible solutions. Do not censor yourself here. List everything that comes to mind, no matter how unconventional or simple. 50. For each potential solution, apply rigorous deductive reasoning. Ask, if I implement solution A, what must logically follow? What are the certain consequences? What are the probable consequences? What are the improbable but possible consequences? Evaluate these consequences against your desired outcome and ethical considerations. 6. Eliminate solutions that are truly impossible based on your objective facts, or those that lead to unacceptable or counterproductive outcomes. 7. Prioritize the remaining solutions based on feasibility, potential and the level of effort or risk involved. Look for the low-hanging fruit, small, actionable steps that can yield significant results or provide valuable learning without undue risk. Choose one small, actionable step from your prioritized list to implement immediately, or within the next 24 hours. This could be making a phone call, researching a resource, having a difficult conversation, or simply making a conscious behavioral change. 9. Reflect on the outcome of that step. What did you learn? Did it confirm your deduction, or did it reveal new facts? Adjust your plan based on this new information. Continue this iterative process over these 3 days, taking successive small steps and refining your approach. By the end of day 7, you won't necessarily have solved that entire problem, but you will have made tangible progress. and more importantly, you have experienced the profound power of your own trained inner thinking machine. This concludes our 7-day action plan. What you have just embarked upon is not merely a set of exercises, but a transformative way of engaging with the world. You move from passively observing to actively perceiving, from reacting emotionally to analyzing objectively, and from feeling thought to systematically solving. This process, initiated by Van Dusen's example, will, if consistently applied, dramatically enhance your clarity of thought, your decision-making capabilities, and your overall sense of intellectual control over your life's circumstances. Remember, this isn't a one-time fix, but the beginning of lifelong practice. The world constantly presents us with new mysteries, new locked rooms, and new opportunities to apply our honed logical faculties. Just as Professor Van Dusen never tired of seeking truth, your inner thinking machine will thrive on continuous engagement and challenge. Keep practicing, keep observing, keep questioning, and keep deducing. The rewards are a life lived with greater intention, deeper understanding, and an unparalleled ability to navigate its complexities. In our next chapter, we will delve deeper into the philosophical underpinnings of Van Dusen's relentless logic, exploring how such a mindset can not only solve problems, but also shape our ethical compass and worldview. Join me as we explore the deeper implications of a life lived by pure reason. Summary: the power of pure logic. Welcome back, discerning listeners, to the final chapter of our journey through Jacques Futrelle's ingenious creation, the problem of self-13. As we draw this remarkable tale to a close, it's time to reflect on the profound implications of what we've learned and to truly appreciate the enduring legacy of a story that, despite its age, continues to captivate and challenge our intellects. This chapter summary, the power of pure logic, is an invitation to consolidate our understanding, to internalize the lessons, and to carry forward the spirit of inquiry that Professor Van Dusen so brilliantly embodies. At its heart, the problem of self-13 is more than just a detective story. It is a profound philosophical statement disguised as a thrilling mystery. It champions the absolute supremacy of the human intellect, demonstrating with dazzling clarity that a keen mind, armed with pure logic and unwavering determination, can dismantle the most formidable physical barriers. The core theme resonating through every page, every observation, every calculated move, is the undeniable truth that the biggest obstacles often reside not in the world outside us, but in the limitations we impose upon our own thinking. Futrelle's masterpiece challenges us to question assumptions, to look beyond the obvious, and to trust in the methodical, relentless application of reason. It is a foundational text in the realm of the locked room mystery, elevating the genre from mere escapism to a rigorous intellectual exercise. His legacy lies in demonstrating that the greatest detector doesn't need a magnifying glass or a deer stalker to impress. Sometimes, all that's required is a mind so sharp it can see through steel and stone. Now, let us delve deeper into the specific insights offered by this extraordinary narrative. First and foremost, we must revisit the seemingly insurmountable impossibility of the challenge presented to Professor Van Dusen and marvel at its elegant, entirely logical resolution. Can you recall the initial skepticism, the sneering disbelief of the prison officials, the very architects of a system designed to be impenetrable? They have created a fortress, self-13, a paragon of security, built with the strongest materials, guarded by vigilant eyes, seemingly devoid of any weakness. It was a physical manifestation of absolute confinement, intended to defy any attempt at escape through brute force or conventional means. The challenge was not merely to escape, but to escape from a cell universally acknowledged as the apex of penal design, under conditions of constant, uncompromising surveillance. It was a problem designed to highlight the limits of human ingenuity, to prove that some barriers are simply inviolable. Yet, Van Dusen, the thinking machine, with his gold frame and unassuming demeanor, shattered this illusion of impossibility. His method was not one of strength, but of meticulous deconstruction. He didn't see the solid wall. He saw mortar brick and the possibility of minute displacement. He didn't see an unbreakable steel bar. He saw its point of installation, its potential for weakening. His brilliance lay in thinking from first principles, stripping away the assumptions of security and examining every component, every routine, every human element with a fresh, unbiased gaze. He leveraged the very things designed to ensure his captivity, the regular delivery of food, the presence of guards, the architecture of the prison itself, the plumbing, even the laundry, and transformed them into tools for his liberation. The soap, the string, the salt, the matches, the nickel seemingly innocuous items, when viewed through the lens of pure logic, became instruments of profound consequence. His escape was not a magical feat, but a series of interconnected, logical steps, each dependent on the preceding one, each exploiting an overlooked detail of a human tendency. It was the ultimate demonstration that what seems impossible to the casual observer can become eminently solvable to the mind that refuses to accept preconceived notions. Consider, for a moment, a real world parallel to Van Dusen's methodical approach. The daring escapes orchestrated during World War II from prisoner war camps, most famously depicted in the Great Escape. These were not spontaneous acts of desperation, but triumphs of meticulous planning, observation, and ingenuity against overwhelming odds. Prisoners, facing barbed wire, guard towers, and constant patrols, didn't try to bash their way out. Instead, they painstakingly dug tunnels, inch by laborious inch, for months, even years. They observed the guards' routines, the blind spots, the times of shift changes. They fashioned tools from scraps, disguised dirt, and created diversions. Every single detail, from the color of the dirt matching the surface to the timing of an air raid siren, was analyzed and exploited. This wasn't about superior strength. It was about superior strategy, about dissecting a seemingly impregnable system into its constituent, vulnerable parts, just as Van Dusen did with self-everything psychotically. Why does this matter so deeply? It speaks to our inherent human tendency to categorize problems as impossible when they appear overwhelming at first glance. We often apply heuristic shortcuts, judging a problem by its superficial complexity rather than breaking it down into manageable components. This cognitive laziness, while sometimes efficient, can blind us to creative solutions. Furthermore, the human mind is prone to functional fitness, seeing objects or situations only in the conventional roles. Van Dusen, by reimagining soap as a means to make a mold, or salt as a corrosive agent, shattered this fixedness. His success psychologically reinforces the idea that true security, whether a prison cell or a complex social problem, is often an illusion created by our collective assumptions and our inability to think outside predefined boxes. It teaches us an immense power of deconstruction, of returning to fundamental principles, and of questioning every given. So, how can we apply this lesson practically in our own lives? First, whenever you encounter a problem that feels impossible, resist the urge to declare it so. Instead, immediately adopt Van-Dusen's mindset. Break it down. What are the smallest components? What are the underlying assumptions everyone is making about it? Second, observe meticulously. What details are you overlooking? What routines or established procedures might hold hidden opportunities or vulnerabilities? Third, challenge functional fixedness. Look at the resources you have, no matter how mundane, and ask what else could it be used for? What unconventional purpose might it serve? Finally, cultivate patience. Van-Dusen's escape wasn't instantaneous. It was slow, methodical accumulation of small victories. Many impossible problems yield not to a single grand stroke of genius, but to a persistent series of logical, incremental steps. Moving to our second key point, the problem of self-13 brilliantly reiterates the core lesson that mental agility can overcome almost any physical limitation. Professor Van-Dusen is not a physically imposing figure. He is portrayed as sly, almost frail, with a head too large for his body, and a demeanor that suggests a life lived entirely within the confines of his own formidable mind. He is the antithesis of the brawny escape artist, the kind of individual one would expect to be utterly helpless in a high-security prison. Yet, it is precisely his mental prowess, his sheer intellectual horsepower, that allows him to dismantle the physical might of the penitentiary. The prison, with its thick walls, steel bars, and armed guards, represents brute physical strength, an unyielding barrier. Van-Dusen, however, demonstrates that the human mind, in its capacity for adaptation, innovation, perception of patterns, prediction of outcomes, and manipulation of circumstances, is the ultimate tool, a force far superior to any physical constraint. His mind is his weapon, his blueprint, his entire arsenal. It allows him to deduce the composition of the mortar, to calculate the timing of the guard's wounds, to understand the mechanics of the sewer system, and to foresee the reactions of those trying to contain him. He doesn't need to be strong enough to bend bars. He needs to be smart enough to make them irrelevant. This narrative powerfully underscores the idea that true power doesn't reside in physical attributes, but in the boundless potential of cognitive ability. It's a testament to the resilience of the human spirit when guided by an unfettered intellect. Consider the remarkable story of Aaron Ralston, the hiker who, in 2003, became trapped by a boulder in a remote canyon. Faced with a dire, life-threatening physical limitation, his arm thinned and crushed, he didn't succumb to despair. Instead, his mental agility and sheer will to survive kicked in. He meticulously analyzed his situation, the limited tools he possessed, and the grim reality of his predicament. He used his knowledge of physics, his understanding of physiology, and an incredible amount of mental fortitude to make an agonizing decision and then execute a plan to self-amputate his arm. While a far more visual example than Van-Dusen's escape, it powerfully illustrates how the mind, when pushed to its limits, can devise solutions to overcome seemingly absolute physical incapacitation. driving the body to perform what was previously unimaginable. It's about mental fortitude dictating physical action, about strategy overcoming raw, unyielding constraint. From a psychological perspective, this core lesson is critical because it highlights the profound impact of our mindset when we encounter physical limitations, whether they are environmental, personal disabilities, or simply tasks that seem beyond our physical capabilities. A fixed mindset might lead us to conclude I can't. However, a growth mindset, similar to Van Dusen's, prompts us to ask, how can I? It cultivates self-efficacy, the belief in one's capacity to execute behaviors necessary to produce specific performance attainments. When we believe in our cognitive abilities, we become more resilient in the face of adversity, more persistent in problem solving, and more willing to innovate. Underestimating intellectual capital, both in ourselves and others, can lead to wasted potential and missed opportunities. This story acts as a powerful antidote to such complacency, reminding us that the greatest asset we possess is not our physical form, but the intricate neural network within our skulls. What practical steps can we take to cultivate this essential mental agility? First, embrace learning as a lifelong endeavor. Continuously expose yourself to new information, new skills, and new perspectives. This keeps your brain active and adaptable. Second, practice critical thinking regularly. Question information, analyze arguments, and seek out diverse viewpoints. Don't just accept what you're told. Third, engage with challenges that push your intellectual boundaries. Whether it's learning a new language, mastering a complex game, or taking on a difficult project at work. Stepping outside your cognitive comfort zone is where true agility develops. Fourth, utilize tools like mind mapping or structured brainstorming to explore all possible angles of a problem, breaking free from linear thought. Finally, regularly ask what-if scenarios. This exercise in hypothetical thinking sharpens your ability to foresee consequences and strategize solutions before problems even arise. Finally, let us reflect on the timeless and utterly entertaining appeal of the thinking machine and the problem of self-solving. Professor Van Dusen, with his peculiar habits, his pronouncements of 2 and 2 always make 4, and his unwavering faith in pure reason, is a character who transcends the pages of his stories. He is a quintessential armchair detective before the term became widely popularized, solving mysteries often without leaving his study or, in this particular case, without physically engaging in the struggle, but rather through sheer mental force. His charm lies not in charisma or social grace, but in the sheer spectacle of his intellect at work. He represents the triumph of brain over brawn, a narrative archetype that resonates deeply with audiences who appreciate cleverness and strategic thinking. The story's narrative structure is a masterclass in suspense and intellectual satisfaction. It presents a seemingly insoluble puzzle, meticulously builds the tension by emphasizing the absolute impossibility of the situation, and then, with breathtaking precision, unravels the mystery through a series of logical deductions. There is an innate human pleasure in witnessing intelligence in action, in seeing a seemingly perfect system exposed for its flaws, and in experiencing the aha moment alongside the protagonist. Futrelle's contribution to the locked room mystery genre is significant, influencing countless authors who came after him, and establishing a high bar for intellectual integrity in detective fiction. The story isn't just about escape. It's about the celebration of the human mind's capacity to transcend physical limitations and outsmart the most elaborate designs. Its enduring popularity stems from this fundamental satisfaction of intellectual victory. Think about the enduring global appeal of escape rooms today. Millions of people easily pay to be locked into a themed room, presented with a series of puzzles and challenges, all under a strict time limit. Why? Because the thrill isn't in escaping the physical room, but in the mental gymnastics required to solve that intricate web of clues. It's the vicarious experience of being Van Dusen, of feeling your own intellect tested and hopefully proven. Similarly, the persistent fascination with characters like Sherlock Holmes lies in their unwavering reliance on logic and deduction. These characters provide an intellectual playground for readers, inviting them to engage their own minds in solving the puzzle, offering a profound sense of satisfaction when the solution finally clicks into place. This is precisely the allure of the problem of self-voting. It's an interactive challenge, a mental sparring match between the reader and the ingenious mind of Futrelle, mediated by Professor Van Dusen, psychological. This appeal taps into several deep-seated human desires. We crave order and resolution. Puzzles, by their very nature, promise this. The satisfaction derived from solving a complex problem is a powerful motivator, releasing dopamine and reinforcing positive cognitive pathways. Furthermore, the vicarious pleasure of watching someone intelligent succeed validates our own intellectual aspirations. It teaches us that perseverance and critical thought can indeed lead to satisfying outcomes. The thinking machine provides an archetype of pure reason that appeals to our innate curiosity, our drive to understand, and our appreciation for elegance in problem solving. It's a reminder that intelligence is a form of beauty, capable of crafting intricate solutions from chaos. To apply this appreciation for problem solving in your everyday life, start by actively seeking out intellectual challenges. Don't shy away from complex tasks or questions that demand deeper thought. Engage with puzzles, riddles, and strategic games, not just for entertainment, but as a form of mental exercise. Cultivate a profound sense of curiosity. Constantly ask why and how. This inquisitive mindset is a bedrock of logical inquiry. Most importantly, learn to enjoy the process of discovery, the journey of unraveling a problem, rather than focusing solely on the end result. When you apply critical thinking to discern truth from fiction in news or information, you're embracing the spirit of the thinking machine. Every time you methodically break down a household dilemma or professional obstacle, you are echoing the brilliant mind of Professor Van Dusen. As we bring our exploration of the problem of self-thinking to a close, let us internalize the profound message it conveys. Jacques Futrelle crafted not just a tale of escape, but a powerful allegory for the human condition. It reminds us that our greatest strength lies not in physical might, nor in the resources we command, but in the unwavering power of our own minds. The story of Professor Van Dusen's escape from self-thinking is a timeless testament to the triumph of pure logic, an inspiring reminder that with keen observation, relentless questioning of assumptions, and methodical reasoning, even the most impossible problems can be systematically dismantled and solved. So, let the lessons of the problem of self-thinking resonate within you. May you approach every challenge with a calm, analytical mind of the thinking machine, ever mindful that 2 and 2 always make 4, and that logic, apply diligently, can indeed overcome all. The next time you face a seemingly insurmountable obstacle, remember cell 13 and remember the slide. Unassuming professor will prove that the walls we build, whether physical or metaphorical, are often less formidable than we believe, especially when confronted by the boundless power of a truly engaged intellect. Call to action. Unlock your next mystery. And so, with Professor Augustus F.X. Van Dusen's brilliant mind having unraveled the seemingly impossible enigma of Cell 13, we arrive at the conclusion of this particular intellectual journey. We've witnessed the triumph of pure logic over impregnable walls, of sheer intellect over brute force, and of the human mind's capacity to perceive solutions where others only see insurmountable obstacles. What a remarkable feat, wouldn't you agree? As you put down your headphones or step away from the speakers, perhaps with a sense of wonder still lingering, I want to invite you to consider not an ending, but a new beginning, a call to action to unlock your next mystery, both within yourself and within the vast world of stories waiting to be discovered. The core concept here is simple yet profound, to encourage you, our valued listener, to engage further with the audiobook platform that brought you this captivating tale, and indeed, with a wider body of work by the ingenious Jacques Futrelle and other masters of mystery. Think of it not as a simple marketing message, but as an extension of the shared experience we've just had. Just as Van Dusen meticulously connected disparate clues to form a coherent whole, we invite you to connect with the larger community of readers and thinkers who cherish such intellectual puzzles. Our journey together, while complete for this story, as hopeful is but the desire for more. Don't you feel as satisfying it to dive into another complete puzzle, to pit your wits against another seemingly impenetrable problem? Let's begin by talking about something incredibly simple, yet immensely powerful: your voice. We truly encourage you to leave a star review for this audiobook, and if you feel inspired, to share your own brief mental escape stories, or indeed, your thoughts on Van Dusen's methods. Why does this matter so much? Imagine for a moment a reader, much like yourself, scrolling through countless titles, perhaps feeling overwhelmed by choice. They stumble upon the problem of Cell 13. What will draw them in? It won't just be the synopsis. It will be the authentic voices of fellow listeners who have already experienced the thrill. I recall hearing from a listener who, after being trapped during a snowstorm for 3 days with limited power, recounted how the intricate details of a Van Dusen mystery provided such a profound mental escape that the time seemed to melt away, the mind oddly absorbed in the puzzle, rather than their immediate, monotonous surroundings. They shared their review, describing the audiobook as a lifeline to sanity, and it instantly resonated with dozens of others facing their own mundane challenges, prompting them to listen. This isn't just about ratings. It's about connecting human experience. Psychologically speaking, leaving a review taps into our innate desire for reciprocity. You receive enjoyment and intellectual stimulation, and offering a review is a simple, effective way to give back and enrich the community. It also provides social proof, assuring potential new listeners that this is a worthwhile investment of their precious time. And for you, the act of articulating your thoughts and feelings about the story can deepen your own appreciation, solidifying your experience, and perhaps even revealing new insights you hadn't consciously acknowledged before. So, practically speaking, I urge you to take just a moment. locate the review section on your audiobook platform. It's usually just a tab on the stars, and perhaps jot down a few sentences about what you enjoyed most, or even a brief anecdote of a time in a difficult puzzle, intellectual or otherwise. Grip your attention and offer you a similar form of mental escape. Your words truly make a difference, far beyond what you might imagine. Next, if you've been captivated by the unique deductive brilliance of Professor Van Dusen, then you are in for a treat, because this is just one of many extraordinary cases featuring the thinking machine. Jacques Futrelle penned a whole series of classic mysteries starring this unparalleled character. Have you ever wondered what other impossibilities his mind could unravel? Imagine a situation where a man commits murder by simply thinking that, with no physical contact, no weapon, only an incredible sequence of events seemingly orchestrated by sheer willpower. Or consider the baffling case of a stolen priceless gem, guarded by layers of security, only to vanish from the locked safe, with no possible entry or exit point, under the watchful eyes of multiple witnesses. These aren't just fictional scenarios. There are other adventures awaiting you, meticulously crafted by Futrelle to challenge and delight. The psychological draw here is multifaceted. Once we connect with a character like Van Dusen, whose intellect is so singular and compelling, there is a natural human desire for continuity, for more of what we love. It's the comfort of familiarity blended with the thrill of novelty, the same brilliant mind, but entirely new, intricate puzzles to solve. It also caters to our intellectual curiosity. Having seen him conquer self-13, our minds immediately wonder, what else can he do? What are the limits of his genius? For practical application, I suggest that after you finish this chapter, simply search for Professor Van Dusen or Jacques Futrelle on your preferred audiobook platform. You'll find titles like The Thinking Machine and The Chase of the Golden Plate, which promise to deliver the same rigorous logic and delightful twists you've just experienced. Dive in and allow this peculiar genius to lead you through another maze of intrigue. Finally, for those of you who crave an even deeper dive into the world of the problem of self-13 and other classic mysteries, we have cultivated some special resources just for you. We encourage you to visit the publisher's website for bonus materials and discussion guides related to this very book. Think of it as gaining access to Van Dusen's personal archive, a place where you can find blueprints of the cell as imagined by the author, or perhaps a timeline of the events, even insights into Futrelle's own inspirations. I recall a university professor sharing how a detailed discussion guide provided for another historical mystery completely transformed their class's understanding of the social context and thematic underpinnings, moving beyond just the plot to a much richer academic experience. Imagine being able to share such profound insights with your own book club or even within your personal reflections. Psychologically, gaining access to bonus materials appeals to our desire for exclusivity and a deeper understanding. It fosters a sense of being an insider, part of a select group that gets to explore beyond the surface narrative. It also provides added value, making your investment in the story feel even more substantial and enriching. These guides aren't just summaries. They are prompts for critical thinking, avenues for further exploration, and tools to connect with the narrative on an entirely new level. To take advantage of this, simply navigate to mrconnorpublishing.com/bonus or a similar easy to remember address for our esteemed publisher, which you can often find linked directly from the audiobook's description page. And look for the section dedicated to the problem of self-talking. There, you might find other biographies, historical context, intricate diagrams, or stimulating questions designed to spark lively discussions and personal contemplation. It's an opportunity to truly master the mystery, not just consume it. So, as we bring this particular chapter to a close, remember that the thrill of discovery, the satisfaction of solving a puzzle, and the joy of a truly engaging story don't have to end here. Your journey with Professor Van Dusen may have reached its conclusion for this book, but the world of intellectual adventure is boundless. Your feedback fuels future explorations. Your continued listening supports the creation of more compelling narratives, and your engagement with supplementary materials deepens your appreciation. Thank you for joining us on this remarkable intellectual expedition. May your mind always be sharp, the curiosity ever present, and your next mystery waiting just around the corner. Until our paths cross again in another tale of intrigue. Happy listening.
Thank you for listening to tonight's story on Stories of Crime. If you enjoyed this crime audiobook, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss another mystery, investigation, or chilling true crime tale. Leave a comment below and tell us what case you'd like to hear next. Until next time, stay curious, stay cautious, and remember, some stories never truly end.